What is up, everybody, and welcome to the Chaos 4 tournament. Joining you today is me, Adam, otherwise known as Poppyphobia, and my co host, Kian, otherwise known as Varles. Kian, you want to say what's up?
What's up, everybody?
So today we are going to have some awesome gameplay for you guys for the tournament. I think this tournament is, I believe, now I'm going to look stupid because I didn't check. I believe it's 4 rounds, 75 minutes, no turns. That's going to be the Swiss rounds. And then there's going to be a cut to top 16. And then from that cut to top 16, there's going to be a finals pod. And the winner of the tournament today is going to get a Wheel of Fortune as the prize. And then we have a bunch of other stuff going on, like giveaways for the stream itself, and just a bunch of other really, really cool stuff going on for everybody involved. So hopefully, you guys get to have some fun. Let us know in the chat if there's any audio issues that you can hear. Everything should be
Or
set,
can't hear.
or yeah, if you can't hear at all, but everything should be set and should be ready to go. Um, but yeah, Kian, I'm excited. Today is going to be like a fun packed day. It's going to be a long one. I know
It's
I
gonna be
got
long, but it's gonna be fun.
yeah, I know I got my cup of coffee. I had my girlfriend come bring me some coffee because we had kind of a long night last night, but that should not deter us from having a good day. So
Nope.
Kian, do you mind doing me a favor?
So,
Can you go pull up the deck lists for this game? It's Scotty, Dinky. Well, actually, let's get their Discord names.
we
Uh,
got Scoot, Stinky, Tishu, and double checking the name
the
and
aesthetic DM.
DM. Yep.
Yep. So we will get those deck lists up so we can talk about this game. And other than that, I think we'll get right into it. So it looks like we got 50 viewers in the chat. What's going on, everybody? I hope you're having a great time and excited for this tournament. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be probably like a good 10-hour day for us, but that's okay because what Chaos does is really awesome. And this tournament is going to be a really cool time for everyone involved. Just making sure we're getting some pings in our chat. My Discord's being wonky. But all right, looks like they've
So,
got
so,
turn order going on. So let me get right into our game right now.
so we
Resolving
have
mulligans.
Scoots on Timnacrom. Gonna be labeled it as mid-range Adnos, but it's Blue Farm. Everybody knows the Blue Farm thing. No surprise there. We got Tishu on TNT mid-range. We have Ninky on Sephiroth. Let's
Sephiroth.
find his deck list.
Yeah, I've never Sephiroth of the Hidden Ways. I haven't seen this deck perform before. It's a Esper deck, which
Yep.
is pretty cool because Esper provides a lot of interesting lines, usually like Doomsday Piles, Mnemonic Betrayal, a lot of things that you really like to see. Obviously, like Thassa's Oracle, Demonic Consultation, or Tainted Pact, but I've never seen Sephiroth before.
So
So
this looks like a reanimator list, a Raza list, couple hate bears, no DD.
yeah, whenever one or more creature cards are put into your graveyard from anywhere, venture into the dungeon. This ability triggers only once each turn. Then it has create undead. Whenever you complete a dungeon, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So yeah, so cool kind of Esper Reanimator list. Pretty low to the ground. It looks like Sephiroth being just Esper as the commander cost.
Yeah.
Um, But yeah, Kevin Tashu in the top left corner, he is a member of the Sad Naws content creation group. You can see that represented by his playmat right there. Sad Naws is who us, your host for the stream today, are from. We are a podcast content creation group that have decided to sponsor this tournament. So if you want to check us out, feel free to do so. Our YouTube, every social media link that we have, YouTube, Apple Podcast, Spotify, it is all under Sad Naws because I think everybody can relate to a Sad Naws, right? You hope to get there, but you don't always do. So we're always representation of that. Um, the name and commanders of the top two players is cut off. Okay, thank you, title. We will try to fix that as soon as we can. Um, but round one by, so I'm hopping into the stream. LOL. First time chat. Splocketeer. Awesome, dude. Congratulations on the buy. That's awesome. A
I
free
got to
win.
win.
You got a free win. You'll always take those, right? We'll always take those free wins. And in a tournament like this, luckily it won't affect your tiebreakers too bad. So you have a good opportunity to um, still, like, if you're 3 and 2, or what would it be, 2 and 2, you still have a really good chance of making top 16. So um, I don't think it should affect you too much at all. And then I just noticed this Dinky is on Adeline Resplendent Cathar. So this is going to be a stack. Am I right in my
Correct.
assumption, Kian?
Yup. Yup.
Dinky
Thanks
live in
for the
the.
subscription, Blocketeer, by the
Oh
way.
yeah, thank you, Locketeer, for the tier 1 subscription. Looter undefeated in the tournament. Looter, you are the head judge. Of course, you're undefeated. Always undefeated. Oh, talking about Splocketeer. Yes, Splocketeer is currently undefeated for the start of the Chaos 4 tournament. Um, Dinky, you can see living the stacks life with the Elish Norton playmat and Adeline as their commander. Um, their hand is bleeding a little bit. Hopefully that they can adjust that. Um, it's a little bit of a tough adjustment because for those of you that don't know the rules, you have to have your hand displayed at all times during the game. So everybody
Correct.
has to be able to see how many cards that you have, and that way there's no question about if you're cheating, if you're trying to shuffle cheat, or anything like that. Um, so it's very important to make sure that your hand is visible at all times. So it takes a little bit of an adjustment, but most players adjust to it pretty quick. You can see Scoots down in the bottom right corner with the cool Epic Storm tokens representing their mana, and the Think token at the top. Always a good thing to see, right? Remind yourself to think every once in a while, because sometimes you don't,
Sometimes
right?
it's hard.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't think. Um,
So, Adam, when you look at this pod, we look at the players, right?
yep.
What hands are you thinking they're trying to go for?
Well, if I'm judging the pod the way the spell table set up, Kevin's going first, Dinky's going second, Scotty's going third, and Adeline is going last. So for Adeline, I'm mulliganing to a really progressive hand, right? I'm looking for, if I play artifact ramp, I'm trying to artifact ramp and drop a huge stacks piece on my turn because I'm going to be behind the table. Otherwise, like a land deafening silence is usually good enough in a pod like this. But unfortunately for Dinky, they're in a really unfortunate position going last in the pod. Scotty going third is a little bit interesting because Scotty's playing Blue Farm, the tried and true, right? And going third is a little bit of an interesting seat position because you're behind two blue players. So probably just trying to accelerate on your turn, get down as many pieces as you can without putting anything that's immediately threatening onto the board, right? Something like some fast mana, Jeweled Lotus into a Crom or something like that is usually safe enough. You're not going to see somebody try to counterspell your development. But it is interesting because you have three blue players in a pod, and I think the two blue players are going to be very wary of the blue farm player. Dinky playing Sephiroth. I'm not real familiar with Sephiroth. It's a reanimator strategy. I think the deck probably hinges on getting Sephiroth onto the battlefield. So making sure that you can try to do that as efficiently as possible is usually a good thing. So I would assume that they would try to mulligan for that. And then Kevin is in a really good spot. It's a Tim to Thras deck, so you might see just like a land dork pass. But I think there's an opportunity for him to really accelerate on his turn one and get ahead of the rest of the table, especially if he can set up for Thrasios activations on turn two. That's a really good place to be, I think. But that's how I would analyze this pod composition in this specific order.
I agree.
I agree. I agree.
I agree.
No, I mean, what do you think? I think like Kevin is probably in the best position going first in a Tim Thras deck. He gets to kind of develop however he wants, and then gets to let the rest of the pod dictate where he pivots.
He
So
did snap keep a 7 as well.
yeah,
You
which is
see
very
Scoots
telling.
down to
Yeah,
5. Dixie's on 7, I think. And I don't know
and
what Dinky's going down to.
yeah, Dinky is currently still mulliganing. Um, Hyothean in the chat says, I got the bye for the entire tournament. Congratulations. That's like you are officially undefeated, and there's no way to
Entire champion.
yeah. Um Correct, yes. Pretty weird to have all the players facing down. That might be on my end, actually. Yeah, here, let me switch that. um, that just happens to be how all their webcams are set up. So let me adjust that for everybody.
Bam, bam,
Yeah.
bam. And make
Thank you
sure
for
you
letting
don't
me know. Yeah.
alt tab as much, because then we can't see the spell table game.
Yeah, unfortunately I'm tabbing from the stream to the game itself. So
You can do two windows.
I know I need two monitor life. Let me expand the chat here if I can do that. Um But let's see. Adeline is going to struggle going last by Splocketeer and only stacks it looks like it. Yeah. I mean, the Esper list could be running some stacks, but
It is light stacks.
yeah. So I think that's a really good assessment of the table. I do think that the Adeline deck is going to be struggling. Um, but Old Zer or New Zer? So Vasher, this Esper deck is actually not on Zer. It's on Zephyr, right, Kian?
Yeah. I think he's asking, is this the new Zerg?
Oh no, there was a new printed Zer in double.
Oh,
Yeah, there
oh,
was
that's
a
right.
yeah, there
Yeah,
was a
yeah, yeah.
brand new Zer. Uh, Kian, maybe you can let me know. Can I pop out this chat out of Streamlabs, or do I have to pop it out of the
You
actual
can
Twitch
pop
stream?
it out of Streamlabs.
Okay.
Oh, it
Yeah.
looks like the players are starting.
Okay. So Kevin going turn one on the play played a Tundra and
Tundra
a
Kermox.
Chromox into a Ledger
Ledger
Shredder.
seems pretty good.
Yeah, that's some good development. Getting a Ledger Shredder down early is usually pretty good. I believe after that, that's one, two, three, four cards out of eight. So there's four cards left in hand, which is a good. It's good enough to loot with Ledger Shredder.
Yeah.
Um,
Set up for the Timna next turn.
yeah, yeah, that's pretty strong. Dinky City of Brass into
Main phase and
main
Light and
phase
Tutor.
and Light and Tutor. Interesting.
Bold.
Looks like priority's going around the table. Scoots is passing priority with that sweet Epic Storm token. And yeah, it looks like Priority has passed around on the Enlightened Tutor, and Dinky is going to tutor. So I wonder what they tutor for here. You can see that their deck is currently upside down as they're searching. But do you think this is like acceleration? I would only assume, right? Like Mana Crypt or some type of way to
I would
accelerate.
assume
Yeah.
that'd be
This
a safe bet.
this is interesting. I've never seen somebody search their deck upside down like this, which is pretty funny. Um,
Maybe he has a Jataxian probe or something.
Yeah,
Or
right. Some way to force the draw here.
yeah,
That would be that would actually be pretty impressive play. If you Taxian probe, you get some revealed information, especially if you
he's
have like
not on probe, so we'll rule that out.
oh, we'll rule that option out. So yeah, it looks like Dinky's gonna be putting a mana crypt to the top. Interesting. So if there's no way to force the draw here, I'm surprised that they did this main phase. Oh, they looks like they passed the turn. So
Yeah. And then Scoots played Ancient 2 Mox, um, maybe symbolizing Oppo or Intuition.
nice.
And then we got Jewel Lotus Adeline. So
Yeah, Bland, Jewel Lotus, Adeline. That's actually pretty strong for the Adeline player. Adeline is pretty bonkers, so she'll quickly become a 4/4 next turn. So
got
um,
Knife Trigger on the Shredder.
looks like Kevin decided to pitch a Noble
Noble Hierarch.
Hierarch. What was
Streak
the?
Wraith. Woo!
Oh yeah, Knife Trigger off the Adeline. Okay, I was like, what was the Knife Trigger for? um, So yeah, and
Great.
then that's it for Dinky. So we're moving on to Kevin's turn. So now we're on turn two. Kevin has four cards in hand. Playing a Mana Confluence as land for turn. So three mana here. Interesting. You could go for the Timna now and start getting draws. I think that's probably the best line of play, unless there is something in the hand to say otherwise.
Yeah.
So looks like the table's just kind of tanking for a little bit, making some decisions. I'm interested. It's weird because we don't have the physical chat,
Audio.
so we don't know
Yeah.
what's going on, what's being said. But it looks like Kevin is tapping 3 mana, uh, losing a life
Playing the
and
Timna.
casting a Timna. Yeah.
Yep.
So this is pretty big for the Timna Thras player. Like developing your board state early is really nice. Ledger Shredder lets you kind of sculpt your hand, and with a Timna, you're getting more cards to your hand in the first place. So
Yep.
it seems like a smart play. Looks like there's some table talk going on about the Timna. Probably Scott asking Dinky some questions, making sure that uh, they don't want to force of will the Timna with 3 cards in hand.
You sure you don't want to force this, man? This will lose us the game.
So I'm assuming Ledger Shredder's going at Scotty.
Yep.
Going to be interesting to. Yep, Scotty's taking the damage. Post combat main, there will be a Timna trigger, and Kevin's going to lose a life draw
Draw a
card.
card.
So yeah, I think looks like Kevin's in a very good spot for to start this tournament off. The Adeline player getting out, prioritizing Adeline seems like a good move because you're going to be able to start pressuring life totals, and then if you have any synergies with the tokens that you make, it might be like really good to develop that Adeline early. Oh,
And
and
Eidolon Rhetoric. Rule law effect. Seems pretty good.
this is actually huge because the rule of law effect. Now that Tashu has a board state developed, the Thrasios Timna plan seems pretty good. Oh yeah,
Yep.
Mana Crypt into Eidolon. So okay, that makes sense. The E tutor for the Mana Crypt. So there's a Legislator trigger. Teshu decided to pitch the Enlightened tutor, and priority has gone around on the Eidolon. This is actually huge for the Adeline player because now you didn't have to expend your resources to play a stacks piece. So now you can develop your board state in any way that you want because the Sephiroth player is helping you by playing stacks pieces. So that's
He's doing his own job or their job.
yeah. So that's gonna be really interesting to see. So looks like it was just Eidolon pass, and then we're moving on to Scoot's turn. Scoots is playing an Underground Sea as the land for turn, and contemplating life choices. There's 4 mana available. Scoots can develop their own Timna.
Probably casting a Timna.
Yeah, because then you have a blocker for the existing Timna, and you're just taking the
Nope.
Ledger Shredder beats.
Passes the turn.
Oh, interesting. So holding up 4 mana, that could spell a lot of things. There's 3 cards in hand. Could be like an intuition, or some other piece of interaction. Kevin currently has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards in hand. So going to be really interesting to see if Scoots tries some end step shenanigans here at the Adeline's player's turn. Can you remind me real
Yep.
quick, Kian, what the Adeline player's Discord name is?
The aesthetic DM.
DM. Okay, aesthetic DM. Yeah. Ooh, and a Thorn of Amethyst being put on the stack. So now we're
Yep.
layering the stacks pieces up pretty heavily here. Kevin looks like he's passing priority. Dinky's also passing priority. And now,
Feels kind of bad for Scoots here.
yeah, and Scoots is passing as well. So no, I don't. Well, it depends, right? There's still 4 mana available. So a lot of the spells that you have, you can probably still cast through a Thorn. But there's definitely like these stacks pieces are huge, but I think that the Timna Thrasios deck can really play through them really, really well.
I think so
So
as well.
it's going to be interesting to see how these things develop as the game goes on. Moving to combat, attacking with Adeline, which has vigilance, creating 3/1/1 human tokens that are attacking each player. Luckily for Kevin, there's a Timna out, so he's going to get some free lifelink off of this. And looks like one human is surviving because Scotty cannot block. Um, Now we're moving to
To Kevin's turn here.
very interesting game so far. Um, Curious about Scotty's position at the table. Seems to be playing relatively slow for Blue Farm at the moment. So
He was on him all the five, so
yeah, which yeah, you can't blame someone on a Mulda 5, especially if like it looks like there was a lot of um, not so much fast mana, but I mean, yeah, you're on a Mulda 5 and you cast a Mox Diamond, so you play 3 mana on turn one. You're now on what? You have 3 cards left in hand, so it's kind of
yep.
rough to be that player. It looks like Kevin is choosing to move to combat before casting any spells, which is probably a good thing to do while you have a Timna out. Ledger Shredder
Probably the
feels,
correct play.
yeah, Ledger Shredder feels a little bit worse now that there's an Eidolon of Rhetoric in play, but that's okay.
That's
It's
okay. It has two counters on it.
yeah,
It's doing okay.
what it's Ledger Shredder's a 3/5 now at this point, correct?
Yeah, big,
Awesome.
it's a decent sized bird. Baby Crom.
Baby Crom. I'm going to. Is it that every time I alt tab key in that the stream goes away, or is it just that it like flickers every time I do that?
It just shows black.
Okay, interesting. Um, yeah, I can just do this instead. But yeah, so looks like Kevin is resolving the draws and then analyzing the board state a little bit, um, deciding what to cast, tapping 2 mana. It looks like.
Probably a
Um,
Thrasios.
Getting a Thrasios into play. Good call, Kian. But yeah, so what do you think? How do you think the game is going so far? What if you're analyzing the current board state? What are your opinions?
I think Kev's pretty far in the lead here. Um, I don't really know what Dinky's play patterns that are in this deck, but I think the rule law with like maybe like a followed up by another stacks piece or maybe some other mana acceleration. I think Scoots is in a bad spot right now,
Yeah,
but yeah,
absolutely. Um, Dinky tapping 2 mana to play Talisman of Hierarchy. Yes.
tapping three because there's a thorn out.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. With the mana crypt. Yep. Tapping 3 mana. Just accelerating. Eidolon's doing some work as is, so doesn't really have to expend too many resources. Looks like they're setting up to get the Sephiroth down next turn.
Yeah,
Um, so yeah, so just judging the game state, things seem to be moving slow. Looks like we're in for the long haul on this one. Remember, turns are 75-minute rounds, so I believe that this game ends at our time. Uh, it's going to be 10. The round started at 9:55 our time, so 9:55 plus 75. Um, Let me check really quickly when time and round ends.
like 11:05.
11:05. You want to check the chat, Kian, and see what people are saying or how things are going?
Um, chat has not been active. What's up, chat?
Get active, chat. Come
Get
on.
active, chat. Come on. What are you doing? Come on, chat. You're supposed to be active here.
um,
Dude,
yeah, I mean, chat's about probably as
I like
active
photos.
as the board state currently. Everybody's just kind of doing one thing a turn, passing priority. Things are moving kind of slow. I think things will start to pick up as the Timnothras player starts to activate Thrasios on end step and really gain some incremental card advantage throughout the game. Uh,
Tax is affecting chat as well.
yeah, yeah. There's a Thorn of Amethyst and a Rule of Law in chat right now, so things are moving. People are just trying to develop lands before they can cast anything.
The
Um,
top is still cut off for the spell table setup.
okay, let me see
I don't
if
know if you know how to fix that. Like this isn't our
yeah, this isn't
stream
technically our
setup
stream
either.
setup, so I want to fix it, but I don't want to fuck it up either. It's like
So
the
Dixie's going to combat, swimming with Adeline. Trigger, create 3 soldiers. Blocks are being declared. 1 soldier going at everyone. Block, block, block.
um sure, let me see if this fixes it. So I'm going to all right, here we go. I'm going to transition into this new screen. Are the names now visible, chat? Trying to fix the names in the top of the screen.
Still no. See, the colors are playing. Dixie playing a Vern Wingmare, so another Thorn effect coming out.
Yeah, really stacking the thorn effects now. Adeline is a creature heavy deck, so playing a lot of thorn effects like this is pretty positive for them. It does kind of set back the Blue Farm player who's already pretty far set back, and the Timna Thras player because those cards that you're getting off of Thrasios and Timna aren't as impactful now because they cost 2 more to cast for every non-creature that you play, and most of the deck is non-creatures. From what we know about the Timna Thras player, this is a very mid-range pile. There's no Hermit Druid, no Divining Witch, no Sacred Guide. Very much like Thrasios, Seedborn, draw your deck and attempt to win.
Yep.
Um, but yeah, so definitely now looks like Adeline and Timna Thras are in the best position currently.
Agreed.
Yeah, it looks like those are the two that have developed the best board state. Um, the Adeline deck actually, for fourth seat position, really impressing me with the way that they've developed. Um, they've put a lot of really good pieces onto the battlefield that are affecting the game in a very matter of fact way. Um, with stacks, I know that it's very important to try to um, affect the game in a way that changes the rules so that the other players struggle to play around it, right? So making everything that's a non creature cost 2 more to cast is very huge in this scenario. Looks like Kevin is moving to combat here.
And only one spell per turn.
Yeah, with the Eidolon, yeah, utilizing your opponent's stacks pieces to fuel your own game plan. Sometimes I've heard it quoted as playing their stacks pieces better than them, right?
Mm.
Can be a huge advantage at the table. So looks like
Kevin
Kevin,
tapping 2 here. Biomancers. That's pretty good.
yeah, but Biomancer's familiar into this board state is pretty strong. Um, lets you start activating Thrasios. Um, if you can get another land drop, probably twice a turn. So
Yeah.
it's pretty strong to play that here, I'd say.
Well, he can do it.
Yeah, Magikarp says can see the top
Anytime.
bar now, but for some reason no text. I'm also seeing that. Um, yeah, unfortunately I can't pull up the chat, otherwise it'll black out the screen. So I'll have to fix that going into round two. So you'll have to update me on how the chat goes, Kian.
Yeah. Uh, Kevin, top left is at 28. Dinky, top right is at 31. Just for a life total. You guys are curious?
Yeah, I
Okay.
can't really
Yeah,
affect.
don't do that.
Yeah, I can't really affect anything, so I'll have to fix that going into round two.
Sorry,
Oh,
guys.
yeah. Apologies for the current setup. We'll fix it going into round two. So Stinky playing Sephiroth as their spell for turn. Scotty going to their
Playing a
turn,
Timna.
playing Timna, something that probably should have came down a few turns ago.
Yeah.
But better late than never. Staying at 30 life is pretty relevant. Means you're only going to get hit with this Ledger Shredder going forward, and then you have a life link for the human attackers that Adeline are sending your way.
Yep.
So incremental advantage helps you kind of combat the Ledger Shredder. You're going to be getting hit for 3 every turn, so gaining 2 life on the Adeline attackers is pretty important. But yeah, other than that, kind of slow development in this game. Nothing really crazy going on. Looks like Kevin is cracking a fetch at end step here,
Hitting a
um,
Savannah.
getting a Savannah into play. Having 3 mana open and a Thrasios activation online, which is pretty good position to be in. The Adeline player here having 3 mana developed. Getting another mana source here would be really huge, but 3 mana is usually where most stack stacks can operate comfortably.
Most of
Break
your big pieces are 3.
Yeah, breaking parity through mana is also very important. Getting something into play like a Nykthos relatively soon here would be very important. Looks like
Yep.
lots of colorless producing lands, though.
We
Um,
got War Room, and then he just played a Rogue's Passage.
yep. Rogue's Passage, pretty good in a deck like this, especially if you're not anticipating casting a bunch of spells and just developing more humans onto the battlefield. Looks like Scotty could kind of tell that the Adeline deck would soon start to take over combat if he didn't put another blocker into play. So getting the Timna down means that it looks like the Adeline count will remain at 2 creatures. Also, Adeline is currently a 4/4, and during the next combat will become a 4, 5, 6, 7, 4. So that's a lot of damage that you don't want to be taking. Um,
Elite Spellbinder coming in.
yeah, when Elite Spellbinder enters the battlefield, look at target opponent's hand and exile a non-land card from it. For as long as that card remains exiled, its owner may play it A spell cast this way costs 2 more to cast. So basically, this exiles the spell and makes it cost 4 mana. So that's a really cool piece to be playing at this point.
Vampiric
Currently,
Tutor in response.
wow, a 3 mana Vampiric Tutor. That sucks to see, but it's probably a good spell to play right now.
Hey, thanks, Call the Rocket, for your Prime subscription. And what's up, Sleepless from Switzerland?
Yos from Switzerland.
Uh,
We got a lot of European friends in the tournament this. Uh,
Swift reconfiguration coming down.
Targeting the Thrasios, I'm assuming. It looks like that might be the target. A little confused what's happening here. Enchanted permanent is a vehicle artifact with crew 5. It loses all other artifact types. So I'm not sure what this reconfiguration is targeting here, but it looks like it's been put on the stack. The Vampiric Tutor has resolved. And looks like Scotty is F6 for this entire interaction. Okay, no, the Vampiric Tutor had not resolved. So Swift reconfiguration in response to the Vampiric Tutor, and then the Vampiric Tutor is being resolved now. Tinky, very interesting library setup here with cards flipped upside down and
Boxed
right
and
side up.
doesn't care. He's just searching through.
Yeah, um, it is something to be wary of because I know that in certain competitions, having your cards in reverse order like that could constitute a judge call because
Could be marked with
could be marked cards because you
labels.
can see certain sides of your sleeves, specifically when your cards are sitting a specific way, right? So, like when you resolve a tutor like this, seeing certain cards like that could be um, considered something that's worthy of a judge call. Whoa, look at that. So the target was on Kevin and showing the cards in hand. Kevin has a Thassa's Oracle, Opposition Agent, Grand Abolisher, Mental Misstep, Pact of Negation, and a Dispel.
Good.
Pretty good cards, I'd say. Um,
A lot of interaction.
yeah. Oh, man. This is really interesting to see from Kevin because having 3 mana open and having an Opposition Agent in play um, with a Chromox producing what looks like a black source. Surprised in response to the Vampiric Tutor, there wasn't a opposition agent played instead of a Swift reconfiguration. Because then that opposition agent can get you Sephiroth's Thoracle, knowing that your
Or
Thoracle is probably getting exiled here. But it says what? As long as this card remains exiled, you may exile a non-land card from it. As long as a card remains exiled, its owner may play it. So technically, this spell isn't getting removed, right? So like knowing that the Thoracle is going to get exiled here, I would have played the opposition agent in anticipation for getting a consult or a tainted pact, playing the Grand Abolisher on your turn, and then passing, and then on your next turn attempting to pay. Well, it would have to be what 3 mana for a consult, and then
yep,
4 mana for
4
a
for the Oracle.
so 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. And judging by the board state, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 2 mana short of that. But with the Thrasios activations, you could cast a Grand Abolisher, activate Thrasios twice, and hope to hit the lands off the top to give you that
Have a
interaction.
Misty Rainforest, and then it will be kind of tricky resolving the Tainted Pact because there is a rule out. So if players have any interactive points with the Thoracle,
Yeah, you'd have to end step
log out of
Tainted
the game.
Pact. Yeah, you'd have
Yeah.
to end step Tainted Pact and then throw a claw on your turn with a Grand Abolisher in play. So that's it's very tricky. It's very hard to determine to like make a play like that. Um, unless the elite spellbinder comes into play tapped, it should not be able to attack, correct?
Yep. Does not have haste.
Yeah. So I'm interested to see why it is tapped or if the table has made a mistake on this one. Anything going on in chat right now, Kian?
Hey, Bad Driver 2000, thanks for gifting 2 tier 1 subs. Comedian says the card reader is a bit wonky. You sure you know what the cards do already, Ian? Come on.
The card
You know
reader
you don't need a card reader.
the card reader is wonky, Ian. I'm gonna adjust it when we have a little bit of downtime because right now the stream setup is a little out because the names
We're
are
not
not
used to it.
appearing at the top. Yeah, the overlay. We're just trying to adjust the overlay a little bit. But
So does chat know why the spellbinder's tapped? Did you move to attacks with it? Um, it should not be attacking.
okay, since we're in combat right now, I'll adjust some of the stream overlay to try and fix
Okay.
the spell table overlay.
I'm a little bit quiet. Do I sound better?
Yeah, you
Maybe.
can turn up your own microphone, I believe. Um, yeah, so I'm gonna just set everything back to where it was because I feel like what we've got is going to work. So we'll set it here. Unfortunately, you cannot see the top bar of what the commanders are being played or what the life totals are. We will update you on that as soon as we're like as much as we can throughout the game.
Yeah.
Uh,
Spellbinder does not have haste.
yeah,
So
so I'm interested to see why it's tapped here. I didn't see an effect that made it tapped. Um,
it also didn't have flash. This was a main phase spellbinder.
yeah, so something to keep note of as the game progresses. Um, so yeah, so Teshu is the Timnath Thras player whose turn it is currently. They're sitting
Judge.
at
Do we want to call a judge on this? Or
um, I think it would be appropriate enough to call a judge. So maybe if you add the judge in the chat, um, then it'll pause the game.
I do it in judge chat or pod
Yeah,
23.
at Judge Pod 23. There's a few things that are worth bringing up. So yeah, we're just gonna get some clarification on some things that are taking place in the pod right now. You might have to hop in there, Kian, to explain what's going on.
Oh, I think a judge just joined.
Yeah, so why don't you hop in that VC and explain what's going on? So yeah, we're getting a clarification on some things because the Elite Spellbinder came into play this turn. It doesn't have flash, and it looks like it swung for combat. There was a Swift reconfiguration that was put on the stack, and then a Thassa's Oracle exiled with it. So we're just getting some clarification on some things.
Okay, so there was a swift reconfig on the spellbinder, which was then crewing Adeline.
Okay. Did you mention the cards in Dinky's library?
I did not.
Yeah. Is the judge still in the chat?
No.
Okay. You might want to bring that up as well because that's something else. Like since we've noticed that there are specific cards that are flipped the opposite way in their library, including Thassa's Oracle and some other spells. So that should be something that you bring up. Just to make sure that everybody's playing fair and by the rules and that the board state is represented. So yeah, um, so as that stuff's being taken care of, um, we are currently looking at the Tishu, being the Timnath player in the top left corner, is at 19 life. Dinky is the Sephiroth player. They are going second. They are at 27 life. Scotty is the Timna Crown player at 30 life. And then DM is the Adeline player who is at 40 life. Currently, the Adeline player's life total has not been pressured at all for most of this game, which is not surprising. They have an abundance of creatures usually and an abundance of blockers. Um, Tashu is the Timna Thras player. They have developed quite a large board state, but they have definitely been deemed the threat at the table. So they have been getting attacked quite a bit from the rest of the players. The Sephiroth player has not been really developing like crazy, but they have they've been doing what they can. And then Scotty is the Timnacron player, and they had a Malta 5 and have just kind of developed slightly with what they could have with a Timna and a Crom. So that is how the board state is currently being set up. We have a judge call going on. So things are just being taken care of on that end, and making sure that everything is just going smoothly, and everybody's playing tight and playing by the rules. So looks like Kevin is activating an opposition agent after the windfall cast. So now that that's taking place, there is Scotty keeping track of the storm count. Storm count is currently 2. And then Kevin is also going to fetch for using their fetch land to shuffle their library. So, yep, looks like the game is developing and things are moving along. So, we will continue to cast like this. The time is currently 10:34. I will get a update for time and round shortly. But yeah, as things develop, we will continue to watch how this game progresses. And then for the next game that's coming up, we will make sure to fix the spell table overlay, make sure that everybody can see everybody's names and what cards they're playing, as well as fixing like the layout of everything and getting the chat in here. So that we can commentate just a little bit better. First game of the day, it's going to be a little rough, but we're working through it. Looks like Kevin is shuffling, doing the Brazilian shuffle, letting you cut into 3 piles and pick which card goes to the top, or which pile goes to the top. It's a good shuffle that's utilized when players are playing over webcam tournaments. It ensures that there's no cheating. It's actually a really good way to shuffle. If you are being as transparent as possible with your library. But other than that, the opposition agent is in play. The fetch resolved for an underground sea, and it looks like the windfall is back on the stack. Looks like Scotty is indicating that they are passing priority, and DM is currently contemplating their cards in hand. Teshu, by casting the opposition agent, is largely committed to the windfall at this point, so it looks like this is going to resolve. Cards in hand, Scotty has 5. Teshu has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm assuming this will be a windfall for 6. Dinky does not have their cards displayed at the moment, as far as I can tell, so I do not know how many cards they have in hand, if any. It could just be the windfall, but I doubt that. But we'll see as things progress what everyone is doing and how this game will resolve. Um, so yep, things are just progressing currently. Um, Not much going on. If I check the pod, but yeah, so looks like we are just at a standstill. So I will check the chat currently. Looks like nothing is going on in chat. So
I'm back.
okay, what's up?
Their judge is figuring it out.
Okay. Um, did you when you if you go in there to notify a judge, are you telling them to pause play?
I think when a judge is called, they have to pause the play.
Sure, but it's also in a chat while they're playing the game and they're not actively checking the chat. So usually you should be like, "Hey, I'm going to call a judge on the on a ruling. Can we pause the game?" Because it looks like after the windfall, they proceeded to continue to play.
Uh, just to op on the stack, and then now they're waiting for a judge.
Okay. Did you let them know why you were calling the judge?
Yep.
Okay. And did everybody agree that was sound reason?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, yeah, that's something that we've noticed since the start of the game. So 30 minutes left for time in round.
It's actually till 12 something. Well, extension is.
12:10, that's EST. For us, it's 11:10.
Oh.
Yeah. So yeah, there's about 30 minutes left in round. Yeah, 32 minutes. So, yep, that is resolving. I'm going to check and see if Jacoby is available because maybe Jacoby can help us fix the stream layout. So I'm just checking pods, um, making sure that Jacoby's not still in a game, which it looks like he's not. So let's message Jacoby. So yep. So there's just being a judge being called currently. The Sephiroth player has cards in their library that are flip flopped, swapped each way. It's not normally a big deal, but in a tournament setting, it can be deemed as um, marked cards because obviously with your sleeves, you can see if some cards are facing one way and some cards are facing the other. So um, usually, what a judge will do is give a game warning and then make them flip all the cards in their library to the correct position and then reshuffle. The only reason why we have said this is because some cards of note that we noticed that were flipped opposite from the rest of the library were some cards like Thassa's Oracle and things like that. And it's deemed appropriate to switch the cards the correct facing way so that um, everyone is transparent on what like so that
What's happening?
yeah, so as you can see cards are flipped in their library, so it looks like they are being told to adjust those cards flipped in their library. um, what you don't want to see is things like Razaketh or Archon of Emeria or like important cards flipped the wrong way because that can be deemed as marking your cards because you know that the good cards are flipped the other way, right? So making sure that when players are playing by the rules and things like that, that all cards are flipped to the correct position so that there's no indication or hint of cheating. See, cards like Buried Alive, Silence, these are all really important cards flipped backwards. So we just want to make sure that, there's no funny business going on. It can be
Like,
deemed. Go on,
go ahead.
Kian.
Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
let you
just
finish.
I'm just taking note of this, right? So like I'm looking at the cards that are being flipped. So you have Elishnorn, um, what was the other one? Intuition, Animate Dead. These are all like win cons, right? So it's like something that you want to keep note of, even if it's unintentional. Like this could all just be coincidence, but just making sure that players are playing fairly is the correct way to handle it. Like
Name
see,
of the
there's
game here.
yeah, there's fetch lands and stuff. So I don't think that any of this stuff was intentional, but it's just good to be on the safer side of gameplay. So it's a good thing to keep note of if you're a player and you're playing in a tournament that putting your cards to the correct position before you play is something very important that you want to keep track of. So it looks like I'm assuming that it was just a warning that was handed out and then making them shuffle before the windfall, which is all you want to see, right? You don't want to see a player lose the game because of this, or you don't want to see a judge call go like a negative way. So
For honest mistake. So,
yeah,
or not even. Yeah. So, aside from judge call, what do you think of the game so far?
Tashu is definitely ahead. Like they are in the best board position, I think, currently. They have a Thassa's Oracle in exile, which means no one can touch it, wheel it away, or anything like that. So Thassa's Oracle can just come down whenever, unless a Drannith Magistrate's put into play. It looks like everybody's choosing to do the Brazilian cut now, which was something I explained while you were away. You shuffle your library, you cut into 3 piles, and then a player at random picks the pile that goes into the top of your library. That way, it just ensures no shuffle cheating or anything like that. Oh, what the heck just happened? Um, looks like I seem to have hit a button on my mouse and lost the game. So sorry about that.
Uh-oh.
I will pull this game up in a sec here. Um, gonna have to go get the link again. That's so silly
Yeah,
that that happened.
he did have an intuition.
Um, hey Jacoby, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up? I just finished my game.
Oh, how'd you do?
What did you do?
I actually won the game on turn 6
Hell
for
yeah,
my
dude!
stacks deck. Yeah.
Congratulations. Um, right now we are currently looking at Pod 23. I did mess up though and like hit a button on my computer, so I lost the spell table for a second here. So I'm
hmm
going to link it back up. But yeah, so we're just having a couple problems with the stream overlay. Um, just like the names aren't visible, like for the top 2 players. And then what else was and then I want to know how you normally utilize putting chat to the um on the screen so you can view chat at the same time because I don't have double monitors.
Hmm. Oh, so you can actually view chat in slobs.
Yeah, but the
So,
way that I have, like, for some reason the way it's set up is that if I move to slobs no one can see the game because I'm tabbed
oh
out of it.
yeah, because you don't have double monitors.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so is that just
Okay.
something that like I'll just be without chat and have to rely on Kian for it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, then as long as we're aware of that, sure. And then if you check the stream right now, you can see that like it should be back up
Yep,
and
back up.
but the are the names visible? Kian, no, right? The names and the life totals are not visible.
Yeah. So they're still not visible.
Yeah.
If you hop over to Streamlabs,
Yep.
and you click on the actual window or the source for spell table,
Yep.
it'll highlight it, and then you can it should highlight the where all the outlines for it.
Yeah.
Like just drag the top of spell table down a little bit, and then you can hold, I believe it is shift, and drag it up into the top of the spell table and in slobs, and it'll actually reveal more of that space so you can show it.
So it looks like it's not doing that because the actual like um like spell table picture that's put on here
Mhm.
has cut off, like it's cropped so that everything's cut. That whole
Yeah.
top bar has been cut. And when I hit shift, it's not bringing that back into
Uh,
existence.
1 second.
Yeah.
I'll show you.
So Kian, is anything has the game progressed in any way that we've missed while we've been
I think
troubleshooting
he
these
has
issues?
played a fetch land, and I don't know what's happening now. No game actions are being made.
Yeah. Um just checking the chats, making sure we're not missing anything. Um skill issues seems loose. Bad card Mikey's trolling me in the general chat. Um, so
Okay.
yeah, go on, Jacoby.
All right. So if you look at my screen,
Um, in the where we're at right now, yeah, okay.
I have to
Yep,
add this source 1 second.
Kian, is the stream still showing the game currently?
Yep,
Okay, so then you can just commentate what you see as we solve this issue.
I will as soon as there's game actions made.
um,
Okay. So on my screen,
Yeah.
you'll just so it should pop up with this green outline here.
Yeah.
You'll if it has a lock down here, you'll have to click the lock to unlock it.
Okay. It shows that it's unlocked.
All right. So then you're just gonna drag this down a little bit.
Uh huh.
Um, I'll go ahead and do this. So this is how it should appear on yours, where it's
Yep.
all cut off like that. You'll just hold it's hold Alt, and you can drag it up until
Ah.
it's revealed, and then
Okay.
you can just drag it to center.
So that's why, because originally you said shift, so it was not the right button. So if
Yeah,
I
it's
hit
my
alt, no
apologies.
worries. If I hit alt, boom. All right, we got names, life totals. I'll do that to fill the screen. I can hit this and fill that there. Should go like that. Should be able to transition on stream.
So Charlie
And
playing a luxury suite for turn. Trying to figure out what's there. You go. Fixed.
awesome. Thank you, Jacoby. This is what we were trying to figure. And then I guess the other thing
Yo, what up, Eric?
the other thing I was going to ask is with monitors, because there's no way that I can like pop out chat from stream and be able to view it. Probably not, right? Like,
If you were viewing, sorry, yeah, there actually is a way.
can I pop it out from
It's casting
Streamlabs?
a Lotus Petal.
Yeah, you can pop it out from Streamlabs. So
Scoots Lotus Petal pass, land pass, or land Lotus Petal pass. Going to Dixie's turn. Untapping.
I'm trying to get
The line
this
is currently a 5/4.
because I've done it before.
Yeah, because if we can get this set up, then other than that, the stream's been moving pretty smooth.
Sweet. Advanced settings.
So looks like DM, the Adeline player, is going to be moving to combat here. Kian, do you want to remind me what the call was on the Elite Spellbinder earlier?
Oracle?
No, I know that. What when it was tapped?
Oh, crewing Adeline.
Adeline has crew. Oh wait.
From the Swift configuration.
Oh, so the Swift reconfiguration targeted the Elite Spellbinder.
I think it targeted the Adeline.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would make sense. Swift reconfiguration. Enchanted permanent is a vehicle artifact with crew 5. Okay, so that makes much more sense on what happened. Thank you. That clarified a lot.
Yeah.
So with the Spellbinder being a 3/1, he was able to crew Adeline with Spellbinder and 2 humans, which it looks like they have done again and are now moving to combat here. So Tishu seems to be in a pretty good spot here with Ledger Shredder, Timna, Thrasios, Opposition Agent, and a Biomancer's Familiar. Pretty good. Looks like they are tapping out a lot of mana here. Is this for Thrasios activations? Oh, you're anticipating a 1-drop spell? Yes, Swords to Plowshares on the Adeline, right? Because once it's crewed, it's a creature.
Maybe, or maybe a Wingmare.
Oh yeah,
Or the
or
Eidolons, something.
yes, I would hope they aren't hitting the Elite Spellbinder because then that means that Thoracle will remain in exile. Or for as long as that card remains exiled,
Yeah, it doesn't have to be on the battlefield.
no, it is resolved. Yeah, so that's a static ability now.
So Swordsing the Adeline.
So from what I can see,
Yep.
it looks like they've updated Streamlabs, and the only way you'll be able to pop out the chat box
Yep.
is if you are signed into Twitch on a Chrome browser, and then you can pop the chat box out of the Chrome browser.
Interesting. I'm signed into Twitch on a Edge browser right now.
Same thing.
Okay,
Yeah, same
so then if I take this and then to pop out the chat, I have to fuck, how do I do this? I always forget how I. All right, pop out chat. Chat has been popped out. I'm going to go to Chrome. I'm going to hit the Edge browser. I'm going to get the chat. And then does this appear on the screen, Jacoby, or no, from what you can see on stream?
On stream?
Yeah.
No, it shouldn't
Going to
because you're using
choose
Edge
turn,
browser.
untap,
Okay, perfect.
draw.
Then I think that solved my problems. I think I got chat open now.
Spicy. Awesome.
Cool. Thank you so much, Jacoby. Sorry,
Thanks,
there's just a
Jacoby.
few things. I might hit you up later, like in between this round if this game ends. And then I will, because I want to throw a logo on the stream as well.
Oh, spicy. Yeah, I can definitely help with that.
Okay, but other than that, you solved most of life's problems today. So I think we're all set up for the rest of the games as this tournament progresses, which is amazing.
We may just
Spicy.
see like a Timna attack, draw a card, and pass from Timna Thras player here. So gonna draw 2 off Timna. I assume Timna's coming at Dixie, Ledger Shredder somewhere.
Yeah, we will find out here where combat is going once this once we see life totals change here. But swinging with Timna and Ledger Shredder. Timna, I'm assuming, will be going at Dixie Normus. Yeah.
Then it looks like Ledger Shredder at Dinky.
Yeah, pressuring those life totals. I feel like
So we're tapping 4 here for a 2-drop or a creature. Either 2-drop spell. Yep.
Wishclaw
Wishclaw
Talisman. Yeah.
coming down.
Pretty important spell to cast. The Eidolon is still in play, so this Wishclaw can go grab a Tainted Pact. And then you can give it to a player that you think can't win the game with it. Something like the Adeline player, probably most likely. So Tainted Pact Thoracle, that's the line that you're going to attempt to go for, right? Oh, man. Jerry Karma just exposed us for this name. How did we not notice that?
I don't
know. Oh my gosh. Jerry, way to pick that up, man. That's so funny.
We'll be right back.
That's that's so unfortunate for us that we didn't pick that up. Teshu played the Wishclaw Talisman. Looks like after that they passed the turn after moving to combat. Everybody's just laughing at us now. Yeah, we deserve it. Big Ligma moment. No, I think we genuinely made that mistake, unfortunately. Oh man, that's so funny. Damn, we got there. That's pretty good. So we're on Dinky's turn right now. I wonder where priority is being passed around. So the way that this tournament structure works, for those of you that don't know, after time in round is called, active player gets to finish their turn. Once active player finishes their turn, the round is over. There is no winner based on life totals or anything like that. The game is considered a draw. It's to speed up the games that we play to ensure that we get enough rounds to go through, that Swiss pairings and tiebreakers are much better for the players, because the more rounds you have, the better tiebreakers you have, the easier a cut to top 16 is, because it means less people will have the same record and not make the cut. So there is no time in rounds in this tournament structure. So right now there is 15 minutes left in round. And if no one wins the game within those 15 minutes, then the game will come to a draw. Something very interesting you see is if you look at the bottom right of your screen, you can see that Scotty is pouring an ice cold glass of Coke. That could be considered a performance enhancing tool. No, everybody needs
Caffeine,
a
baby.
Yep, everybody needs a good drink. I got my coffee. I've been chugging that thing down. So
I got my energy drink.
yeah, it's good.
I got up at 7, Adam, and I was like, I gotta get caffeine.
That's so funny. I woke up at I believe I woke up at 8 o'clock today after getting 4 hours of sleep. So we're in it for the long haul for this tournament. But this is This is really cool. This is an interesting game. It's interesting to get a good stacks game going. Look,
Ooh,
Sanctum Prelate. Oh,
ooh,
uh,
that's if this isn't naming two, I'd be very surprised.
yeah. The two would be two would be very crucial if Sanctum Prelate is on two. It looks like they indicated two. Yeah. They're going to put a dice on the Sanctum Prelate to indicate that it is on two. That's a
Good.
huge stacks piece.
Yep.
So that's a very good play, especially with the Wishclaw and the Thoracle being displayed from the Timna Thras player. Also with the Blue Farm player holding up so much mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana being held up with a Vryn Bringmare and 28 life. That's very much an ad nause. You know what I mean? So putting
He needs one more. Adnos costs 7 with 2 Thorn
no.
effects.
Oh, there is two Thorn effects still. So no, you are correct. Thank you for that. Thank you for notifying that. Also, oh no, I was gonna say like I wonder if Scotty's just like building up mana for an overloaded rift, but I don't think you'll get there to
He
be
cannot
honest.
cast that now,
Yeah, it would take quite a bit to be able to cast that.
or he
Um,
can't because there's a prelate on 2.
oh yeah, good point. Yeah. City of Traders as land for turn. Pretty pog land to have at this point.
Seems good.
Yeah. Um, Philly, the tanky guy, says French pressing my maple pecan coffee. Uh,
That
Philly,
sounds good.
yeah. Oh, Philny, right? Is that how I say that? Yeah, Philny, the tanking guy. Yeah, that sounds awesome. I unfortunately am very basic, and I got a pumpkin spice latte from Starbucks.
You're a basic white girl, dude. You gotta.
It's I don't drink coffee very often. I'm actually like very refrained from drinking coffee. So today felt like a good day to get some coffee out. And now we have the Crom. The Crom is landing
Crom.
from Scotty.
Moving to Crombat, maybe.
Maybe.
Vroom.
I
Probably
th-
not.
yeah, I think that unfortunate like unfortunately for Scotty, the stacks pieces came down faster than they could develop. So like unfortunately like it made sense not to play the Crom earlier, but this has been unfortunate to see because things have not worked out in their favor.
So
Um,
we are moving to Crombat.
yep, swinging at Tashu for 4 damage. Tashu being at 13 life.
Bonk.
People are definitely realizing that he is probably the threat to win the game the soonest.
What
So
makes you say that?
yeah, well, now that there's a prelate out, yeah, it's not so sure, but yeah, the table pressuring his life total seems to be the right play here.
I mean, only hits non-creatures, so he the line to still go. Thoracle consult is still there.
Yep, Thoracle
Um,
Consult is still there.
yeah, I mean he doesn't have access to, or at least at the moment, devoted Swift, since Swift is in the bin.
Yeah,
So maybe utilizing like a Yogg Will or something, but
yeah, very interesting. Um, for those of you that can see the playmat that Teshu is rocking, that playmat is for our YouTube channel and our podcast. We will drop a link to it in the comments, Ken, if you don't mind doing that. Um, but we are a CDH podcast. If you think that we're all right enough to cast, maybe you think we'd be all right enough to listen to for an hour and a half, talk about this format. But yep, there is 6 of us in total that are part of the group. We're known as Sadnaws, and we love talking about CDH philosophy, the local scene that we play at, and like all things like tournament updates and things like that. We're actually tournament players, and we're going to can confirm the Sadnaws podcast is
hey, thanks,
fantastic.
man.
Yeah. We're actually going to be going to Oktoberfest coming up in November, as well as participating in a lot of the Eminence tournaments that are going on. So if you like competitive Comp REL CEDH, then we are a channel that you should check out.
Thalia coming down, or Thalia on the stack.
Thalia on the oh my gosh, how many
This is
thorn effects?
a lot.
This is a lot. So it looks like our friend Enormous is probably looking for the draw at this point. I don't think that there's a win condition coming in 9 minutes. So playing these thorn effects out are basically saying, I'm trying to draw this game, which honestly, in this position is probably good for Tishu because I think with the life total being what it's at, you're going to die anyways. So taking a draw here is probably the best play for all players.
Seedborn.
Seedborn
Love
going
the
to hand.
Thrascos activation.
and then moving to Teshu's turn. Yeah. So it looks like with yeah, because this timing round ends in 9 minutes. So
Yep.
is no one aware of the Dryad Arbor rule? Big Red. What do you want to elaborate on what you are talking about, bud?
I think it was Grand Prix Birmingham Modern. I think it was a Bogles. There was a Dryad Arbor from the vault foil. Pretty sure that I forgot what player it was. I'm pretty sure Matt Nass had it tucked away in the lands, and when the opposing player moved to combat to swing for lethal, the
Block with
player
the
with the
Dryad
Dryad
Arbor.
Arbor, yeah, picked the Dryad Arbor up from the lands and declared a block. But since it looked like a regular forest, the opposing player thought they had a free attack.
I think there's two things. For one, I think the Dryad Arbor rule doesn't apply to spell table primarily because um, your board state is pretty clearly represented. Every card is visible. And when you're sitting across from someone at a table, it's a lot more difficult to understand or see what's in play, right? So, like things like the Chromox being near the creatures or the Mox Diamond being near the lands, right? Like those things don't really come into play here because you can clearly see what everything is and click on it and be aware. But yes, it seems like Kian does have a really good understanding of the Dryad Arbor rule, and I think that over spell table, it's never really been a problem. Wouldn't you agree, Kian?
I agree.
But Big Red, if Kian's explanation of the Dryad Arbor rule was good enough for you, it gives you a good reason to follow our podcast. No, I was actually like really impressed when you started talking. I was like, oh shit.
What, me?
Yeah, I was like, oh shit, yeah, you know this rule pretty well. But you watch a lot of like Pauper and Legacy and stuff, so um, or that was a modern GP,
It
right?
was modern GP. So
Yeah.
we got Seaborn coming down. Kev moving to attacks here, attacking with Timna, getting some life.
Yep.
Um,
Doing a Brazilian cut.
yep,
I really like that cut, by the way. I think that it should be standard in most tournaments, doing the Brazilian cut. Um, I think it's a good way to deter people from trying to shuffle cheat. I think, sure, there might be ways to get around it, but I think that it's a pretty surefire way to ensure that everybody feels like they can trust the opponents at the table. So it looks like there's
agreed.
6 minutes left for time in round. So it'll be interesting to see if it goes to Dinky as the Sephiroth player. Bithis, for to clarify, the Brazilian cut is where you shuffle your library and then you cut your deck into 3 piles. Then the next player in priority order gets to pick one of the 3 piles, and that's the pile that goes to the top of your library. That way, you can't stack your deck and shuffle cheat and then cut cards to the top of your library. So it ensures that there's a set of randomness to the cuts that happen, and the next player in priority order can kind of feel as though they contributed to your cut. Oh, Z-Rob, thank you.
Z-Rob.
Thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you.
Oh, I'm just being left out.
Well, Kian, you are very handsome, and I'll leave it at that.
Wow, not even smart. I
Or
know.
or thin.
Not,
Yes, and
not that fat.
as Knight said, I am a little tired today, but that's okay. We got a fresh cup of coffee, and luckily my girlfriend went out and grabbed me a case of Red Bull, so we'll be fine for the rest of the.
We got a case of Red Bull. It's on. It's on lock now.
Sapphire says, "What is the Brazilian cut? Is that a hair removal thing? I think you're thinking of Bosley's hair care, or oh no, like a haircut, the
Brazilian cut.
Brazilian
Yeah,
cut. Yeah, it's
very close to like scalping.
what's the what's the haircut where it's like a bowl cut but it's a buzz cut. um it's like
What?
the name, it's named after a Hispanic, like a Hispanic guy's name. um it's not
So
the Edwin. I'm gonna think of it, give me a sec.
so we got a lot of decent amount of Thrasios activations going on. I think Kevin's gonna really pull ahead here with training with Biomancer out and Seedborn Muse
Yeah,
and a Thrasios out. So
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that this will be enough to get there because there are only 4 minutes left in round. The Edgar, yeah, Jade Susan knew what I was talking about.
The Edgar.
The Edgar is the premier haircut. I love that. Yeah, I'm glad that everybody in chat knows the Edgar.
Everybody knows now.
It's
Thanks,
a
chat.
yeah, it's a fun meme. I love the Edgar. But yeah, so I think like Tashu is just digging here, activating Thrasios with a seedborn, but Kian, do you want to turn up the gain on your mic for me? Just make yourself a little bit louder.
Is this better, chat?
You're gonna here take over the stream for a little bit and talk a lot, and we'll see if they think there's an improvement.
I don't know. That's your job. You talk a lot. I'm just here to commentate on Magic. But yeah, we're at Scoot's turn, Scotty. Main phase one, contemplating.
Yeah, Big Red, I understand. It can be annoying when people put their rocks with lands. I can't speak much to it because I do it. I like keeping all my mana together so that I know what I how much mana I have assembled. But yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from. I think with spell table, luckily, it's a little bit easier to determine what cards are in play. I definitely think an in-person play, um,
It may be an issue,
it may be an issue, and like putting your boards, displaying your board state's very important. So
especially counting to like dock sides. You may miss like the Soul Ring bunched up with the lands.
yeah, that happens quite a lot. So
Yeah,
Phenomenal
one
Fringe
example.
says lands on the left side, mana rocks on the right side. Yeah, I've never tried that. These are all like good suggestions. These are things that I should definitely be looking into. Um, but yeah. So looks like Scotty's drawing a card from the Crom attack. So yeah, we got about 2 minutes left for timed round. So I'm almost positive this game is going to go to a draw because there are no turns. From the board state that we see here, there's 3 Thorn effects out. There's a Thorn of Amethyst, a Vryn Wingmare, and a Thalia. There's also an Eidolon of Rhetoric in play with a Sanctum Prelate on 2. So this game is pretty much locked down at this point. And even if a player dies at the table, so Tashu being at 9 life, right? If that player dies at the table, if the game goes to a draw, it is a draw for all 4 players. So by the way that um, things have been by the way that this game has developed, this is primarily what's going to happen is that the game is going to draw. I don't think anybody's going to develop a win here in the next minute.
And yes, Opal Wave. There was a huge issue. Grand Prix Birmingham Modern about Dryad Arbor being separated between permanent types. Yeah, the rule is I think it is a creature, so you put it, you know, up
Ian,
where your creatures are.
did you link the podcast already?
I did.
Okay, if you scroll up, Big Red, there's a link to the YouTube up at the top. That's our YouTube channel for our podcast. Also, after this tournament, we're gonna see how things go today, but because we might be a little bit tired, but either today or tomorrow, for members of our Discord, and which you can find our Discord link in the description of our YouTube. If you're a patron for our channel, we're actually giving away an Imp Seal after this tournament, and then if you're just a member of the Discord, we're giving away like 6 packs of Double Masters.
Yep.
So it's always good to like be a member of our community and be active. So these are all things that. Oh, you're on the PS4, Big Red. Oh, damn! I don't even know what to say to that. You
I
can,
can link it again.
yeah,
Eric's got us. Thanks, Eric.
yeah. But yeah, so we do tons of giveaways. We love sponsoring tournaments. We do our own tournaments sometimes. So it's always good to be a part of our little community. Um, we're also pretty welcoming. We have a lot of new players. We explain to new players how to improve at the game and get
Oh.
better. Alin Vala.
Oh.
I've like these are all important pieces, but at this point, it just feels
I don't think
like
it matters too
yeah, it
much.
does. I don't think it matters at the state in the game because time and round is technically now. They haven't announced it yet, but yeah, once time and round is called, like this game just goes to a draw. So there's not a whole lot that you can do.
So we got a mystical tutor resolving.
This could be Tashu's last chance here. Mystical Tutor, go and get a bounce spell for the
I
Sanctum
think
Prelate.
this
And
may
then
be an oppo from Dinky here, tapping 3 mana.
let's see it.
Mind sensor.
Avid Mind Sensor. So active player right now is our friend Enormous,
Yep.
Phenomenal Fringe. They put a Linvala on the stack. Teshu responded by putting a um, Mystical Tutor on the stack, and then Dinky responded with an Avid Mind Sensor.
Even mind sensor. So. Yep.
Yeah. Um, But yeah, so if you guys have any questions about the game state or the board state or this tournament, feel free to drop them in the chat. Did they get a judge to extend? That's a good question. I do not know if they have an extension on their time because we, as the commentators, did call a judge to resolve the um, flipped cards in the library. So I can check that right now to see if there's an extension. Um, it says right now that time has been called. Active players should finish their turn. If I check their pod, if I go to the text channel, it looks like nope, they did not get a judge extension for that instance. It only took like 2 or 3 minutes, so I don't think that the judges felt like there was a need to extend the time for that. So active player is enormous. After enormous's turn, the game will end, and it will end in a draw. What if there's a player doing soul play to force time? Is that allowed? No, Hio. It is not allowed for a player to slow play during the game. If the other players at the pod deem that they think another player is slow playing, they can call a judge to the table. And yeah, Kuma's answering. Kuma is
Yep.
a good friend. So yeah, up to the players to call a judge if they suspect that that's happening. Um, Big Red is feeling sick. Unfortunate, man. Luckily, these tournaments
Bad.
fire about every other month or
No
every
excuse.
or every 3 months. So there will be more opportunities to play. Vertov woke up drunk and is playing. See, this is the type of dedication we need in chaos
Animal.
tournaments. Yeah, I know that after this coffee, I'm probably gonna go pour myself a drink. So get the day started. Right? It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
11 o'clock here.
Yeah, it's 11 a.m. where we are. But so yeah, so it looks like active players going to finish their turn and the game is going to end. So that'll be a draw for all 4 players. And in a tournament setting like this, I'm going to need a confirmation. Maybe someone in chat will know. It's either 4 or 5 rounds this tournament. So a draw is actually pretty good for your tiebreakers, especially early, right? An early draw is good because it means if any of these players start winning games, the draw will help your tiebreakers a lot better. It's kind of like why you want a
Phenomenal says 4.
4, I believe. So 4 rounds. So like the downside to a draw is that if you go like 2-1-1, there will be a lot of other players that go 2-1-1, and that might not be good enough to make the cut. But usually the way that this tournament works is 2-1-1 is good enough to make the cut for most players. 3-1 almost guarantees that you 3-1 almost guarantees that you would make top 16, and 2-2 there's a very, very small chance. So that's just kind of how these tournaments work out if there's 4 rounds. I believe this tournament also has 163 players in it. So this is the largest webcam tournament to date, which is kind of a big deal. Technically, you're all viewing Spell Table webcam tournament history right now. So be excited to be a part of that.
So, Tissue activating Wishclaw Talisman.
So this is something that I'm curious about because technically active player was enormous.
Enormous.
So
Yeah.
Tishu shouldn't have a turn. Do you want to hop in their VC and ask them if they realize time has been called?
I'll let the judges figure that out.
Well, if there's not a judge in the chat, then time has been called. So you have to let them know.
Is Green Hornet a judge?
Is Green Hornet have the judge? Okay, so Killstars just showed us up. Let us know that Brazil had a budget tournament with 220 players in it with webcam. So yes, Killstars, you guys might have been the largest, but we'll say this is the largest non-budget CDH tournament to date. We'll fill our egos just a little bit. Killstars, for those of you guys that don't know, part of CDH Brazil. Super cool dude. Really impressive player. One of the best out there. So check them out if you get a chance. No, so Big Red, there are no turns in round during this tournament. Um, so that there shouldn't be one turn each. So I'm gonna check their pod actually right now, um, because that is something. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, Kian. Hey guys, you were aware that time was called, correct?
We
Correct.
had an extension.
We had 5 minute extension.
5 minute
Okay, cool.
extension.
I'm just checking for the stream to make sure that we're aware. Thank you.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Okay, so everybody got some word back from the game. They were awarded a 5 minute extension, Red, from the judge call earlier. So Kevin does get an extra turn here. He is technically active player right now. And after the 5 minute extension, yeah, extended like you thought. Yep. So we just
Yeah.
wanted to clarify that and make sure that that was good. Oh, we have the Mormonator in the chat. Whoever's talking has a great caster voice and personality. Thank you. I really appreciate that. The Mormonator. I know the Mormonator. I have to figure out who it is now because there's so many Discord
Bryce.
names. Is it Bryce?
No.
No, I was like, there's no way it's Bryce. Yeah. My dad works for Watsy. Kuma the Bear.
My dad works for Microsoft.
Yeah, I used to Xbox that all the time. Oh, Knight said we could hear you talk to them in their reply. That's right, because I am streaming. Yeah, so I was just that's funny that we got that
All right. Well, I
that
think-
clarification. Yeah, looks like the game is ending in a draw. So pretty I wouldn't say anticlimactic, right? That was a good game. With a lot of good game actions. But yeah, that's the problem with playing stacks in a 75-minute round tournament. Sometimes you don't have enough to get there. I wouldn't be surprised if you see Enormous or Dinky getting more draws than wins this entire tournament, because that just happens to be how these types of games play out. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see where their position goes in the rest of the tournament. So, once again, we'll reiterate who is playing. So Teshu with the Sadnaz mat is a part of Sadnaz. He was playing Timna Thrasios. Dinky with the Ugin mat was playing Sephiroth, the Hidden Ways Reanimator. Scotty with the
good old classic Blue Farm.
yeah, good old plastic Timna Krom. Scoots is another caster, an amazing personality in the community. Make sure that you check out everything that they do. Scoots is awesome. And then you had our friend Redacted Enormous because they were playing Adeline. And all these players were awarded a draw for this game for going to time. And then Kuma says, I wish stacks could be better to finish tournament games. Yeah, Kuma, I think we all do. Unfortunately, we all would love to see stacks win more games.
No.
So we're gonna switch this over to this screen just because we're gonna chill and chat for a little bit before the next game start. But yeah, it's I think that we'd love to see stacks players. Yeah, good point. Kuma says it's not the stacks players, it's the stacks opponents. There is a it is notable to say that because usually the stacks players are the best at taking their game actions while under stacks, and it's the other opponents that end up slow playing because they're taking a lot through their decisions. How many rounds are there, and what is the top cutoff? So, Angelov, there are 4 rounds, I believe. I will double check that for you. And top cutoff is at top 16. Top 16 will play 4 pods, and then it'll cup to top 4. Oh, here, I get another opportunity to shameless plug. If you want to play a stacks deck that wins the game efficiently, you should check out my Timna Armix deck that just made the Brewer's Corner on the Decklist database. It is a stacks reanimator deck that can win the game very efficiently within 75 minutes. Z-Rob just swearing in the chat. But yeah,
Hashtag shit.
Angelov, let me check for you what how many rounds are in this tournament. For these guys that don't know Angelov, he is a seasoned Yu-Gi-Oh player. Pretty pog to have in the chat. Am I right? So Angelov making their CDH debut in this chaos tournament, right? Or did you play in the last one, Angelov? But it is cool to see other players from other games really delving into our format, because CDH is growing very fast, and it's very cool to be a part of this. So let me just make sure. I'm going to confirm rounds really quick with everybody so that we know it's 4 rounds for sure. Um, let me just message Chaos. Because, yeah, we did have over 160 players show up for this tournament. So I wouldn't be surprised if they extended it to 5 rounds.
Yeah.
Let's see what else is going on in chat. Um, So yeah, so they're just talking about the decks that can really win the game very efficiently. Decks like Winota, decks like
Noda.
Jetmir, decks like Rocco. These are all decks that win very fast. Charles, someone mentioned, who pilots mono white decks. Charles is on a different level of play than any other player I've ever played with. I'm friends with Charles. We play pretty frequently, and the guy is just a monster. So, like, unfortunately, not everyone can. Pilot decks as well as he can, especially mono white decks. Hey, here's Teshu in the chat. Says hi, mom. Teshu, congratulations on a draw. That's pretty sweet. Um, it's not the best way to start off a tournament, but it's better than a loss. So hopefully you feel good going into it.
Yeah.
Angelov, answering my question from earlier, says this is the
First.
first one that I've played an actual deck. Also, I feel like it should be 5 rounds so some people don't get cut off. Hopefully, yeah, Angelov, I'm hoping it's 5 rounds. It's a question of time, right? A lot of people here are playing from all over the world, I think, including you. So trying to be considerate of most people's time is like the struggle with these webcam tournaments, because unfortunately they're trying to make it work out for as many players as possible, so that everybody can participate in an opportunity like this. So sometimes, it's the difference between a tournament going from lasting 6 hours to lasting 10 hours, right? Or whatever. Not that's an exaggeration, but hopefully it's more rounds. I agree with you there. Big Red saying it's a 4 Swiss.
4 round Swiss.
Yeah.
I was playing Sleepless says Charles playing mono white. Knowing that.
Consciously, do you know that word?
Yeah, I was haha, consciously knowing that the CDH would end up if I was like blue farm with his skills.
Teshu's telling you to speak up
Speak
louder.
up. I am speaking up.
Then turn your
I
gain
don't want to
higher.
blow up the mic.
With that many players, all the pods won't be streamed here, will they? That's a lot of hours for one game at a time. Yeah, we do showcase matches, night. So we pick specific games that we think are worthy to stream, based on the players in the pod, and then we pick one game for each round. And then if a game ends early, we usually switch to another one. So
Yep.
yeah. So okay, just got confirmation from Chaos. It's a four round Swiss. So unfortunately, there will be some players that get cut off. I think that if the tournaments get this large in the future, we'll probably mitigate that, by extending rounds. But it's hard to kind of change the rounds after you've already let everybody know it's a 4 round Swiss. So there's some limitations to that, unfortunately. So there will be players that are 2-2 or even 2-1-1 that might not make the cut for top 16 based on their tiebreakers. So that's the unfortunate part about doing less rounds with this many people, but sometimes that's just how things work out. So just checking the chats, making sure that new games haven't been.
Not yet. I think they're figuring that out right now.
Yeah. So
Just don't lose. Exactly.
just don't lose. Yeah, that's the key to success. If you just don't lose, you always win.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is something else that if you've never played in a CDH tournament, this is pretty crucial, is that tiebreakers are actually a huge part of the game. Something that you'll learn as you play in more tournaments, even not even in CDH, but at any like 60 card or anything else, being aware of your tiebreakers can be very, very important when it comes down to the last rounds for cuts to top 16, because it might be beneficial for the players in your pod to all agree to a draw to guarantee that you all will make top 16, or that if 2 players have no chance of making it and 2 players do, you can usually convince the players that don't have a chance to say, hey, can we just draw this game? We can still play one for fun, but I don't want to lose my chance at top 16 because you wanted to try to win a game before the end of the tournament, right? So being aware of your tiebreakers is really important. It's also a really good political tool while you're playing in the game. So like if there's someone that, if you have 2 players that are, or if you have 3 players in a pod that are 2-2, and there's one player that's 2-1-1, right? Or 2-1. You might want to leverage the other player that's 2-2 with you, that we want to force this player that has a draw to lose the game, and then we can battle it out for a win, because it's better for our chances to make top 16 if we beat this specific player, because they have better breakers. So it's actually like, if you can big brain that type of strategy, you can actually utilize that tool really, really well and use it as a way to politically gain advantage during the game. So it is something that's really important to keep track of. It's something that's kind of nuanced in CDH, and really unique to it, that not a lot of players are always aware of or can leverage. So it's a really good thing to make sure that you're aware of your tiebreakers and what your placement is. That's why softwares like what Eminence has going on, where you can see your breakers, see your opponent win percentage, and stuff like that at in-person events, is really important, because it gives players that information, it is known information, right? So having that can be really useful. Phenomenal Fringe says, when I played Chaos 2, I went 102 or 103 and made top 16. It was like 12th. Yeah. So the first few Chaoses were only 3-round Swiss. So there was a lot of poor records that would make top 16, because when you have less rounds, you have more people that are having the same record. So the more rounds you can have, the better the tiebreakers work out. So you don't have like Fringe, not saying that what you had was not a good record, but in a normal tournament, one win shouldn't be enough to make it into top 16, right?
And
So,
especially since this tournament has probably way more players than
oh, but I get phenomenal.
most.
The way that Phenomenal Fringe named it, it's 1 win and 2 draws. So that
Yeah.
actually would make a lot of sense why you would make top 16 over someone who went 1 win, 2 losses. So I guess that makes a lot of sense.
What do you think
Uh,
it was? It was 1 win, 2 losses.
yeah, I was like, that's crazy that you made top 16 with a one
There's
win,
a
two
zero
losses.
there, bro.
I know, I messed up. Big Red says, I'm gonna get Will the Wise and 11 the Mage on the
Mage on the
database.
database.
Dang, let's see it, Big Red. We have a friend of ours that's really into the partner with commanders, or the Friends Forever commanders. They like 4C Blue Farm, so, or 4-color Luris.
Luris.
So that's Will the Wise and what's the other one,
Lucas
Kian?
the sharpshooter or
Yeah,
something.
Lucas the Sharpshooter. And that deck was on the database for a bit, but I know a lot of people are not high on it. So if you can get some of the partner with commanders to get on the database, by all means, man, brew that shit up, because it's really important. Hio says, people that play monocolored decks have to contain their power so the balance of things keeps the same. You have a player here. There is a little bit of truth to that, right? I think a lot of players that primarily play monocolored decks um, approach the game from a different sense. So when you see those players switch to higher colored decks, there's really, really, you can really see how well their game has developed from playing monocolored. Because once you have more colors and more opportunities, I think that a lot of monocolored players think through game actions a lot faster and are able to evaluate board states pretty well, because you are forced to as a monocolored player, because you have less resources. I think that playing monocolored decks is a good way to improve your game sense and improve as a player. But I think that there is some truth to saying that playing low colored list is actively handicapping yourself, depending on the list that you play, right?
Especially in a tournament setting.
Especially in a tournament setting. So, like, something that I know that a lot of my friends have advocated for, and something that I've considered, is that it's definitely good to play monocolored lists to learn, but sometimes in a tournament, playing more colors is the best way to um, guarantee that you have a better win percentage. But that doesn't, that theory isn't technically true, right? Because when you look at tournament results, monocolored decks perform historically well compared to high color lists. But that's a whole conversation for another time. That's a whole podcast episode that we need to have. But there's definitely a lot of theory in that. This is all theory crafting stuff, right? Between monocolored and high colored lists and stuff like that. But in tournament settings, it's very interesting to see where those things show up. I know online tournaments like this, like chaos tournaments, you see historically tons of high color lists making it, and less monocolored lists that you do like in-person events. So it's a toss up, right? It's really, and it's like, it's a very touchy topic. You have to tread very lightly when you discuss it, because a lot of people are very passionate about the decks that they play. So, like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, monocolored sucks, right? Because that's not what I think. I play a lot of monocolored decks, but I think that there is like a little bit of truth to, like after playing monocolored for a while, once you pick up a higher colored list, um, it feels like you're it feels like you're God. You're like, I have so many decisions and choices. I can do anything. When normally, like, you might be historically limited to one spell a turn or only what you can cast off your islands from a back to basics.
Yeah. And it also brings up the point of having card advantage in the command zone, which I know most monocolored decks don't get to have.
Yeah, if you can find a way to gain card advantage or break parity in any way, monocolored decks become so strong. I think a really good example of this is Charles's uh, OG Heliod list that ended up making top four in Marchesa. The infinite list where someone, abrupt deafening silence, right? Everybody knows that play. So, um,
It's
I'm just reading what Kuma said. Yeah, that
yeah.
was a really good multicolor list when you could get really good with a better multicolored deck. Why spend a bunch of time training to shoot a muzzleloader when you can learn how to shoot an M16?
16.
Um,
I
I think that that's like a good analogy, Kuma. 100%. I think that there's something to be gained from. Everyone Max that says M16s are borings. Uh, I think there's so like I think that they're like I'm trying to like relate it to your analogy, right? If you train your entire life with a muzzle loader, you have to learn to train with disadvantages, right? Like small disadvantages. So things like iron sights, traditionally like things that are harder to shoot, bullet variants, yada yada yada. So by the time that you do get to shoot an M16, um, you're shooting a gun that has more advanced technology and better accuracy and more ways to improve your skill. So when you apply everything you learned from using the uh, historically like handicapped version, when you apply that to the better version, you just get infinitely better. I think that if you just play like Blue Farm your entire life, you're going to be a limited player because you're going to get really good at just tutoring the card you need all the time. But what if you cannot do that? Right? What if you don't have tutors? How can you break parity in a game or gain card advantage or anything else without, do you get like, I hope that that's coming off the right way. Like, you
yeah. Also
will, yeah, go on, Kian.
yeah. Also for like Magic's a game, right? So whatever brings the most fun to the people playing the deck, right? Some people don't want to play Blue Farm because even though it's a really strong deck, it's just not fun for them. Like
Uh,
Grubba may be fun or may be fun, and I don't know who said it in chat, but mono decks are very consistent as well,
Kuma,
and unlike niche cards,
I'll also say this, right? So if someone's only ever shot at M16, right, they're going to rely on the things that the M16 offers them. If Blue Farm is the M16, being able to just tutor win cons, shoot off win cons whenever you want, and get wins out of nowhere is great. But how much skill are you actually gaining from that, right? If I'm the guy with the muzzleloader and all I need is one shot, then I'm good. I don't need a 13 round magazine, right? So, like, if you're a monocolored player, if you're the best at playing your monocolored deck, there's a good chance that you don't need to have 15 rounds in the clip, right?
and then the pairings are up. We'll be going into the next pod here pretty soon. Um, Looter said in the chat, when playing a monocolored deck, your skill carries you harder than your deck, and when you play Blue Farm, your deck pulls a lot of weight, and you don't have put that much skill into playing it.
Yeah, I don't think that blue farm players are unskilled. Let's make that very very apparent. What I
Yeah,
do think is that blue farm decks or high color decks like that sometimes walk into wins without trying. Like sometimes you just draw the one card win condition that you needed always, right? It's very easy to draw cards and gain incremental card advantage. So that's a really good indication of like sometimes there's less skill involved in piloting. Um, so round two starts at 12:40 and ends at 1:55. So round two starts in 5 minutes. So we are going to pick a pod that we think is interesting. Right now it looks like pod two. It's got Joking 101, the head TO of Monarch, Sick Robot from Into the North, Flashback, and Zentik. But we'll check out some other pods and see what else is going on.
yeah. We're
Uh,
also waiting to be. I think they want a specific pod featured, so we're waiting on an answer from that
oh, where do you see that?
in the VC chat. Twitter
Oh,
asked.
okay. I see. I see. Yes, we did get a request to um, view a specific game. Interesting. Ooh. um, yeah, there's some really good players in here. So I'm looking through the chat through the pods right now. We got players like Noobsaurus from Into the North. We got players like Kalualua and Pingmeister Pong, who's in this tournament all the time. Fonzie, Mythic Gaming from Eminence. Killstars from CDH Brazil. Spleenface from Into the North. Mimo, who plays a lot of these tournaments. Death Magic and Comedian, the person who wrote the Winota primer. Death Magic runs Veil of Death MTG, a YouTube channel. Very strong.
Let's head to Pod 5.
Okay, pod 5 is going to be the pod that we're going to showcase for round
Gustav,
2.
Sapphire, that one guy, and Young Dragon.
Awesome. Gustav, Sapphire, that one guy, and Young Dragon. So we are going to, move into pod 5. Gustav, good friend of mine, pretty good player. It looks like we'll take this link here, copy the link, and then I will pull this up on stream shortly. Paste, hit, there's a question mark spectate equals true. This is always the difficult part of a game. So pod 5, spectate. Sorry guys, while we're setting this up, this game has too many spectators. We need somebody to leave the game. So I'm going to today at 11:35. So I'm gonna head. If we have any judges in this chat or anything like that, I will need to ask you to leave the spectate so that we can get this game on the stream. Ken, are you in the game right now or no?
Yes, I can leave.
Yeah, why don't you leave so I can get this on stream? Question mark date equals true. Pod 5, spectate. Okay, and then you should try to join now if you can. Okay, so I will transition the screens that we're in to the spell table game. Make sure that that's set up, and we will get into this game once the round starts in 2 minutes. Pull that up, make sure that the chat is live. So, looks like they are shuffling. We will watch everything to make sure that turn order is what it is. Give me 1 sec while I work something out.
So we have Sapphire on Blue Farm. We have Gustav on Timna Malcolm. We have that one guy. What is his spell table game? Underscore one guy. That one guy's on Catilda, Dawnheart Prime, and then Young Dragon is on Dilium. So 2 Selesnya decks here. Pretty interesting.
Yep. Dayum is Gustav.
Yep.
Pay the one. I'm not sure.
Is that one guy?
That one guy.
Yep. So yeah, looks like 2 stacks decks. And then Blue Farm, and then Timna Malcolm. I know, Adam, you've been saying that Timna Malcolm's been pretty hot recently. I'd have to agree. The deck seems pretty good, with Malcolm providing in conjunction with Timna with card advantage and ramp, and playing Esper. Rhetorical Consult. Gustav. Let me pull up his list real quick.
Interesting. I'm watching this Sapphire player shuffle. Um, it's a very interesting way to shuffle their library. Um, yeah.
So predictions for the pod.
Um,
What do you think?
well, I play against Gustav a lot on Timna Malcolm. Um, Timna Malcolm is a super strong deck. I'm really into Timna Malcolm as a. Oh yeah, rotate 90 degrees. Sorry, I'm like trying to.
We got one for Dulcam. Blue Farm's on the play.
Sorry, I'm just
Morning.
typing something. Yeah, I really like Timna Malcolm as an Esper deck. I think it's really, really good. Pay the one here. I'm going to mute us for 1 sec. Okay, and we are back. So it looks like players are still resolving mulligans. So looks like Sapphire's going first with Timna Krom. Timna Malcolm, Gustav is going second. Catilda, Downheart Prime is going third. And Young Dragon is going fourth. So sorry, we're just resolving some stuff on the back end of the stream here. Look at Gustav's headset, man. uh, I think it's funny. Sorry, guys, we're just working on some stuff on the back end here. Alrighty, so you ready, Kian?
Yep.
Okay, so honk, everybody honking for the goose. The goose is in the game. Sorry, we were catching up. So, hi,
Can I
Othean.
get some more honks in chat?
Yeah, can we get some more honks in chat for the goose? Honks out in the chat. Yeah, we are out here honking on stream, so make sure you guys honk in the chat. Yeah, so judging Timna Crumb going first, Mull to sixth, that's usually a very strong position to be in. Timna Malcolm going second. Timna Malcolm is usually a Mull to Malcolm deck. So you're going to see like very aggressive mulligans, getting those treasures into play, trying to accumulate card advantage consistently. Catilda, Dawnheart Prime is a very interesting stacks deck. I have my friend, oh no, I'm blanking on the name now. Sorry, I will get to it later. My friend has been working on this deck for a very long time, been very passionate about it, and it's a good deck, but it struggles a lot to get there, and specifically when fast. I believe Catilda is a stacks deck. Kian, do you want to confirm with the deck list for me? Pull those up, and
Yep.
then
I already said this.
Okay, and then Dalsim, another kind of stacks deck that really likes to break parity. I know Alan from Mental Misplays huge on Dalsim, loves the deck, has brought it to a lot of tournaments, and has a really really good time and good showing with it. So it'll be interesting to see how Dalsim plays out in a tournament setting. I know a lot of players are really high on it as the best such most CDH viable card for the meta. Seems like we've lost Gustav for blacking out, their screen blacking out during this game. So back on screen now. Um, and then just checking. So cards in hand. Looks like Dalsim has mulled to 4. Timna Krom has mulled to 6. Um, Timna Malcolm, I believe, was a Malta 7. And then Catilda was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Malta 7. I think Catilda definitely kept a first 7. Blanca is insane from that set as well, says Jade Souza. I have not played with Malcolm yet. So, oh, this is so interesting. What the hell? Okay, so it turns out Dalsim is going first, not last. They had this pod comp set up a little interesting, not what I'm used to. So, Multa
That's
for
pretty good turn one.
yeah, Mull to Esper Sentinel turn 1 on a Mulda 4. That's pretty strong, actually. Moving to the Timna Crown player's turn. Drawing their card for turn. Who was it? Was it Hayo saying that um, they were high on the Catilda player or the Dalsim player and then realized they were going last? Um, So, Timna Crown player is currently contemplating putting a mopal on the stack, right? That is a mopal. These sleeves, oh my god, triple. We have a friend in our play group that triple sleeves and has like the crazy inners, and I just like it's just so interesting to me. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5 cards left in hand after the mopal cast. Going to Gustav's turn with Timna Malcolm. His webcam is pooping the bed right now, though. Look at that sweet goose on the top of Gustav's playmat. It's pretty impressive. um, so we got a command tower into a soul ring from Gustav. Um, and then looks like uh, a pass of the turn. Unfortunately, Gustav's webcam is a little splatty. Is that showing up for you as well, Kian?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's hard to see what game actions are being taken. I know Gustav is from Europe, so it could be a large proponent for that.
Connection issue or something.
Yeah. Putting a Chromox on the stack. Looks like everybody's passing priority on the Chromox. With waiting to see what the card exiled will be. So this is interesting. So this is another pod with 2 stack decks at the table, and you have 2 very progressive, fast decks. So as you can see, kind of like I stated earlier, it's a
Yeah.
Multa Malcolm deck. So yeah, Chromax exiling Pact of Negation to get a turn 1 Malcolm out. That's usually how that deck plays out. Get your Malcolm out, start accumulating treasures, and then cast a Timna and just start gaining card advantage over the rest of the table with a flying attacking treasure man.
Treasure Man.
Yeah, treasure bird man.
Treasure
3
Bird.
stack stacks. Timna Malcolm should be a stacksius one, or am I wrong? Hi, Thiotheon. Timna Malcolm is not a stack stack, besides the asymmetrical stacks pieces that it can run, like Doughty Voidwalkers and Opposition Agents. Other than that, it doesn't run stacks pieces at all. It's actually a very progressive turbo deck that tries to slam in Doomsday Piles, Mnemonic Betrayals, and things like that. So it's actually a very interesting list to see. Timna Malcolm list similar to this one, or made top 16 at Punt City, and it was infamous for being a mull to 1 in the top 16 game. So that was pretty fun. Um,
Mold the one.
yeah, mull to 1 in a top 16 game by my buddy Ben. Um, I don't know what that card is in play on the Catilda player's board. The spell table won't pick that up. Do you have any idea what that art is? Or if chat can let me know.
I have no clue.
Uh,
Elrod.
Null Rod on the Dulcine player's turn. Wow, this mold of 4 was insane. You get an Esper Sentinel into a Null Rod. That's pretty intense. Um, that's such a good mold of 4. Irrel saying Timna Sakashima is usually the stacks variant, but even then, it's pretty turbo focused. Yeah, Esper is surprisingly turbo focused for what it is. So moving to the Timna Crown player's turn, an offer you can't refuse on the Null Rod. Probably pretty good if all you have in play is a land and a Mopal, but it really helps Gustav a lot in this position because Gustav's almost all their mana primarily is artifacts besides the one command
Artifacts.
tower. So this
Yep.
offer you can't refuse is really interesting here, unless the blue farm player kept something like a Dockside, right? Um, that might be something that you see that is pretty standard for a deck like this. So offer you can't refuse. On the Null Rod, looks like priority is passing around. Nobody is going to counter that because most people in this pod would like there not to be a Null Rod. And then the
Other blue player wants the null rod gone.
yeah, and then you will see that Dalsim will make 2 treasures at some point. Looks like Gustav camera timed out again, which hopefully he's resetting his camera settings because his camera was being non-cooperative for a primary part of the game. So now that the Dalsim player has 2 treasures available to them, we can see if they're going to attempt another spell this turn. Looks like they will, sacrificing a treasure to play a Birds of Paradise. So still accelerating, still working out. Everybody's passing priority on the birds, and it looks like they'll pass the turn from there. Oh no, go to combat. My bad. Attacking with the Esper Sentinel, presumably at the blue farm player.
Yep.
Yep. So, how do you think? First couple turns. How do you analyze how things have played out so far?
Um, I don't know what's in Sapphire's hand, but maybe some like maybe a dockside, like you said, would be pretty powerful here.
Yeah, I mean, it ducks
Gustav,
one, two, three,
four,
4, 5
5,
at minimum. I don't know what's on the board of the Catilda player, but 5 at minimum right now.
yeah, 4
Uh,
if he sacks the treasure.
yep, looks like playing into a fetch land and then a talisman. Uh, these sleeves are pretty loud. Huh? What do you
Yeah.
think about that? They match the playmat pretty well, but I'm like, man, these are some interesting sleeves.
Sleeves.
Yeah. Timna Sakashima, still the player played a hopeful initiate. Esper draw on the offer still makes it pretty decent as well. Yes, yeah, for sure.
Plus the
Uh,
treasures.
yeah. Once again, you can see Dayum's webcam cutting out here. I'm assuming they're going to have to ask them to fix that. Looks like they're trying to troubleshoot that right now. Um, yeah, you can see that the Sapphire player has to shuffle with 2 piles, considering that their deck is triple sleeved. So it makes shuffling quite a problem. This is why, like, I understand triple sleeving, but man, I am not a fan of it.
No,
makes your deck
shuffling is a
makes your
pain.
deck like double the size, and it's just like, ugh, I don't want to shuffle this. Like, look how tall it looks on their table.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Okay, moving to
Gustav's turn here.
Gustav's turn. Gustav is going to play a what is that Orzhov land called? A Godless Shrine, shocking it in. Man, unfortunately, this webcam is just not being cooperative. You're seeing what I'm seeing, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. So hopefully things will get resolved here in a moment. But other than that, stream. What's going on, party people?
We
How's
got 90
everybody?
people in here.
90 people checking out the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. For those of you that are new to the stream, Kian and I are hosting today. We are the co-hosts of the Sadness CDH podcast. You can follow us on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and we are also the sponsors for this chaos tournament, putting up over $1,000 in prize support for this free webcam tournament, trying to help and grow the webcam CDH community and grow the CDH community in general. So, if you're in the chat, check it out. Um, and also, participate in chaos tournaments in the future if you get an opportunity to. Shortly here, we're probably going to do a stream giveaway. So I'm going to ask that. Would it be weird if I
A
called
legless
Melon
Oof.
a reckless oof? It might be a little weird. Uh,
I don't think you'd be wrong though.
yes, absolutely. Um, so let me just do something here. Does who all has? Yeah, okay.
But would it be a one-legged oof? Because a rod could be used as a leg.
I'm just resolving something here. Um, so I think while we're waiting, it looks like some things are being resolved here. I think that we will do a giveaway. So this is what we're gonna do. Everybody that is active here in the stream, in the chat, let's send out this freaking, where is it? Let's send out the pog emojis so that I know that you guys are active, and we'll do a giveaway here for a double masters draft pack. Because that's what we got going on right now. So we're gonna get some big poggers going on in the chat. Let's see everybody be a little bit active here. And while we're waiting for this issue to get resolved, we'll do a sweet giveaway here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 double masters draft packs to give away, along with some play mats and some other stuff. So yeah, let's see. Look at everybody getting active for the freaking packs, man. So let me get this stuff squared away. Let's do this. Go to this. Uh-oh. Kian, what's the copy key?
Control C, Control V.
Control C. Boom. And then let me see if I can get this to work. Go to this. There we go. Okay, we got a lot of names in the chat today. Just making sure that everybody's names is here. Advanced. Okay, making sure that everything's in here. So what's going to happen is I'm going to spin this wheel. If you are active in the chat, your name is going to pop up. Oh, there's a bunch of, yeah, I got to delete a bunch of these names. There's like a bunch of inactive names here. But I'm going to spin this wheel. We're going to get that going. Make sure that if you're active in the chat that you DM us. We'll send you the Discord and we'll go through the process of sending you your prize. As the stream goes on, the longer we stream, the more stuff we're going to give away, and the more expensive the giveaways will get. We got like signed playmats and a bunch of other stuff. So hopefully doing some stuff like that. Looks like Gustav's camera came back into play. Kian, do you mind casting while I set things up?
Sure. So Gustav played multiple graph diggers, and Timna swing with Malcolm got a treasure, and I presume casted the graph digger's cage off of the treasure. Okay. And passing the turn. I cannot get into the spectating thing for the current pod. There's a
Uh,
bug.
here, I'll do this. I'll set that up later, but
I assume playing Catilda. Yep, Catilda coming down.
the wheel can't handle the pog level in the chat. Yeah, it's just so much pog in the chat. Oh man. So yeah, we'll go back to the prize once either the game ends or the game stalls to a slow point again. I'm gonna try to. Yeah, we'll just do that.
Yep. So Catilda pass.
So yeah, hopefully Gustav's webcam problem has been fixed because it was definitely slowing down the game just. So we're at the Dalsim player's turn. Dalsim player is casting Dalsim. There is currently no stacks pieces in play at the moment besides a Grafdigger's Cage from the Timna Malcolm player. Pretty good card to put into play. Dalsim is a really cool commander. For those of you that don't know, I will pull it up very quickly here. Sometimes spell table is so slow. Dalsim. Boom. Dalsim. Pliable pacifist. Get it? Pliable because he can stretch his arms. Anyways, Dalsim is a 1/3 that costs 2, a green and a white. Has reach, and if Dalsim Pliable Pacifist has hexproof unless he's attacking. That's the teleport ability. So you can only interact with Dalsim himself once he has been declared as an attacker. Whenever a creature you control with reach attacks, untap it, and it can't be blocked by creatures with greater power this combat. And it has Fierce Punch. Whenever one or more creatures you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. So the cool thing about Dalsim is that it is, Kian, what do you call the white-green color combination? It's a Selesnya Timna, basically, because as your creatures deal combat damage while Dalsim is in play, you will draw cards for every creature that's dealing combat damage. Well, it's whenever one or more, so it'll only trigger one time, but you still get to draw cards in Selesnya stacks. Also, Young Dragon put a Carpet of Flowers into play. Pretty good in this pod. Unfortunately, with the proxies that the Sapphire player is using, I can't tell what lands they have in play.
I think that's a Tundra, Underground, Sea, Scrubland. Scrubland.
Yeah, Scrubland, Tundra, and UC is
So
what we're
probably
gonna go
playing
with.
another Talisman.
Ristic Study, Judge promo. I like that.
Oh.
Yeah. So Ristic Study being put on the stack. Looks like Gustav is passing priority. Catilda has no response, and they're not paying the one for the Esper Sentinel trigger. So pretty good card to play. Now that we have some time to catch up and really analyze the board state, Timon and Malcolm looks extremely ahead. Like I said earlier, countering that Null Rod was probably not the best decision for the Sapphire player, the Timna Crown player, but it felt like it needed to be done for them to progress their own board state. But the Timna Malcolm player definitely needed those artifacts in play, right? So because they were so far ahead of you already, it does suck to have to waste your interaction just to let them keep progressing, right? Especially because Malcolm hinges on those treasures, so that no rod would have been actually huge. So I think that Gustav seems to be really far ahead compared to the rest of the table. The Dalsim player is setting up quite nicely here. That Esper Sentinel has been huge for them on a mull to 4 because look at they mulled to 4 and they now currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards in hand and have been able to cast multiple spells every turn, which is
Esper Sentinel was really good.
Yeah, that Esper Sentinel was insane. Now that there's a Ristic Study in play, it'll make things a lot harder for the Dalsim player and the Catilda player. I think Gustav will be able to navigate through it pretty consistently here because of the amount of mana advantage that they have. I mean, they have 2 treasures, haven't missed a land drop yet. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana on board currently. Like, that's pretty insane. So, and you'll see, oh, the best Timna card to ever exist. A Wingcrafter, put it into play.
Hell yeah.
For those of you that don't know Windcrafter, it's been a big topic of discussion in the community lately. It's a 1 mana 1/1 with Soul Bond. You may pair this creature with another unpaired creature when it enters the battlefield. They remain paired for as long as you control both of them. As long as Windcrafter is paired with another creature, both of them have flying. So basically, you drop a Windcrafter, it gives Timna flying. In the Malcolm deck, you now have 3 flyers. So now you can swing at all 3 players and draw 3 cards a turn. So,
It's Loyal Apprentice, but blue
and 1 mana.
and 1 mana.
Yeah. And it's less of a Timna commitment, I think. Like Wingcrafter itself is just a decent card. And it's not hingent on having Timna, but it's at its best when Timna is out. So yeah, it looks like everybody's kind of on the incremental card advantage train right now. Um, People are get out of here, Deadeye Navigator. There's a new Soul Bond sheriff in town. um, so yeah, it's definitely looks like everybody's kind of on the card advantage train right now, trying to gain incremental card advantage, trying to draw as many cards as they can, and then progressing slowly from there, right? I think if I'm analyzing the board state right now, I'd say the Catilda player is probably in the worst position. I think that they have really fell behind the rest of the table here, considering that like players like Gustav have 9 mana on board, and you only have 2. You have a Catilda out as well, and I still don't know. Hopeful Initiate is the card that's in play. Of course, yes. Okay, Hopeful Initiate. So you have an opportunity to tap creatures for mana, things like that with Catilda. So, I mean, you're not too far behind, but compared to everybody else, you've definitely uh, haven't progressed as fast. Uh,
Pretty far behind, I'd say,
yeah.
especially since Gustav's pulling ahead with Malcolm, Triggers, and Timna
hmm
getting cards in mana.
So this is what do you think of this deck now that you're seeing it in action? Because Malcolm Timna has been around for a while, but it's being pushed kind of very adamantly by the community at the moment. Like a lot of players are really high on it, really like what it's doing. Once you get Malcolm out, the deck really seems to impress me.
Yep,
But I'm curious on what your thoughts on it are.
it looks good so far. I really, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's
I
limited in win conditions, but I think that it does well enough that like it's a 3 color list I'd be willing to pilot, which
yeah.
is you can't say that about a lot of decks, right?
I mean,
Uh,
yeah, I guess.
a
But yeah, I do like the card advantage with Timna and then Malcolm ramping, and he has evasion, so you're gonna get draw at least a couple cards. I think it's pretty powerful so far. Definitely in the commanding position.
Yeah, absolutely. Um,
Uh,
so, um, I haven't seen a draw off the heuristic study yet. It looks like there hasn't been one because
Nope.
Sapphire still only has 2 cards in hand, which is pretty good. Playing around the heuristic study seems like a smart play. I believe we're still on Gustav's turn. Gustav is the active player, otherwise Dayum for all of you watching the stream. So probably just thinking through their turns, wondering if they can maybe pull something off through heuristic study. Um, Not sure. Drummer 080. I've been having a lot of fun with Malcolm Kedis lately. Yes, Malcolm Kedis, Malcolm Breaches, the Is It Malcolm decks are really sweet. Malcolm is a very strong commander, and I think people are finally giving it the credit that it deserves. Um, it's definitely CDH viable when a lot of people thought it wasn't. Who would have thought that creating flying treasures out of the command zone would be
Would be
good?
good.
Hyothean, Malcolm Dargo. We have another Dargo stan. We have so many
Dargo.
we have so many people in our Discord that absolutely love Dargo. Big Red, did I win? We have not spun the wheel yet because we were waiting to see when the game would progress. So we're just waiting for that right now. But as things aren't progressing, I can go back to the wheel and start deleting these names that don't exist because that's a job I have.
Probably be a smart
Close. That's
decision.
it. Yeah, because there's a lot of names. Yeah,
Bots.
Jacoby was letting me know that. Yeah, I gotta like, uh, boom. All right, so there we go. We got all the names. So this is the wheel. As long as the game isn't progressing, which it currently isn't. Looks like Pay the One had to go run and do something. Um, if you're looking at this wheel, let me know if you don't see your name, and I can add it to the list. But I'm pretty sure I have everybody that's in here. Um, we'll check back in
I
with the
played
game here.
Icrid Dargo Hulk once. and build the Ikra Dargo Razaketh and Hulk. Pretty powerful. I think Dargo, I think was, at least for me, it was like underrated. I was like, he does okay. And then I saw him in action. It's like, holy crap, it's a good commander.
Yeah. Just
Really
checking,
nice
just
synergize.
checking back in the game. Looks like nothing's happening. So just pulling up the wheel as often as I can. Let me know if you see your name or don't see your name, and we can fix that. But I'm pretty sure I have everybody in here. Hmm. Shouldn't
Is
you
there a
shuffle since it's
shuffle?
alphabetic order? Yes, I will shuffle. I was just keeping it in this order so everybody could see. Let me look if there's any enormous in here. Okay, it looks like the game is about to start. So I'm interested to see what's going on. So I'm going to shuffle the names. Boom. Names have been shuffled. So, chat, I'm going to pull out the wheel really quick. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it in the middle of the game. Wheel of names. We're going to transition to that. Go to here. Do this. Okay, everybody can see the wheel of names, correct? If your name gets called or chosen, let us know and we will reach out to you and get a hold of you through Discord. Uh, Wheel of Fortune. Wait, no, I mean names. Here we go. We are going to spin the wheel. So this is for a Double Masters 2022 draft pack, whoever wins this spin. And it looks like it's going to be Virgo Praz. You are the winner of our first giveaway today. So if you are in the chat, send some emojis and let us know. Here, I'm going to go back to the game now, and I will put the winner in the chat once I have that pulled up. Rigged, LOLJK. I don't. It's not rigged. The last giveaway we did was actually rigged.
That one may have been rigged.
Let's look.
So I don't know what we're waiting on here in this pod.
No, I don't know either. Something else that I've noticed is that Virgo Praz may not be in the chat currently, which would mean that we have to respin the wheel because I am adding them right now, and unfortunately, their name is not showing up. So, for not being here, unfortunately, Virgos is not going to win that pack. So, we're going to respin the wheel. The wheel. Let me just check on the game. The game is still not progressing, so we're gonna spin the wheel again. So let's go to the wheel of names. Freaking transition. Go to this, and then we will spin the wheel when we can here. So let me do this. And I have to look for Virgo's name now. To remove it because they're not here. And oh, there's a blank name. Bink. Look at this. Virgo Praz, get out of here. And then we will spin again. Here we go. Woo! So this is for the same Double Masters pack. And it looks like it's going to be Ryman 340. So let me pull that up on the stream.
Ryman 340 in the chat.
Oh my gosh, Ryman is not in the chat either. So rigged chat. So remove Ryman's name. Would you say you see my name in the chat as well? Probably because I don't host the stream, so I probably did put my name in this. Let's get this blank name out of here.
Rigged.
It is rigged. I don't see my name, so I don't think that that's the case. Yeah, my name's not on here. Okay, so let me check on the game. Oh, we have game actions. All right, we'll go back to the wheel in a sec.
Game actions. No way.
That's so funny. It's just like nothing happened for like a solid like couple minutes there. I did see Gustav picking up cards, doing stuff. So Curious to see. Super rigged. This is now a wheel
Super
spinning stream.
rigged.
Oh man. Third time's the charm. Yeah. Oh, when we spin for the mats, yeah, we're gonna spin for the mats once we get towards the finals pods because the mats are super super cool and they're actually like kind of they're like the most expensive prize that we have, I think. So that's like not in the prize pool. We are only a bridge away from the buckets. Okay, it looks like the game is not progressing. I'm not gonna switch the stream because you guys can see the wheel as it is right now. So we're just gonna respin the wheel. Okay, third time's the charm for the same double masters pack. Let's see it now, baby. Oh, Super Mewtwo. Oh, Super Mewtwo, are you in the chat? No.
God damn.
Get in the chat, people. What is going on? All right. Oh, Super
There's
Mewtwo.
99 of you guys.
There's not. Yeah. Where is everybody?
Where's everybody?
Where's Oh Super Mewtwo? Okay. Oh Super Mewtwo is out. We'll spin again. Let's see. Oh, okay. I know this person exists. Please tell me you're in the chat, DJ. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do what Looter said, and I'm gonna have to reload the wheel because DJ's not in the chat either, even though I know DJ. Or do we give the pack to DJ because he's in the tournament and we know that he's playing and he put his actual Discord name? Rigged. Oh man.
Chaos, just DM me. We might want to go to a different pod. They're currently counting Gustav's deck. Seems to be a deck check going on.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I guess we'll do that then. What did Jacoby? I think I got a DM from Jacoby about asking to join the stream. Might want to cut another. Okay, yes. And then let's see. So if that's the case, we will go to the pod that I was hoping to go to originally, which is pod 2. Pod 2 is Joking, the head tournament organizer for Monarch, and Sick Robot, who is a founding member of the Decklist database, and also runs Into the North with his partners. So we're gonna do that. So we're going to do this. Do question mark spectate equals true. We're gonna go to this pod instead. Sorry everybody for the mishap. Looks like people are doing deck checks, card counting, stuff like that, which happens in these larger tournaments. So unfortunately, you know, it is what it is. Uh-oh, that's not what I wanted. It's asking me if I want to join the pod. Paste, because I spelled spectate wrong. Spectate equals true.
Hey, we can see you.
Spectate. Okay, let's look at this. So, is the stream back up? Yes, everything seems to
Here
be
we
working
go.
fine. So we have looks like Sick Robot went first. Timna Thrast, Sick Robot, Sacred Druid. That's like the deck that they love to play. One with Nothing, Malcolm Tana. So Teamer Pirates, really
Pirates.
good deck. Super fun to see.
Yeah, Rog Timna.
Rog Timna, so Mad Farm. That's really nice. Really fast turbo deck. And then you have Morrowind. Morrowind looks like they might have been on a low mull or just not really getting there. They have 7 cards in hand, but have just a Chromox and a and some dork.
Morrowind in play.
Oh, or Morrowind. I'd say some dork. So I'll flip everybody's cameras around so that we're back. All right, stream. What's up? Hytheon, Sacred Druid, what? Yeah. Who won that one? Woodland Deck House. Nobody won that game yet. They're doing a deck check with a judge call. So Chaotic Sparks, damn boy, you handsome. Thanks, Chaotic. That's Manny letting me know that we're looking good. Eric said when you deleted the last person, it landed on my name, so I think I should be the winner. So unfortunately, we don't know who active player is. I'm actually gonna hop in that chat for a sec and get some stuff
Looks like
clarified.
joking.
Yeah, let me just do something. Um,
Pitch that Mox Amber.
hey, what's up,
Minute.
guys?
Hello.
Real, real quick, you guys are on the stream right now because the pod we were watching had to get a deck check. Just want to know
Great.
who active player was and what was turn order.
I am active player.
Okay, and
Joking's active player.
and then who went
This
first?
is this is turn order.
That's
Second
Sicko.
robot went first.
Sticker went first, yeah.
Okay, all right, cool, awesome. Thank you guys. Enjoy and have fun, and don't make play mistakes because you're on stream.
Yeah, we'll try not to.
All right, see ya.
Okay.
We made all the play mistakes before we went on stream.
Awesome, perfect.
After
Good luck.
this game's over, can you keep it on stream for a little bit longer so I can Sharpie alter my survival of the fittest?
If you're gonna do that,
Please,
sure.
no, please don't do that. I don't want to watch that.
Okay, see you guys.
Right.
Awesome. Cool. So I got some clarification there. So current active player is Joking, and Sick Robot was first in turn order. So this is what's going on. Joking playing Mad Farm. So
DJ is in the chat now.
DJ is in the chat now.
Yeah.
Let's see what it says. DJ Yavimaya, what did I win? DJ, you won a double Masters draft booster. Sealed. We didn't open it, so it's fresh for you. So if you just DM us, like confirming that is you, because we know it's you, we have a pack with your name on it, and we'll ship it out to you. Undrafted draft booster, as Eric has put it. Don't worry, Big Red. We have like 10 more packs to give away. So like because he showed up and we hadn't respun the wheel yet, we'll let him claim his prize. Because unfortunately most of the people that are in this stream happen to also be playing. So I'm not going to you can't see the board states yet because I'm tabbed out. Sorry. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, so we'll be a little bit lenient on the rules. Yeah, so judging by this board state, it looks like Mad Farm is quite ahead. Timna Thrasios clearly hasn't been able to develop that well, and Malcolm Tana seems to be doing its thing. There's an Allosaurus Shepherd in play, and a lot of good dorks, Sylvan Library, so like drawing tons of cards on that side of the table. So it's definitely looks like it's in Joking's favor. Joking seems to be tapping out quite a little bit of mana here. Yeah, unfortunately, it sucks because we didn't get to watch most of this game fold out. But DJ Yami Maya writing down his name on this pack. Yeah, I like to usually be able to sit and watch for most of the game, but we'll catch up and get on track with everything here shortly. This is funny. So Joking's life total is 26, but you can see his life counter says he's at 69.
Nice.
Nice. Can we get some nices in the chat for Joking's life counter on his table? Some nices in the chat. Big Red here. If you end up not winning the mat today, there is always an option to still get a play mat. If you join our Patreon, we have a $50 tier. You only have to subscribe for a month. If you subscribe to the tier for 1 month, you will get a signed playmat from all of us at Sadnos. So that's always another way that you can get the playmat if you don't win it today in the giveaway. We also have a bunch of other cool patron tiers. We do giveaways constantly, and it might be good for you to check that out. We broke these days. Yeah, I think most of us are broke. We play Magic, so we're not broke, but we make ourselves broke, right? So, okay, it looks like Joking played a Wheel of Fortune, and Flashback is casting an Endurance in response. Targeting Joking, as it seems, which is probably good against a Mad Farm player. I'd say that's a pretty good line of play. These elementals from MH2 have really changed up the format in a lot of ways. I really like them. I like Endurance for green to interact with Breach. Outside of
good.
Solitude is really good. You don't see Fury all that much, but am I eligible to win anything since I'm in the chat now? Yeah, technically. If you just remain in the chat, you're always eligible to win something. We have 1, 2, 3. Actually, let me check my. I have to like tab out, so apologize for this. but they're resolving a wheel right now. Anyways, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 14 things to give away today. So I'll give away 7 of them here on stream, and we'll give away 7 of them to the Discord. So just make sure that you're in both. If you're in the tournament, you're eligible for giveaways, and if you're out here, you're also eligible.
Can you check your Discord?
Yep.
Yeah, so Wheel of Fortune being resolved here. I don't know if Joking has already played a land for turn. Casting a Mox Diamond, it looks like, pitching a Phyrexian Tower. He still has a Hornfell out. Pretty powerful effect. So yeah, players just fanning out their cards. Jewel Lotus cracked. So I think we're still on Joking's turn, unless he passed. Checking graveyards. Um, Notably, there's a Seedborn Muse and Sick Robots bin, along with a Biomancer's Familiar. I can see a Reanimate in Joking's hand, exiling a Grim Monolith, and is that a Mana Crypt? That is a Mana Crypt. So yeah, Joking still popping off with Hornfell, the flip side of Bergie. So yeah, tapping Rog through Springleaf Drum, casting a Grand Abolisher. So yeah, this might spell the end of the game here. He's casting the Abolisher.
Yeah, Abolisher on the stack. That seems like it will be the end of times for this pod.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're just figuring out some of the giveaway stuff. Payments.
So Abolisher on the stack. I don't know. I haven't seen Rog Timna. I assume it's just Matt, like you said, Mad Farm without the Jessica. Probably a little bit more turbo because they're on Rog. He has great turbo advantages with like Springleaf Drum, Calling Infernal Plunge, Calling the Weak. All great cards to get you to that Adnos faster. Rog is Pog.
Can we get some Rogs as Pogs in the chat?
Rog is Pogs in the chat. Mana Crypt into Grim Monolith. I can't. No, Rog is Pog, Eric. So yeah.
Fly, don't worry about me clicking away and stuff. The stream, I think most people viewing have gotten used to it at this point, but we're just trying to figure some stuff out. And just figuring out these giveaway stuff because we have to split some because we do have to give some giveaways out. I think we're doing 7 giveaways here during the tournament, and we're doing 7 giveaways to anybody who's actually entered in the tournament. You have a chance at winning some stuff as well.
Yep. Yeah, Joking, just thinking about how everybody's dead.
Yep, trying to figure out how to kill.
Does anyone at Sadnaz watch wrestling by chance? I don't think any of us do. Sorry, phenomenal. I know, like wrestling. Oh, there's Arcane Signet. One colorless floating. Love me some Malcolm Wrong. Darn, can't make that joke then. Oh well. Yeah, sorry. Well, I won't understand it at least. Some people may watch wrestling still. I don't know. Just not me personally.
Okay. So I
Casting a reanimate or discarding reanimate to Bergie, getting a grinding station and a demonic tutor. So joking has the ability to cast a demonic tutor. Um, I don't know what he would get here with his hand. He has 2 cards in hand, I think. So this may spell the end for the table, like we said. Oh, and another wheel misfortune on the stack. Oh, maybe not. Discarding these two, or don't know what's going on. Some table talk happening between the players.
Wheel of Misfortune. Oh, Wheel of Misfortune is such an interesting card in tournament play, because the players can opt uh, to pay higher life totals than Joking to make him not wheel here. Is there an underworld breach that is resolved? Because if not, then Joking can't get here. Basically, what will happen is Flashback will pay a life total higher than Joking's, so 26, and then One with Nothing can bid 25. Sick Robot can bid 25, and then Joking can bid.
Sick robot cannot.
Yes, he can. You can pick any number. The way Wheel of
So he's-
you don't
So
have
he's
to
gonna
have.
kill himself.
He wouldn't kill himself because Flashback would pick the highest number. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's a political tool. Flashback could pick 36, and Sick Robot could also pick 35, and Sick Robot will take no damage. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah.
So sacking Rog here for Infernal Plunge, I'd assume to cast a Wheel of Misfortune. Going in the graveyard. 3 red in pool. How have we felt about Crom Tevish Kitten? I haven't seen the deck, but like the value engine of Crom plus or Tevish plus Kitten seems pretty good. You are in Grixis, which are really good colors regardless. I think that Kittens, since release, has been a hot topic in the community, and I don't think it's really found like its niche yet. Which like the card is powerful, but I think it's found the correct deck that it is supposed to go in.
Yeah, unfortunately, like as good as Kitten is, it's definitely hard to play with, right? So, um, there's a lot of like interactions and things that make it um, kind of difficult. I really like it in like Tivit, which is a new list that's been popping up. A lot of other things. So, all right, you see Sick Robot's hand movements here. Sick Robot is like the king of political talk. So with this Wheel of Misfortune on the stack, there's a lot of table talking going on. Like in Joking's position, this would be the one card I would not want to cast at a table with Reed. Yeah, like this is the one card out of all the cards I would not want to cast because basically you're going to have to bid 24 and everybody else is just going to bid over you. So you're not going to wheel most likely. But there could be a player at the table who's greedy and chooses not to wheel, which would really throw off this entire game, right?
I think it would basically throw the game.
Yeah, at a certain point it would. Um,
Because essentially, Joking here is going to draw 14 cards with the horn out.
so just so you guys know, for the last game that we watched, turns out that Gustav received a game loss because Wingcrafter was not in their actual list. So because they forgot to cut Wingcrafter from their deck, they received a game loss because they weren't playing with the list that they had initially. So it's a game loss. They lose that game. They can choose to take the Wingcrafter out or put the card that they want to replace it or whatever. And either way, you will be awarded a game loss for that game. And it wasn't called
Here you
on.
go, Gustav. You are awarded a game.
Yeah, but it wasn't on. It wasn't like Gustav was trying to be facetious or anything because Gustav actually called the judge on themselves. So, as far as I can read correctly. So that's ended up being what happened in that last game,
Yep.
which is why we changed to this one. So Wheel of Misfortune is still on the stack.
Still on the stack.
Lots of
I feel
table
like
talk
we're
to
gonna
go
be
here.
here for another 5 minutes at least.
Yeah. So while we're doing that, I'm going to
Why don't we spin the wheel?
no, I'm going to delete all these names and redo the wheel
Sounds good.
because we have a lot of new names, a lot of new people. Everybody, start pogging in the chat. Make sure you're active, because if you're not active, I'm going to feel really bad for having to spin the wheel 700 times again.
Pogs in the chat. Pog.
Pogs in the chat, people.
When did Twitch change the Pog emote? Because it's the dinosaur instead of the dude.
The dude,
That-
there's a lot of controversy. We won't discuss it on stream.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there is a lot that went into that. Okay, well, do I have to I probably have to refresh the stream, don't I, to get like the new names?
If you just go to the chat, it should have all the current people.
Yeah, I'm saying, but if I didn't refresh the stream, like, is it the same names as last time?
I don't think so. Pretty sure it's live tracking.
Okay, so then we will copy all these names. Da-da, copy, da-da-da, paste. And then everyone will have to bear with me because
Oh, well, it looks like they're scooping it up.
scooping it up. Oh, now I feel bad. What did we miss? Scooping it up to the wheel. So here, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna hop in that VC and figure it out.
Sure.
It's
Hey,
a draw.
party
The game
people.
is a
I
draw.
Game is a
What's
draw.
up?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay. Why
You
did?
don't know how to log that.
Can you explain to me how the game drew really quick?
Oh, sure. For stream, yeah.
We-
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll
agreed to a
walk you.
draw.
I'll walk you. I'll walk you through here real
Yeah.
quick. Okay. So, Joking put a Wheel of Misfortune on the stack, basically, right?
Yep. Saw that.
He has a Grand Abolisher in play. He has a Harnfell in play. So and DT and Grinding Station available in Exile along with E tier.
And floating mana, which is the most
And-
important part.
And
Colored
like some
floating mana.
floating mana. He
Okay.
Yeah.
he is effectively going to win if it resolves. The only way we can stop him from wheeling is for all of us to pay 24 into this wheel.
Yep.
Joking's at 25. We all have to pay 24. I'm at 24. So in order to stop Joking from winning the game, I have to kill myself. So the deal reached is that when Joking casts the Wheel of Misfortune,
Yeah.
I will agree to kill myself to stop him from drawing a new hand if the entirety of the rest of the table, excluding Joking because he's casting the wheel and trying to win the game,
Okay.
agrees to not try to win the game and only play to a draw. Joking proposed a draw. Everybody was like, yes,
Sure. Okay.
there's no other way out of this.
Okay. That's good to know. I will relay that to the stream. I have a question.
Great.
Why did the conversation ever come up to just have Flash play a higher life total than Joking has, and then you guys declare a number lower
No,
than that?
we all have to pay a higher life total than Joking has in
Yes.
order for him to not wheel.
Okay, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So we would all have to pay 24. So they're both paying 24 already because they can afford to. I have to kill
I hear
myself
you
to pay
guys.
24.
Well, Joking's at 25, right? So Flash can declare to play 26, and then you guys can all declare to play 25, and then
No,
the lowest
No,
player
no,
doesn't wheel.
I'm at 24. So the lowest player doesn't wheel. It's
The
not
only
everybody.
one
that
below
will
yeah.
wheel.
Okay, that makes
Yeah,
sense. That makes
yeah,
sense. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
It's lowest.
Yep. All right, I will
So
relay that.
I already agreed to pay like 30 life into it. I was like, I have no problem doing
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Wait. Don't get rid of the stream. I'm
I'm
trying
not
to
getting
Sharpie
rid of the
alter this.
stream. Don't worry. It'll still be up.
Game is a draw.
Okay, yep. So the game was declared a draw, and I'll explain why the game was declared a draw. Also, if you watch flashback screen here, you're going to see something pretty insane coming up. So, anyways, yeah, everybody watch this. It's going to be kind of insane. So the game was declared a draw because what happened was that Joking had a grinding station and something else available to them in exile with a Wheel of Fortune. Oh my god, you can see the Sharpie on the survival of the fittest right now. They put the wheel on the stack. Sick Robot had the lowest life total. So if the wheel resolves, there's a Hornfell in play, the backside of Bergie, and they wouldn't be able to win the game. Or Joking would be able to win the game and everybody else wouldn't. So what they did was they made a deal basically that Sick Robot will agree to kill himself by declaring 24 life. Everybody else will pick 24 life. Joking has to pay 25 to wheel. He cannot because he will die to lose the game. So instead, with the wheel on the stack, they all agreed to declare a draw. So the game went to a draw.
Nice.
Yeah, because if everybody declares 24, in order for Joking to wheel to exile off the Burgie, it would be he'd have to declare 25, so he would die. So Sick agreed to die in the case that everybody agreed to draw, which is what happened. So they declared a draw. And this is why I say that Sick Robot is one of the best political players in the game, because even when there isn't a out, he will find a way. So a draw is better than a loss, right? So that's what they went with. So yeah, if anybody has any questions, you can. Yeah, sorry, no card bot in the chat. Feel free to ask them and we can explain them. For the time being, though, we will go to the wheel. So I'm going to go to advanced. I'm going to have to delete a bunch of these names. Make sure that everybody stays active in the chat and doesn't leave. And then we can go. Not Wheel of Fortune, Wheel of Misfortune. Or no, Wheel of Names. Yeah. Sorry, there's so many wheels involved right now. So we're going to delete a bunch of these names from these blank names, and then we're going to do the giveaway. We're going to give away another Double Masters pack. We might even give away 2. Well, let's see. How many do I have to give away? I have 3 more to give away for packs, and then I have a pre-con to give away and a playmat. So 4, 5, 6, and then I have something else to give away too. So I will get that in order. But yeah, anybody? How's everybody doing in chat right now, Kian?
Pretty good. A lot of pogs in the chat.
A lot of pogs in the chat. Yeah, we're doing these giveaways. DJ's already contacted us, so the first pack went to DJ Yavamaya, and we're gonna give this other pack to someone else. By the way, if you have Discord, my name is Poppyphobia, so that's how you can come into contact
DJ
with me.
Flash 26, Sick 25, 125, Joking 24. Wouldn't this prevent Joking from drawing and still not kill Sick?
Say that again. What is the
So DJ wants to add. DJ's asking. So Flash had 26 life. Sick had
Flash had 37?
yeah. Sick had 25. One had 25, and Joking had 24.
So the lowest player does not wheel, right? So the highest player takes the damage. So basically, what happened there is that if they pick any number besides Sick Robot's life total, then Joking would still wheel because everybody else would have to pay a higher amount of life, right? So because since lowest player doesn't wheel, they need to make it so that Joking can physically not declare a number that allows him to wheel. If that makes any sense. Because I asked the same question. I was like, well, can't just Flash pick a high life total? Everybody else bids higher, and then like nobody wheels. But no, they have to pick 24 because in order for Joking to wheel, he needs to be the highest life total. Joking's life total is 25. So if he bids 25 to wheel, he will die. If everybody else picks 24, Joking cannot pick 25 to wheel. And if everybody picks 24, they're the lowest life total, so Joking doesn't wheel. And Joking has a grand abolisher in place, so nobody can interact. So it's the Joking proposed the draw to solve the issue, and everybody agreed to the draw. Anyways, so I have the wheel up. I will switch to the Wheel of Names page, which we are doing now. Wheel of Names are up. I will be drawing a name for this next giveaway pack. Here we go. Make sure everybody is active in the chat. Okay, let's see if you are in the chat.
Oop.
March 1 dash 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 is not in the chat. So we are going to move right past it. And we are going to spin again.
You didn't unalphabet.
Oh, did I not unalphabetize? Well, if this person is in the chat, they will win because that's my fault.
Sleepless is in the chat, I think. Sleepless.
Sleepless. You won a pack of Double Masters. Yeah. So Sleepless, if you join the Chaos Discord, you'll find my name in there. And you can DM me and we will connect with you on getting you your draft pack, your undrafted draft pack of Double Masters.
Yo.
Cool. So that was round 2. We have 2 more draft packs to give away. in round 3 and round 4. Then I have a pre-con to give away, and then during the break, top 16, I have another giveaway, and then when we cut to top 4, I will give away a signed playmat. So yeah, so I'll make sure to write this down. Sleepless 1993. Awesome. Congratulations on winning a pack. That's awesome. What kind of precon? So the precons I'm giving away, they're not like the best precons. Let me grab them really quick. I have two precons from Zendikar Rising. So I have the Land's Wrath precon and the Sneak Attack precon from Zendikar Rising. So they're worth about like 30, 40 bucks each, but they're free and it's a giveaway. So but I'll only be giving away one, and I believe I'll be giving away the Land's Wrath precon, which is a it's Selesnya, right? If it's red, green, white. Kian? Am I alone in stream? Can I Naya, thank you. Yeah, it's a Naya precon. So we'll be giving away that precon in the top 16. So yeah, just a little something fun and different for a little giveaway like this. But yeah, so other than that, looks like there is 10 minutes left in for time and round. There's a few games that are still going. Kian is missing because he ran to the bathroom. So that is that. So we will hide Simpus's name. So yeah, so that game ended. So I will flip to our idle screen and we can just sit and chat. So send one of them to Brazil. Just kidding. Honestly, if you win, I mean, I have to send it to you. So, you know, international shipping exists. I will ship it out. but, um, but yeah. So yeah, there you go. Do a TPO. But yeah, so these games have been kind of cool. Let's see if we can get a guest to hop in the stream here and talk about how things have been going. So I'm gonna real quick run into the
Is the
Discord.
Sad Nods Discord like Nexus, or can we LFG webcam and show off our skills?
Yes,
We
you
do
can
have,
LFG. Yeah.
yeah, we do have an LFG channel. I wouldn't say we're too active in the jam.
Good.
Let's
I
be
just
real.
misplayed.
Joking.
Yeah, what's up?
You want to come on stream and talk about that?
Sure.
Okay, cool. I'll pull you
We
in.
all fucked up a game state so hard that we
Give me
beat
a
the game.
give me a drag to the stream.
Yeah, I'll drag you in.
Not as big
Um,
as the Nexus, obviously.
Yeah.
But
I'm going to bring Joking in here and he's going to talk about that draw that happened last game.
sure.
Okay. Yo. What's going on, Nick?
Yo, what's up? What's up, dude?
Yo, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going
Pretty
good.
good.
So we wanted to bring you in here to kind of talk about the basically it was a mutual draw that happened in the last game. Kind of explain how the board state was set up and why that was able to happen, because I think a lot of people get really interested when things like that happen, and just kind of go through the process of how it all went down.
Yeah, totally. If you give me like 1 second, actually, I can stream. Are y'all able to pull up a video stream to the stream? Because I can. We recorded the last game, and I could actually show you exactly what was going on.
If you share your screen, maybe. I don't know. We're not the
Yeah.
most advanced stream hosts, so we'll make it work with what we got, I think. Actually, I don't think I'll
Sure.
be able to because I don't want to pull up a
What
Discord
happened in the
thing.
pod?
Cool.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I got it up so I can see. So the situation is such that I have a Grand Abolisher in
Reading
play
is hard.
and a Harnfell Horn of Bounty. In my hand, I have enough mana floating to cast a Wheel of Misfortune. If the Wheel of Misfortune obviously has the text that allows your opponents to choose a number. So everybody gets a say in what happens next. But it's universally agreed that if Wheel of Misfortune resolves and I get to draw 7 cards with a Harnfell and a Demonic Tutor in exile, I'm going to win the game. So the situation is such that I talk to the table and I say, look, here's the deal. If you want to stop me from wheeling, right, Sick Robot has to kill himself. He has 24 life. I have 25. I can pay 24 life into it. And so with that in mind, Reed says, okay, cool. So then what'll happen is I will agree to bid my entire life total and kill myself such that you guys agree not to win the game, right? Like you force the game to go to a draw. And so it would be essentially me versus 2 players for the remainder of the round. They're not allowed to try to win if they continue to agree to the deal, and I have to fight against the 2 of them. And I don't really like that. I don't really trust either of my opponents to agree to that. So I say, you know what? Let's just agree to a draw. Right? That's a scenario such that I don't get to wheel. Right? I don't think that I'm going to win this game 2v1 as it stands. And I don't want to risk that my opponents are going to break the deal partway through. So I would rather just end the game in a draw right now than try to figure out what's going to happen with the wheel. It was pointed out that if you know that whoever pays the most amount of life, as long as they will not they will make it so that the wheel doesn't occur, right? And Reed doesn't have to kill himself by paying life. The problem is, of course, with that I just pay some amount that is not the amount that Reed agrees to in between. So like it gets very, very messy, very, very fast, right? That
Yeah,
just doesn't make a lot of sense to figure out a way to resolve the wheel.
they could
So
they
we
could
all agreed that it was better for all 4 players at the table to just have the game end in a draw than try to deal with the king making or agreeing to different stuff in that way. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
yeah, because like they can a person with a higher life total can make it so that you cannot wheel, but that also like they lose an absurd amount of life and are pretty much taken out of the game themselves. So like it's a lose lose for everybody.
Well, not even that, right? So let's imagine that Flashback pays 30 life
Mhm.
and Reed pays 25, right? So that way Reed doesn't die. But I just pay 26 and I don't die. I still put a higher number than Reed, but a lower number than Flashback, so I still get to wheel.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
you have to make it so that Flashback pays 30 or whatever, and then Reed pays 29, and then I also pay 29, right? They have to be exactly one within each other. And either way, Flashback's going to lose a large amount of life. And then, yeah, it's just like, it just gets messy. It's just not fun. It's not cool.
Yeah. Well, no, no. Here, as a TO, I want to ask you a couple of
Yeah.
questions. First off, this is the second tournament you've been involved in where Reed has been a part of an intentional draw based on politics. So, something
This
that
one isn't his fault though. This
yeah,
one's
yeah.
entirely mine. It was my idea. I was like, look, guys, I don't want to deal with this wheel of misfortune. Let's just draw.
It was funny because we were talking when the game started. We were like, "Yeah, this is the one spell I would not want to cast with Reed at the table." I was like, because like the I know the talking will ensue, and then it's funny to like see this play out, especially after the intentional draw at Tier 1 Con. So it's kind of funny to
Yeah.
see that something like this similar happened again, where it was a king making situation in some respects, and it makes more sense for the table to just draw rather than. It would lead to feels bads, but also it seems like a nobody wins situation. So especially
Yeah.
with the time left in round, like there isn't a whole lot of outs for people after that.
Yeah. And if the other 2 players at the table, Peter and Flashback, wanted to play for a draw anyways, right? If they agreed to play for a draw, then we're just going to waste 20 minutes of time sitting here while they stop me from winning and then the game ends in a draw, right? It's just
Yeah,
easier to just skip right to that draw step, remove any like decision making from it. What is going for a win, la da 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 da. And I think honestly that as a TO, right, the ability for players to agree to a draw to avoid king making scenarios is one of the most powerful tools you can offer to the players because they can find themselves in scenarios like this very, very easily. But when you say to the players, "Hey, look, here's an out, right? Here's a way to not king make. Here's a way to not spy play. Here's a way to not make deals that nobody wants to follow, right?
yeah,
Just end the game in a draw. Just stop playing right now." And I think that's a very, very powerful tool in the toolkit. And I think all good players and all good TOs should make it something that happens because it solves these weird, ugly, gross problems in a relatively clean and elegant way.
yeah. And Jerry in our chat is saying like this scenario, like the circumstance that we're in, does sound kind of dumb. And you are correct because Wheel of Misfortune is kind of a dumb card because it does
Yeah,
it does lead to a
right.
lot of these situations. But I think that, like you said, joking as a TO, like this is something that I would rather see this in tournament play than someone spite playing an opponent or
Right.
making decisions that aren't beneficial or boost your win percentage in any way, right? A draw is better
Yeah.
than a loss. That helps your win percentage. So being able to have these opportunities or the ability to um, use politics like it was presented in this sense, I think is a positive for the format and one of the best
Yeah.
reasons to play it because these are outs that you don't get in 1v1 Magic that are really cool.
Yeah. And I mean, truth be told, this could have been avoided if I had just not played the Grand Abolisher, right? When I played the Grand Abolisher, I checked myself on colors, and I didn't
Mm,
need to do that.
yeah.
So like I just misplayed to end up in this situation. That was my game to win, right? I had reanimate the spellseeker, go find whatever. I had cast the enlightened tutor for breach, discard exile 2, cast breach. I could do that for LED, crack the LED, go demonic tutor for breach, cast breach. Like the amount of ways that I had to win the game was very, very high at this stage, and I just played out the Grand Abolishers, tricked myself on colors. And I could have just pitched the Wheel of Misfortune and guaranteed 2 new cards, and it's possible that I would have hit what I needed off of that. But it's also just as likely for me to just completely whiff, and I would rather go take a guaranteed draw over just like losing the game here and there, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, play to your outs, right? It's like you can either gamble and maybe get there and lose, or you can take a draw and um, yeah, help your win percentage. And usually that's the better choice. What is your record, by the way, so far in the tournament?
I am 1 win and 1 draw.
Okay, so the draw
good.
feels pretty good right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all a pot of winners too, so it's like if we go 2-2-1-1 or something, like that does not feel bad after only 4 rounds.
Yeah, exactly. So that makes sense for the entire table there. So yeah, cool. Well, we just wanted to bring you on and talk about that because it's a very unique
Yeah.
circumstance. Not a lot of people,
It's fun. It's
yeah,
fun.
especially for new players that don't really understand the intricacies of politics. Like that can be very, very confusing. And so I wanted to get you on here to explain it because I think you, well, for one, you're in the pod, and one, you are pretty good at explaining your thought process behind things. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it looks like we might be going to break soon since round 2 has ended. So I'll throw you back in the regular chat. Thanks again for coming on, Nicholas.
Thanks for joining
Yeah, of
us.
course. Thanks, you guys.
See ya. Good luck.
Yeah, so hopefully for everybody in chat that cleared up some things. Mormonator, we were streaming a game where a Wheel of Misfortune led the players to take an intentional draw because it was the best option at the table at the time. So it was a game between Reed, Joking, and Flash, and another player at the table. So it's a little convoluted, but we had Nicholas on here to explain it for everybody. So that was pretty nice. Yeah, and then like you could see like Spoonface commenting like, "What happened in that pod is that reading is hard." Yeah, Kian, we know that, right?
Yeah.
Reading is hard.
You already know my opinions on that card.
Yeah, Joe 10. Thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription. You've been subscribed for 2 months, man. Awesome. That's amazing. Thank you so much for supporting Chaos. Once again, we'll throw it out there for anybody that is new to the chat or hasn't seen it. Me and Kian are representative of the Sadnaz CEDH podcast. We will drop a link in the description, but we are a CEDH content creation group that focuses on streams, podcasts, gameplay content, amongst other things. We have a Discord channel with like 300 people in it. We're super active in it. We play games, LFGs. You don't need to play certain decks or be whatever. You don't need to have certain experience. You can just hop in and jam, and we would love to have you there. So make sure you come be a part of the Sadnaz crew. We love supporting things like Chaos, and yeah, just wanted to do some shameless plugging. Phenomenal Fringe. Are you guys going to be showing up to any in-person events? Yes. A lot of us are planning to go to Oktoberfest. I'm actually going to be casting Oktoberfest. I currently work for Monarch as a caster, so I will be casting that event with a bunch of my friends like Fern, Jacoby, Rel, and a bunch of other amazing casters that Monarch has. And also, I go to mostly all the the Eminence events. So if you live in any of the places that Eminence goes, I usually go to all those events and compete myself. Here in the chat, I'm dropping the link to our YouTube channel. And in the description of all of our videos, you can find our Patreon if you'd like to support us there and get the sweet perks that it provides. We're also doing a giveaway after the tournament. So if you want a chance to win more Double Masters packs, or if you're a patron for us and you're at the chat, in the chat while we do the giveaway, we will be giving away an Imperial Seal. So if you want a $100 card for doing, absolutely nothing but giving us at minimum a $5 patronship for 1 month, then join our Patreon for a chance to get an Imp Seal.
Yeah, you have a chance to win the Imp Seal. Good card.
Yeah, pretty good card. So let's see if we can drag some other guests into the stream. So let's see how that goes. I'll be well, everybody can hear what I'm saying, or hear who I'm in the chat. So that's where I'm going.
Can they hear me though?
They won't be able to hear you. So give
Oh.
me 1 sec.
So the horn was the
yeah.
right call.
I think I remember
What
a
are you
time
playing,
when
Chucky?
Sick gave me a lecture about how bad of a card March was. Lol.
Hey, Kai, are you in here
I,
and
I
listening?
don't actually think I don't actually think March was particularly good there because it didn't work anyway, and I would much rather
The
have had
fact
a
that
counter
he
spell.
can do
But
things while
Okay, that chat is like just 100 people talking and nobody listening. So I'm not going to go to that chat. Do we know if Pod 4 has ended or not? No, it looks like Pod 4 is still going on. They have Jacoby in there who's live streaming the game for people that can see it. You got Z-Rob, Tay, Tim, and Mr. Rainbow. So if I peer into what I'm going to...
Yeah, that's fine.
Just come to let you guys know, we have hit the end of your guys' extension. So when the active player finishes their turn, that's gonna.
Okay, so it looks like that game is probably going to go to a draw because they're at the end of turns because they had a time extension. So unless the active player wins the game, it looks like Pod 4 is going to end in a draw.
A lot of draws in this tournament. So
Yeah, that kind of happens when you have short rounds. You end up,
especially in Swiss.
yeah, especially in Swiss, you're going to get a lot of draws. Also, I think that it comes with a lot of players. Like we've seen a lot of stack decks already, right? So like there's just been a ton of stack decks in the pod. Sorry, I'm just reading some stuff right now, answering some questions that my friend had. Okay, so chat.
So-
Let's see what's going on.
What are your guys' thoughts on Wheel of Fortune? Or Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Misfortune. Good card, good political card. You guys agree? Disagree? Should it be run in like 4-color lists, 3-color lists? General thoughts on the card. We got one for dislike it.
I really dislike it. What, Wheel of Misfortune? Oh,
Yeah.
is it like which Discord is it that hates Wheel of Misfortune? It's the mono red Discord, right?
I don't know.
Okay, yeah. Kian, do you want to go see if you can bring someone in for an interview, like Noobsaurus, Kai, Callahan, any of these notable players that we're friends with? If you want to ask any of them to come in, if they want to come in on stream,
Sure.
yeah. Just hop in the tournament chat and start talking.
You don't want to do it?
I can't. I look at the stream chat. So yeah, anyways, Wheel of Misfortune is decent, playable at worst, good in 2-color or less. I played in some 3-color lists. I've won games off of Wheel of Misfortune, but I've also won games on it because reading is hard, right? As Spleenface said. So people don't really know how to resolve it correctly, specifically in a political sense. So I find if you can take advantage of that or politic people, to maybe make a mistake when it's cast, you can steal some games with it. Sakara, what is up? Glad to see you in the chat. Quick, go find someone with clout. We're dying here. Basically, that's what I said. Is like, let's go farm some clout really quick and get someone to join the stream, right? I'm sure all of you lovely people in stream want to hear someone with clout chat for a little bit. Talk about how they're doing. Yeah, Clout Farm is better than Mad Farm. Sakira, I'm on it. Farming for clout. But yeah. Tim taking that shit to turds. No surprise here. Yeah, is that Tim on Derevi? Yeah, it's hard to play stacks into chaos. I will always be a big proponent of that because the 75-minute rounds are not friendly to stack stacks, especially if there's not a combo deck, a combo stacks deck, and it really really slows the pods down. What you'll find in these tournaments, especially these online ones with not a lot of rounds, that draws happen much more often than not. If we check the standings, let me actually look at the standings.
So hopefully someone come. I could barely get in a word.
Who did you talk to?
I
They
was
can't
like, hey,
come.
who wants to come?
Did anybody say
to
yes?
move them?
We have to move them. Yeah.
Okay.
Did anybody say yes?
Yeah, a couple people.
Who is a couple people?
One
Here.
person to come on the live stream.
Here, dude,
do you
it's
want?
this. Look, I got it. Damn it, they're all. Oh, now they're going to the tournament lobby. So yeah. You didn't know that we have to drag?
Yeah.
We're going
I
to a
know this
10-minute.
is a live channel.
Okay, so we're gonna go to a 10-minute break after this round. So we are probably gonna get up and get off stream for a little bit, and just kind of take a big break, go get something to eat, and come back when the rounds start.
Is that after this round?
We will find out very shortly here. Hipster Stacks Punch People, thanks for the heads up on stream. Those of you from CEDHU, Kong Brew, what is going on, man? Yeah, CDHU is such a helpful resource. If any of you haven't checked it out yet, you need to. I will actually link the freaking Discord because CDHU is so cool. So for those of you that don't know, CDHU is CEDH University. It is something started by Mike Bonney, the head TO of Eminence Gaming. It's a super cool Discord for people that it's a super cool Discord for people that are trying to get into CDH, don't know a lot about it, or are trying to get just trying to learn more about the format. It's just like, yeah, it's such a helpful resource. There's tons of like impressive players that have wrote primers for lists, are on the database, or are very well known for being like brewers of the decks, or known pilots that pilot it really well, and they can answer all the questions you want. And it's like some of the most popular decks in CDH. So yeah, I posted the Discord in the chat. You can see it there. But CDH University, if you guys haven't checked it out yet, you need to. What Mike is,
resource.
yeah, what Mike is doing in there is absolutely amazing. So then we'll go to this chat. Everybody's in listening. Let me come in here. Hey, did you guys, are they doing the break during this one right now?
Yeah, it's the break.
Okay.
Till 2:20.
Till 2:20. All right, 10-minute break. Cool. So thanks for letting me know.
Cool. Awesome job with the stream, by the way.
Oh,
It's
thanks.
Really well done. It feels like.
We're trying. It's getting a little hectic, but we're making it work. We're gonna
I love how
just.
you're dragging the players into like in between games and whatnot.
Oh
That's
yeah,
pretty dope.
trying to get some good insight into the game. But all right, thank you, Vesher. Appreciate it.
Is this where the shit posting happens?
No. I'm just hosting the stream. I was asking some questions. You can shit post in
no,
chat
yes.
though.
That's where the shit post happens.
Yeah,
It's just
we let the
verbal shit.
commentators leave and then we start the shit post.
Yeah. Hey,
Where
what's
the
up,
shit
Ian? All right, I'm gonna go take a break because I've been sitting for like a few hours. You should all take a break too, but I'll check you guys later.
Isn't sitting a break? Isn't it?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm sitting here like drinking hard seltzers. I'm good.
Okay, so we're on break right now, Kian. So I'm gonna pause the stream for a little bit, and we'll come back. The games are gonna continue at 2:20 Eastern. For us, that's gonna be 1:20 Central. So take a 12-minute break. Everybody just relax, kind of go get some food, go get something to drink. Make sure that you get comfortable because we have 2 more rounds of Swiss. Then we have cut to top 16 and then top 4. So make sure that you stick around for all of that. And then we'll also have more giveaways coming up. So like, make sure you stick around. Yeah, we have what's the current stream count right now for users in stream, Kian?
We're at 100.
We're at 100. Yeah, let's keep 100 for the rest of the tournament. If we can do that, that'd be absolutely amazing. But until then, we'll be back in like 11 minutes. So we'll check you later.
See ya.
Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Yeah. Just go ahead and re-add the source then. Said NOS logo. Okay. Yep. And then drag that up. Yep. And just do that so you have the appropriate size. Yeah, that should be about right. Right on the kitty face. Fucking fire. It's all good. I like teaching people because it's really fun to do, honestly. And you'll do it once, like you'll do it this one time, and you'll want to do it every time. It's so much fun. Mhm. Yeah, so when we were doing Tuesday night gameplay streams on the Monarch, I was doing this every Tuesday. You're running the stream, chatting with people, checking chat, making sure, or running polls and stuff like that, all while playing the game. Oh, 100%. You get to have so much fun, and you get to develop some really cool relationships with your chat. Mhm. Mm. Mhm. Mhm. I have a win and a draw. I actually am kind of upset about myself because I misread a card. Its rules text was just a little bit more clear than the actual text on the card. It's Titania Song. Uh, all non-artifact creatures on the battlefield are now creatures and lose their abilities, and their power and toughness is equal to their converted mana cost. So the way I was winning that game was with Kinnan and Basalt Monolith. I I had a Seaborn Muse for a really long time, developed a bunch of advantage, and on the active player's turn and time, I found an Assassin's Trophy, blew up the Titania Song, and assumed when we go to end of turn or end step before cleanup that my artifacts would be activatable. And I went to go activate Basalt Monolith, making infinite colorless mana to win at instant speed. And they said, that's not how that works. And I disagreed. And a judge told me I was wrong. My artifact was still a dude with no abilities. And I was like, well, fuck, I could have won this game on the prior person's turn then, but fuck me. I should have called the judge.
I'm back. It'll be good to actually cast like a full pod this time. Yeah.
I gotta bounce, guys. Catch y'all later.
Good luck, man.
Thank you.
This dude. Do you want to hop around or stick with one pod? All right. Pod 6. Chat says they can't hear you. So maybe. Oh. Okay.
That's funny. Hello, and welcome back. So we are streaming the third round of the ka0s tournaments. Sorry, I thought that I had everyone muted earlier, and I had myself muted, but not everyone else. So we are going to be streaming this pod. This is a winner's pod. It is Tremelos on Yisan, Maestro on Timna Kodama, Z-Rob on Najila the Blade Blossom, and Joking on Timna Rog. We're going to give Joking an actual game to be fully streamed since we kind of jumped in the last one halfway through. Also, this is kind of a battle of the TOs. Z-Rob works for Eminence and Joking works for Monarch. And so we get to see them kind of go head to head, have a little TO battle off. And then Maestro is another amazing player, and same with Tremelos. So we got a really cool pod here. I mean, you got Yisan, Timna Kodama stacks, Najila the Blade Blossom, and Timna. Like, this is such an intense pod. Creature heavy combos going against a Underworld Breach Mad Farm deck. Like, this is going to be an intense game.
This is going to be a good game, I feel.
This is going to be a really good game. These are all very, very high level players that always consistently like play to their outs at all times. And so, yeah, it's going to be pretty sick. I can see right now that the card layout is a little bit off on the stream. I'm going to try to fix that as we continue to play here. So my apologies, as you guys won't be able to see the stream for a little bit. Yeah, unfortunately, it's probably going to have to stay like that. Unless I can drag this down a little bit.
So yeah, predictions for this pod, Adam.
Predictions for this pod. I think that we're going to see all right, predictions for this pod. I think that the Najila player is in a really good spot. Going third, I really like Najila in this pod. Najila is a super flexible deck with a lot of options. So seeing them going third in here against a Yisan deck, against a Timna Kodama deck is really cool. I can see the Najila player maybe going for a Gilded Drake to try to get that Yisan away from the Yisan player, right? Doing some plays like that.
Timna or something.
Yeah, anything like that. I think that being the Najila player, you're the only one with blue, but there's a lot of white in the pod. So hopefully dealing with the Yisan won't be a problem. If Yisan is going first, that's a pretty big advantage, I think. But you are a little limited in mono green. And then like Timna Kodama stacks, being a stacks deck, this pod is not favorable to stacks between Yisan and Najila. I would almost pivot away from like a main line stacks plan. I think Joking's in a really bad situation though. I think seeing 3 green players sit down from you with a stack deck is not where you want to be in a pod like this, right? So that
No,
is
but there's also only one other blue player, I guess. So if he just has like the turbo turn two or three with
Yeah.
Rog.
I'm gonna be right back. Okay.
Okay.
Hey, just a heads up.
69.
You
Pause.
guys are the stream match. So
Cool.
Oh, this is a stream match?
Oh,
Okay.
joy. Big
yeah,
stress.
this was a
Thanks, Adam.
this was a good pod. So I just wanted to let you guys know that.
Thank
You
Oh,
you.
got
good.
it.
All right. See ya.
See ya.
Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
I kept a 7, and then Joking also kept a 7.
Yeah. So this is going to be a very interesting pod. Chat. What are your
Pretty
predictions?
good. What's going? How are you, Higher? What's up?
Sakura is correct that if the Timna Kodama player can drop an early Dranith, then it's going to be
A little bit more challenging.
yeah, like for the rest of the table, yeah. If you can get that Dranith down, that's huge. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Tremelos on 5, Maestro on 5, Joking on 6, and Z-Rob on what, 7?
Well,
Is
they're
that what
both
you
on
said?
6. They're both on 6. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So enjoying the stream on lunch break. Thank you, Azrael. Jacoby or Fast Steven 420 to win it all. Big Red going in. Okay, so we can see that. I don't know what that land is.
Forest.
Elvish Reclaimer.
Elvish Reclaimer.
Cool. That's turn 1 from Tremelos. Turn 1 from Maestro. Land Dork. Seems like a play pattern that is going to be very familiar to the rest of the table. Now it looks like Z-Rob on the play. Sorry to stream. We're still eating our lunch from our break.
Yeah. Eating stream.
Looks like a land into Jeweled Lotus into early Najila.
Can you rotate the players?
Yep, sorry. There we go.
And Drew Lotus, Najilo.
And then a fetch and response.
Seems pretty good.
Yeah, getting Najila out early in a pod like this is going to be very, very powerful.
And I did see Calling the Weak Adnaz in his deck, so he is on the Adnaz variation of this.
Yep,
of Najila.
Adnaz Underworld Breach variation of Najila. After the fetch said go, Impseal Rograk.
Yep.
Joking, tutoring for a black land. I'm assuming a black-red source. So probably, what is that, Badlands?
Yep.
And then tutoring to the top, and then playing Rog, and subsequently passing the turn. You can see on Z-Rob's playmat, you got those sweet Epic Storm tokens. If you guys are familiar with Brian Cook, that's his thing, the Epic Storm. So those tokens, I have a set. They've been really, really useful to me over these games. Can you type the name of the YouTube channel? PS4, by the way, can't do links. Yes, it is Sad Naz. Thanks, Big Red,
Where it
for the
says
support.
I predict Najila terrifies the table, and Nissan sneaks it in.
Yeah,
I'd have to agree with the Najila. Definitely terrifying the table. Najila turn 1 is kind of scary.
You can see right here, Tremelos is putting a survival of the fittest on the stack. Kind of a huge deal. I can't tell Z-Rob talking to the table. Has a blue mana open, but I don't think they are. Yep, passing priority on the survival.
Maybe for a Vamp tutor at end step?
Possibly. The Tremelos player successfully got the survival to land. Now you can see that Maestro is moving to their turn. Fetch land, put into play. They have 3 mana available to them this turn. We might see a Timna come down. Otherwise, anything out of their hand that they feel like can help them at this point of the game. Turn 2 survival. Whoa, survival is huge. F in the chat. Yeah, Jerry, survival is big on turn 2. That's a good hand to keep by Tremelos, anticipating that the one blue player probably isn't going to have a counterspell for it, or if they do, they're not going to waste it on the survival. Really smart keep by Tremellos. Yasan is very good at sneaking wins. Yasan makes a lot of top 16s. It's a monocolored deck that you see very consistently across the game. So it doesn't surprise me at all to see it already coming out of the gate with a really, really strong play. So right now, Maestro's just resolving their fetch, getting a land. What was it? It was a polluted delta.
So getting a swamp or something.
Yeah, into a scrub land, it looks like. So a white-black source. And then we'll see if they go into a Tymna this turn or into something else. Looks like Joking kind of just set up on his last turn. You can see a really early Naws here off that Imseal, culling the
That's what
weaker,
I'm assuming.
culling the weaker Rog, and then Naws. So something that's pretty viable there. Tapping the Dork and a land is Maestro just tapping and untapping everything.
There we go. That's not a Dryad Arbor.
Oh, into a Corpse Knight. Okay, so this is a Reanimator deck. Looking probably to do Leon and Relic Order loops if you have a Corpse Knight in play, is what I would assume. Kian, do you mind pulling up the deck lists so we can see what's going on with this deck? Because a Corpse Knight is a very interesting card to have on the battlefield. And I believe whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control. Yeah, so I would assume it's simply just a combo piece with maybe an Abdel deck. Because you can cheat Abdel into play and then exile permanents and then
Nope, just Kitty Cat Razaketh.
Kitty Cat as like Leon and Relic Order. Not yeah, I was like it can't be Displacer Kit. So yeah, so Leon and Relic Order deck, Corpse Knight pass, and then now we move to Z-Rob's turn. Z-Rob playing a fetch land with a Dagila on board.
Also has Abdel. So.
Oh, it does have Abdel. Okay, that's what I was.
This is Abzan.
Reanimator. Yeah, okay. That's what I assumed because Abdel's pretty. There's no reason not to run Abdel in these lists now.
Yeah.
So
we see a fetch here off the Scalding Turn, getting a Volcanic Island.
Chat, make sure to be active, interact a little bit, ask us some questions. If you've got some questions for the game, let us know how you think the board states are developing. We want to hear from you, just as much as you want to hear from us. These games,
or you don't want to hear from us. I don't know.
Yeah, one or the other. But so it looks like Z-Rob is tapping for 2 to play a Talisman of Hierarchy. No, Talisman of Curiosity. And then activating the Talisman, losing a life, casting a Deathrite Shaman. Interesting. What decks? Najila the Blade Blossom, Tymna Kodama, Yisan, and then Tymna Rograk.
Eric wants to know what decks do you think are well positioned in this event based on what we've seen so far. I'd say definitely Thrasios X. I think, but those try to the archetype tries to stall, and we've been seeing a lot of draws. So maybe because there's a decent amount of stacks players here. Definitely Thrasios X. Agila is pretty strong.
Okay. No, yeah, the Deadly Relic. There's a Deadly Relic off of the Najila player's hand. So, sorry, I was listening to what you were saying. I think that Najila is the.
He just has the Nas regardless.
Oh my gosh! So you have a main phase Nas coming out of the Mad Farm player.
Oh, Z-Rob rage quit.
Z-Rob rage quit. No, Z-Rob's camera just cut out for a second there. So Nas on the stack. So 3, 4.
Looks like it's gonna resolve here. Najila has left the chat.
I'm confused on the cast there, right? Because Mana Vault taps for 3. You have to tap 1 to play it.
Exile the Spirit Guide.
Oh, exile the Spirit Guide. I didn't see that. Okay. So, yep, we're watching a Nas resolve here from the Mad Farm player. Pretty good to get a Nas off when there's no other interaction pieces at the table besides the Najila player. Counting
he
on
needs a free. Yep, I think he has it now.
Down to 10 life.
Some Mox Diamond.
Oh, the tier 1 con Mox Diamond.
Or
Um,
does he be greedy and go for it?
so I'm looking. I don't see. You have no creatures in play, right? So how does Razaketh get you there?
How much does Dockside make? 1, 2.
Dockside makes 2. Then you get a Grand
Polisher down
Abolisher.
to 8.
I mean, he'll make a lot of mana because you have a Soul Ring, a Mopal, a Mamber, um, and a Mox Diamond, and you have a
Yeah.
land drop. So one,
He played his land. This is turn 2.
you're correct. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 colorless mana this turn.
So the goal would probably be Mox Diamond, Dark Rit, Mopal, Amber. Get maybe Mopal, Amber, Soul Ring, go down to 2 black.
No, just cast the backside of Bergie and
Wear and
start
Tear.
flipping the top of your library. You see the Yasan player rubbing their hands. It looks like that. I don't think Joking gets there with all these pieces.
He needed a tutor.
Mammer does nothing at the moment. Yeah, you are correct, Sakara. And Dockside does nothing either. This is the downside to playing against like 3 green decks.
Gets 1, 2.
Yeah, it's a net nothing.
Net positive for Razaketh if he wants to go that line.
Yeah, I don't think you get there with Razaketh this turn.
I mean, because you could go Diamond, Pitch Lands, Dark Rit, Soul Ring.
Yeah, also
Mopal.
Kian, he's at 5 life, as Sakara said. So Razaketh here doesn't really.
He has 2 activations.
Yeah, which I still don't think you generate enough mana. So like Mox
Neither
Diamond.
do I don't know. Just running through lines.
Yeah, Mox Diamond, Soul Ring, Mopal. You can't even generate enough mana to get to the backside of Bergie. Because if you could dump all these cards out of your hand, there's at least something there, right? Oh,
Ooh.
down to 2 life with a Wheel of Misfortune. Yikes. Technically, he can resolve a Wheel of Misfortune. Well, yeah, this is rough. This is rough. I think Joking went for it here, all in. I feel like he had to in this situation, right? Resolve a Naz. There's a good chance you get there. But man, this is a rough Naz.
Yeah, it is.
You know what we call a rough Naz, Kian?
A sad Naz.
A sad Naz. This is the namesake of our channel, people. It happens. Every once in a while, you get a sad Naz.
Me, it's like every other time I cast the card.
Man, this is the downside. This is the downside to these really all-in strategies, right?
I'm surprised he just went for it main phase. Honestly.
Yeah, it is a little interesting. Rog equals dead every time. Yeah.
So bam, bam.
Storm count is 4.
5 with the mana vault.
Yes, 5 with the mana vault.
He has Entomb and a Gamble.
And only 2 sources of colored mana currently.
So he could go Dark Rit.
Sol Ring.
Okay. Dark Ritual. Or does he just play Bergie Gamble, but he...
If he needs to net colored mana here, he can Dockside.
Yeah.
And then Ritual, then Entomb, then Gamble. And then try to go for something with that, but I don't think it gets there. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, because he could have played the front side of Bergie, tried to generate some mana, but I don't think that was the playline there. So he's floating colorless off the Soul Ring, casting a Dockside. So yeah, this is kind of what we were discussing. Like a way to net some colored mana so you can try to go off with the Ritual, Entomb, Gamble here.
He has a colorless, and he's going to Dark Rit. Yep.
So the only line I can see here is Entomb. Oh, there is a line. If he has Abdel in this list, he can Entomb Abdel, reanimate with an Animate Dead, and then go for infinite mana, and then try something with that.
Interesting. Using Horn, Mayhem Devil, and I can't... Exotic Orchard.
Oh man, can you look through his list quick and see what win cons he
Ride a
uses?
Flame, Reanimate.
That's pretty good. is that Greater Gargadon? What is Grim Monolith? Okay, Grinding Station, and another land. Pitching the Sarah Ascendant. So yeah, we went with the Hornfell here. There's a Jeweled Lotus. How
Ranger Captain.
how do y'all feel about Dockside? I think it's an amazing card. Mox, Chrome Mox, and another white card. I wish you would flash us what the cards were so we could see them. Exiling Wear and Tear, hitting
Dam and Wheel Fortune.
That's what I think it is. Damn it, Wheel of Fortune.
Springleaf Drum and Esper Sentinel.
Yeah, still no Underworld Breach.
Still no Breach.
Everyone cares how you feel, Vertov. Don't talk like that. Everyone always says who is Vertov, but not how is Vertov.
I still think he could have, if he played the front side of Bergie, he gets activation off the Amber. I think he still had a colorless floating if he gambled for Breach. But I don't know if he still had another red so he can gamble again for LED. I think that could have been a better play line because now you're relying on the Bergie.
Well, he didn't have the he didn't have
rocks.
he didn't have the grinding station though either. He'd need to get the grinding station off.
I know, but you just
gamble, just continuously gamble for it. Yeah, that's a good idea. Z-Rob showing off his Uwu tokens. So he pitched more cards there. Still digging.
Yeah, I think playing Bergie would have been the. I think he would have gotten there. I don't know.
Yeah, it's an interesting scenario. Yeah, this is a tough one because you have no way to get the Underworld Breach into play. If he has a Savine's Reclamation and he has any floating, well,
he doesn't have floating and Amber doesn't tap because Bergie's not out.
Oh, because it's Hornfell. Yeah. Exiling 2. Still not getting there. The grinding station is so close, you know what I mean? But you just need to get that breach into play before you can play it. And down to 2 life, that's rough. Okay, playing Jeweled Lotus.
Jeweled Lotus gets him a red off the Rog.
Gets the Rog.
He has a red. White mana off the Jeweled Lotus.
Did he have a white? He might have had a red floating. So he cracked.
From what?
I don't know.
He cracked Jeweled Lotus for 3 white.
Yeah. So, but Rog costs a red. So what did he use for a red, right?
Rog costs colorless.
Oh shit, you're right. I'm stupid.
Yeah. Gonna cast Ride of Flame.
Okay.
2 more red.
2 red.
2 red here. You pitch a SWAT.
You know, this would have been so much easier if he had Bryant Cook's Epic Storm mana tokens. No.
Wrong shill.
Yeah, wrong shill. I mean, a Sadnon's token, no. Okay, so Pyretic Ritual is cast. So you have 1 white in pool, 2 red in pool. You have a couple.
Rite of Flame.
You have a couple, yeah, Rite of Flame. Couple free rocks in the bin, and you have 4 cards that you can exile to try to get there. Exiling a Talisman. We're gonna try to hit Breach now, because if you hit Breach at this point, you win the game. But you still need a card to pitch under the Chrome Mox to have enough mana to cast Breach and then cast Grinding Station.
Where's their Chrome Mox?
In his exile pile off of Bergie.
Oh.
Yeah. So you need to have at least 1 card in play to be able to pay 1. Yeah, because Grinding Station is 2 mana or 3 mana?
2 mana.
Yeah, so you need 4 mana to be able to win here if he hits the Underworld Breach. So the way that I see it is he has 2 cards to find Underworld Breach off of Bergie. If he can't find it off those 2 cards, he's basically screwed because he doesn't have a card to exile under Chromox to generate another mana. Does that make sense?
Yeah, he did have the Gamble 2 in his hand. So,
Yeah, this is a tough one.
Yeah.
I think you just
I feel
have to go for it here. You don't. There's no like. You get rid of your interaction, which is the SWAT and the Grand Abolisher. You hold on to the Entomb for like the case that you need it, and you just rip and hope it's at the in the top two.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I don't think there's any way you're getting out of this. Z-Rob showing off those tokens again. Really into those tokens. Looks like there's a lot of tanking, a lot of things. Z-Rob really showing off the tokens now. But yeah, I think that's the only line of play in this scenario. So we'll have to see what happens.
That he got rid of the gamble.
Bufftown Bullies, what's going on? Our rivals from New York. They're not actually are from Buffalo.
Bullies.
Yeah, they're not actually our rivals. We're actually good friends, but they're the homies. What did you miss? So this is turn 2. Mad Farm going for an ad nause win on main phase. They have the backside of Bergie out. It's joking, Nicholas from Monarch, and they've pitched a bunch of cards. Have the grinding station in exile that they can cast. They have 3 mana available with the Chromox, but they have no Underworld Breach and no way to get it. So they are just trying to get there, and it's very tough. And they're at 2 life because they know it's super hard. And just so you know, Bufftown Bullies, it's me, Poppyphobia, and Kian Varles from Sadnaz casting the game right now. Okay, this is interesting. Using the 2 red to cast a Grim Monolith. So they will have 3 colorless mana floating. What do you think that was? That's interesting. To trade colorless. I don't know if if there's more mana rocks that they have that we don't see. All I saw was
Maybe
the
he's hoping
Chromox.
for stuff off the top. I know there's a Springleaf drum in the Bergie pile.
Okay, so Springleaf Drum, you pay 1, you net 1 with Springleaf Drum, and then you play the Chromox. You'll have 5 mana now, right? Because you have 2 colorless, a white, a drum, and a Chromox.
White is not. You can't use the white. Only for commanders, creatures.
No, that was off an LED, dude.
No, that was off a Jewel Lotus.
Oh shit, you're right. I don't know why I did it. Yeah. Thirst trap. Okay, if you give me Maestro to made outfit, I'll become a Maestro supporter.
Maestro supporter.
Okay, so here comes the Chromox, pitching the SWAT
Get
for
rid of the
red.
SWAT.
Okay. Casting a Relic of Legends. Thank you for showing us on stream. Add 1 mana to tap an untap legendary creature you control. Add 1 mana of any color.
I don't know. I think this card's pretty medium, but in ROG decks, I think it's okay. Chat, what do you guys think? Relic of Legends, some spoilers.
Oh, casting a Gamble. Gamble was not in hand. Gamble was in the exile pile.
Oh.
Gambling for what? Savines?
Probably.
Oh, wow. We're just going for it with 3 cards in hand. YOLO play.
Sorry, I thought the gamble art was oops.
Was there not an Enlightened Tutor? Can you
Can you draw a card? Oh,
with Bergie? Yeah. I thought I saw an Enlightened Tutor. I may be mistaken though.
I don't know. We can't really see these cards.
Yeah. In ROG 3 Thras, in ROG Thras it's 3 mana for 3 colored mana. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay, 1. Here we go. We got the ultimate display. Look at Z-Rob rubbing the dice. 1 and 6.
And 1. It's the breach. No.
Oh, it's the Entomb. Okay, casting Underworld Breach. Any responses? There's like 40 cards in whatever. Oh, it looks like Underworld Breach is resolving. Casting a Jeweled Lotus.
Casting Timna.
Casting Timna. Now there's a white and a black. Off of the relic.
Yep.
Okay. Tapping the Timna, adding a white and a black to your mana pool.
I think it adds any color.
Relic of Legends, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, add 1 mana of any color. Cauldron Rebirth. As additional cast Cauldron Rebirth, sacrifice an artifact with 3/1/1 goblins into play. Are we actually
gets-
going to try
he gets
Razaketh
yep.
here?
No, he's just going to get rid of Mopal, play Mopal again, cast Gamble.
Man, you got to work so hard in Mad Farm to get there. Relic is any color. 1 mana of any color. Yep. Exiling 3.
Recasting the Mopal here.
Z-Rob looking at his cards in hand, hoping that they will change. Yeah, unfortunately, that Deathrite Shaman has summoning sickness. Otherwise, it'd be awesome to tap it here.
Yeah. I assume he's going to recast the Gamble.
I would think
or
so.
Entomb. Or Ride of Flame.
Or
There's a lot of options here. Dark Ret. Or Entomb.
Dark Ret, exiling 3. We're getting low on cards and graveyards. Tap it to make Joking lose life. Keck 2. Did
Joking
Joking
Station wins here.
Yeah. Did Joking win his round well? Yes. Joking won round 1, drew round 2, and this is round 3. Either LED and then get Grinding Station out.
Here's grinding.
Yep,
Grinding
just
Station
Grinding
out.
Station, sacking, milling.
Yeah. Now he's gonna loop.
Yep, everybody's scooping it up, it looks like, at this point, so pretty sure. Yep. Mana positive with the Mopal. Creating a bunch of colored mana. So yeah, so this is basically it. This game is over. Joking was able to make that main phase Nas work. Hornfell.
Hornfell.
Yeah, Hornfell has proved to be broken, like, once again. Do you mind pulling your plate away from the mic, Ian, if you can? No, it's just very loud in my ears.
I'm done stuffing my fat face.
Oh, Leonin Relic Order was in one of the cards in exile. See, this is like why I wish we could have seen those cards better. Yeah, Rog is Pog, everybody.
Pog.
Rog has done it again. Fun. Yeah, Mad Farm is fun.
But with Rog instead of Jessica.
I think they're both considered Mad Farm. So yeah, you have a what you gonna call it? Crap, what is this creature called? Mayhem Devil. Mayhem Devil and Leonin Relic Order. So all he has to do is loop enough mana to get the Leonin Relic Order in play, find a way to sack it, and then animate dead the Relic Order. So
pretty clean from Joking here. Turn 2.
Yeah, turn 2 Nas win. In Mardu. Like, that's impressive.
Yeah.
And to pull it off, see, this is the downside to not having multiple blue decks in a pot, but you can't really plan for that, right?
The turbo player can just go burr.
Yeah, basically. I would say that maybe there's like knowing that the Mardu player is a Mardu player and that they need like a Reb to protect anything that they do. I would say that maybe the onus was on Z-Rob there not to mulligan for more aggressive interaction. But I think Joking really timed this really well. Having the Nas no matter what.
He imp sealed for either the Nas or the Vault.
Yeah. Love Mardu, such a cool color combo, second only to Naya. Love Naya, and Greg says, Ardentana, let's go. Chat's just popping off with
Thanks, baby.
Yeah.
Lost me at Grixis.
So yeah, so joking is basically just looping here. I think he's just demonstrating that he can stack his library however he chooses. You can see he's floating a ton of mana here.
I think he's just going till he hits animate dead, correct?
Basically, yeah.
I mean, he has it into. There you go.
Yeah, so there's NI dead.
Then is
The problem with the Entomb, unless there's Abdel in the list, which I'm assuming Abdel is also in the list. So
Abdel is not on the list.
okay, interesting. Well, we're gonna cast the Mayhem Devil from exile, cast the Leonin Relic Order from exile.
Paying the mana necessary to cast
Paying
these cards.
paying the mana necessary to cast these cards.
Mayhem Devil.
Hey, Opal Wave, congratulations on being 2-1 with Minsk right now. Minsk is very powerful and such a good deck. So keep it up in the tournament.
So exile the Amber. Now he just needs like a Culling the Weak.
Is he gonna cast Reziketh?
I think he's
Nope, exiling Reziketh. Playing the Mopal. Sacking it, milling 3. I think he's looking for like a sack ritual now.
I mean, he can just entomb for it, correct?
No, it's on the battlefield.
No, like entomb the sack ritual into the bin.
Yeah, but you have to exile 3 cards to do so, and you have to be able to then cast the sack ritual. So I think that he's just trying to loop there. It looks like he got the relic order into the bin with. Oh, I wonder what he got into the bin with. I missed it there. But yeah, he's gonna loop Leonin Relic Order with Mayhem Devil out and ping the entire table.
Ping, ping, ping.
Oh, there we go. Sakara's saying with the pings from Mayhem Devil, pinging
yeah.
his own Relic Order. Yeah, that's a good point, Sakara. But yeah, that was a cool way. That was such a cool win. That was like super gnarly. So fun. I think we'll have Nick come on again and talk about that win. That was super cool. All right, I'm gonna hop in the voice chat, so I'll be right back. Holy shit!
Good game.
What a game!
I knew coming into today that I knew coming into today that I was going to lose on turn 2 at least once. So
I was just doing the turn 2ing, so it just makes sense to get turn 2'd.
There you go.
Totally fair.
Joking, you feel comfortable coming on talking about that game?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Sweet.
Tell them about my rug. Or killing rug.
Yeah. Zay Rob, everybody loved your tokens on the stream.
Oh hell yeah.
All right. I'll see you guys.
Welcome back.
Yep. I'm gonna drag him if I can. I'm trying to figure this out right now. I cannot get him to I cannot drag him far enough because of how far down he is. Here, let me fix this. Joking, can you join the tournament chat? I can't drag you up high enough.
Yep.
Okay. Well. If it isn't Mr. Mardu Farm.
Well, good.
Welcome back.
Glad to be here. I am happy to be here.
Rog is pretty pog, don't you think?
Rog is pog.
I think Rog is in fact pog. At least I'm a believer in the Rog pog.
So we have a
Rog is pogs in the chat.
So I have a couple.
The only thing more pog than Rog is Timna, and I've got that both of them. So
there you go. I have a couple questions for you. So the first question: did you you didn't need the Rog to win the game there, did you?
I recast Rog, didn't I?
No, I mean like to hit the Adnos.
When he Deadly Rollicked the.
Yeah, I just happened to have Simian Spirit Guide from Mana Vault, and then 2 Blacklands. So I was turn 1 MCO for Nas, turn 2 just absolute god gamer it, just windmill slam that Nas.
Yeah, no, I think that was I think that was the right play. I mean, in the pod composition, like I guess like you're worried about an endurance or something, but like
Yeah, so I'm looking at there. My loses, the things I lose to are any sort of free counter magic, right? So Fierce Force. I don't lose to SWAT necessarily, but yeah, Fierce Force, Pact, I guess. Although I don't think anybody was on that kind of mana yet. I so with I mean, the hitting my Rog was actually, I think, a really really good line of play. I think that was an excellent line of play because my Mox Amber being turned off by the Rog, as I was walking through it, I had to gamble for my line. If I had not had my Mox Amber turned off by Rog, I would not have had to do that. I could have just cast Razaketh. I had enough
Yeah.
mana.
And
Because it was just with the Berkey, right? I just a disgusting amount of mana.
when
But
the
just a
gamble
pure
there was pure luck. Like
yeah,
if that
it was
gamble fails, you
33% chance.
lose. Yeah.
Yep. And I got the 66% chance this time around. I realized as I was doing it, I was doing the Berkey. I was like, wait, okay, gamble. I need to be reluctant. I shouldn't pitch too much. Keep the probability low. And then eventually, I forgot about it for a split second. Pitched another card and went, wait, no, that's right, that's right. I wasn't doing that for a reason. Relic of Legends there actually was the MVP because it was able to filter me 3 colorless mana into 3 colored mana by recasting the Jeweled Lotus out of the graveyard to recast the Timna. That card I think one is outstanding in Team of Rog and also is pretty good here too. Colorless mana is pretty shit. Colored mana is pretty pog. So the ability to like convert like 2 mana colorless into a Rog, make a colored mana of any type, especially if you have a way to sack it. Like if I did Coin the Week, if I had found a Coin the Week or something, I can sack the Rog, recast it from the bin as a Mox Opal, right? Because it taps for mana of any color once the relic's in play. So there's pretty spicy stuff like that. But yeah, no, I just got lucky on that gamble, and yeah, the
Yeah,
line it was complicated, but
we were watching that. We were like, man, this is like all in right here. Gamble with 3 cards in hand. Like we were trying to go through the lines and see like where the play lines might be, and like we definitely didn't see the route that you were taking with it. But
was there another line that I missed?
I don't know. We were
It was wheel. The wheel was always an option.
Yeah, we were.
And
Yeah,
I
with
was
the
like, that's weird.
I don't think that would have worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the wheel. I mean, the wheel would have resolved, but then I've refilled, and right now I know there's no interaction. I'd rather take a 66% chance of just outright victory, or you know, rather than, I mean, like if I had no other option, I would absolutely do the wheel. But
Yeah,
66% chance to just win the game right now is pretty good.
I have a question. Is there a reason why you're not on Abdel?
Abdel?
Yeah.
I don't have an infinite mana outlet in the command zone, so I don't win with it.
I was just thinking in a situation like the one you were in today, like if you could have entombed the Abdel and then tried to get something that does create that mana because you were going off with Horn. I just had assumed that most reanimator lists are on Abdel because Abdel's secondary Leon and Relic Order.
Yeah. The thing for me is that if I'm entombing and reanimating, I'm winning the game. Right. Unless I have my life totals too low for Azaketh. In exactly that scenario, then yes. But like, I don't know. I don't think I need it, honestly. Like it's just a big old 5-drop. And if I'm doing the entomb thing, I have a better choice already. If I'm not doing the entomb thing and I'm just like casting it, I don't play any discard outlets, right? I don't think they're good, honestly, in this type of deck.
Wins 2 games with Hornfell.
Yeah, that was I didn't win last game. I didn't win last game. But I could have,
draw,
yeah.
same.
Yeah. I mean, the Bergie, I think anybody who's not playing Bergie in a turbo deck is wrong because Bergie is both an absurd. It's got +3, +4 mana on the turn you play it at post Nas or anything like that, right? It makes an arbitrary amount of red mana, and it's also a payoff for wheels and for Nas's that just don't quite get there, right? Like I think Bergie is just an absolutely cracked card. But yeah, I don't think Abdel is with this deck. I would absolutely play Abdel in like Jessica Timna, or even the new Planeswalker that can like kill with infinite flickers. But I don't have an outlet in my command zone, and Entomb is powerful enough already that I'm not worried.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was just curious because I know a lot of people have pivoted off of Relic Order and onto Abdel because of like the fact that like if you don't have a pinger, you still make infinite. Like there's a little bit more things out there. But I was just curious as to your deck construction because like I mean, in that situation, like the way you won, you needed Leon and Relic Order to be 2 mana. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To go off there.
The other big thing about LRW is that it hits a lot of stacks pieces. Like there have been many games where I'm like, cool, I can play the Leon Relic Order out and just like chomp a Rule of Law, and then win and then kill with Praetor's Grasp instead.
Yeah.
Like, it's also a 2 white mana, almost uncounterable removal spell. And you can even do some cheeky things where it's like if you're like, there was a game where I was trying to kill with that and somebody had the Authority of the Consuls, which is whenever a creature enters the battlefield, you gain a life. So I can't win with in a Relic Order, and I'd already exiled Praetor's Grasp. So I had to do a cast Relic Order, sack 2 things, shoot it with Mayhem Devil in response to the trigger so I could exile something permanently, right? Like it's got more niche sort of applications along those lines. But like just being a 2 mana removal piece in a deck that doesn't want to play very much removal is like pretty good. Like there's a number of games where I've just like thrown it on the battlefield. It's just it gets rid of the one piece of removal I need, and then I'm just able to win with something else some other way.
No, awesome. Yeah, absolutely. That was like such a hell of a win because like we were looking through like your Bergie pause and we were like, oh man, like I hope he gets there. Like we're trying to figure it out. And like we had declared after the Nas, we were like, sad Nas, he didn't get there. Like so like it was really cool to see you figure that out and like really play through that. And like using the Relic of Legends and the Timna off of the Jeweled Load, like those were all very, very impressive play lines to get you to the mana you needed, and you had to play it that tight, it seemed. So it
I
was
play this deck. Yeah, I play this deck very, very lean, right? There's a lot of stuff that I'm just like, you know what? I don't need Oracle. I'll figure out how to win. The only challenge in this deck is resolving the Nas. Almost always it's just a matter of like how complicated our lines are. And
yeah,
the almost non-deterministic style of this deck, right? It can take a while, but you almost always have a win if you can find it. And
yeah,
so that's one of the things I really like about this deck is that it's a lot of fun, even just like finding the Nas lines. It's never as simple as just, oh, add Nas or breach plus brain freeze, right? Like grinding station lines are more complicated than brain freeze lines. They just are.
yeah.
Correct.
No, that's sick. I think that yeah, I just was like very blown away. I was like looking there watching. At a certain point, like me and Kian had determined already that we were like, okay, he's won at this point. Like as soon as the grinding station breach resolved, I was like, I'm pretty sure this game is over. So we were kind of just like
They just asked me to play it out.
Yeah, basically we were just like enjoying it, like enjoying the ride at that point. So that was a very well deserved, very good win. I think you played around the table very well, and we were pretty impressed with that. So congratulations on that. You're now 2-0-1, correct?
2-0-1, yeah. So,
So
I'm probably
you're
locked for top 16 with this, but we'll see if I can go 3-0-1 and get some good seeds.
yeah, that'd be
Going
awesome.
first.
Going first.
That's yeah, that's also going fourth, right? It's just the turn 2 going fourth, and I just happen to have 2 non-blue decks, and the blue deck tapped out, and I'm like, well, if there's a game that I'm going to go for a turn 2 win, this is the one.
Yeah,
so.
you practically had the advantage of being in first anyways, right? Because like there's yeah. So that was yeah, this pod comp really worked out in your favor. So yeah, I think that was a really good game, and yeah, Z-Rob hitting the rog there really forced you to play tighter. So that was
absolutely,
that was really cool. So thank you for chatting with us. We really appreciate it. We're probably going to end up streaming you again at some point later if you keep this up in the cuts.
No stress, no stress. Right?
Yeah. But all right. You have a good one, Joking. Thank you.
Yeah. Sweet.
Yeah, thanks
you guys
for coming on again.
Yeah,
DMAC Live, Relic is solid in ROG partner decks, and Sisay not so confident otherwise. So I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So as a whoops, I'm like swapping back and forth between screens all the time. So as Big Red said, we're gonna do a rigged spin. So we got the wheel out. I'm gonna have to set the wheel because the chat is out. So everybody, put your Pog emojis in the chat to show me that you guys are active. Yes, Z-Rob, you can participate in the giveaway. So put some Pog emojis in so we know everybody's active. That way I can get your names down for the giveaway. I'll have to copy all this. Copy here, actually. Let me do this. Let's see if I can. Yeah. Okay. So to that, I gotta go like this. Yes. Delete everybody. Bink. Paste everybody. Bink. And then I gotta advance set the thing. Yep. So we're gonna do another giveaway here. Let me open the chat back up.
Holy moly. We're at almost 120 live viewership.
Let's
Good
go.
job, guys.
This is awesome. Yes, we love the support for Chaos. We love everyone here supporting the stream. We're doing freaking giveaways, which is awesome, supporting the community, giving away some Double Masters 2022 packs. We got 2 more packs to give away, and then we have a pre-con and a playmat. We're going to give away the last pack after the round 4. We're going to give the pre-con after top 16, and we're going to give the playmat right before cut to top 4. And I'll send a picture of the playmat. I don't know where I'm going to send it. Do I have to like link it in chat somehow?
I think so.
Basically, it's a playmat with our logo. Not the face logo, but our logo with the
there's one more round in Swiss.
Yep, 4th. Yeah, one more round in Swiss. Thank you.
16 and then top 4.
Pogius Champius. Yeah, I think we'll have to check the standings later, but I think Joking's got one of the best records in the tournament right now. So it's pretty good, pretty good. I know Z-Rob is 1-1, 1-1-1. So a win for him would be really good. There's a lot of players now fighting for top 16, trying to play in this last round. And it's 2:15. We're making good time. So tournament's not going extremely long, which is good to know.
Good for us.
Yep. Everybody's just watching me delete these
All
clear
these names.
spaces. Yeah.
0 losses. Kappa.
All right, we're almost there. We're almost there. Everybody remembers Rog is Pog. We just watched Rog.
Rog is Pog.
We just watched
Rog
Rog.
is Pog.
Just
Rog
watched
is
Rog
Pog.
turn to Nas on main phase and Mardu and pull it out, which is crazy.
I like Rog. I like seeing Rog win.
Let me make sure I didn't do what I think I just did. I accidentally deleted Z-Rob's name because he's always the last one. So I'm gonna
Quote
go.
accidentally.
Yep, accidentally. So what I'm gonna do is go like this, enter return, add Z-Rob back to the pool. Jesus. I type with caps lock. Okay. This doesn't count. The spin. I'm going to exit out of the screen because I didn't alphabetize, randomize the names this time. So we're going to shuffle the names. Here we go. And I think someone notified. Can I see it? Yeah, right here. I'm in here. So let me delete my name.
Capitalize my S.
And then.
Or I start it right. How about no?
Okay. And here we go. This is the spin to see who wins the third pack of Double Masters. Let's go for it. Who is Pog today?
Rog.
Hey, it's Jerry Karma. Jerry, are you in the chat?
Jerry's in the chat. There he is.
Jerry's in the chat.
Jerry's in the chat. You get a Double Masters pack. 10 grand. We ain't got 10 grand. Adam might have 10 grand. I don't.
I don't think I've said good.
I'm an artist.
Jerry Karma, you won. So Jerry, here's the deal. I need you to DM me on what should I call it? I need you to DM me on freaking Discord. My name is Poppyphobia, same as you see it in the chat. That way I can connect with you. And that way we can connect and I can send you your prize. You have Discord, right, Jerry? You just have to message me.
Probably.
Yeah. So Kevin, are you serious about the dollar prize? I want to see what Kevin says here.
No, it's not.
100% emoji, full send. Okay, so Tishu is a member of our team. He says we can spin the wheel again, and whoever wins this spin, he will Venmo them $1. So we're gonna spin the wheel again. Oh man, this is so silly. Send me that dollar, baby. Oh, Bob 1 times 1. Bob, are you in this chat? No, Bob is not in the chat. So Bob will not win $1, unfortunately. So I'm real quick going to just check into the tournament status, see how things are going. Everything seems to be going well. Also, Sleepless 1993, if you're still in the chat, don't forget to DM me because, wait, Bob is here, says Vasher. Bob, what X? You won $1. DM at Tishu on Discord. Pass on $1. He didn't pay for fish. Big Richie 2004. What's going on? Oh, Bob said he's good on the $1. Pass on the $1. Mercs, what's going on? We got so many cool people in the chat. Real quick, I'm going to DM Sleepless. Bliss, don't forget to DM on Discord for your pack. Sakura roasting the United States for student debt. And then just to make sure, Jerry won first. Jerry won the last pack, so let me write down Jerry's name on this pack. We're probably gonna pull some guests into the stream here before we go to round 4. See how they're doing in the tournament. Talk to them, and get their Jerry Karma 12. Boom, got Jerry in there. See how everybody else is doing in the tournament and how things have been going. So, let me see who I can bring in. Got 2 direct messages. Boom, from yeah. If you guys send me pictures of your Twitch profile so I can prove that it's you, that's all I'll need. We operate on the honor system here, baby. So round ends in 30 minutes. Holy crap. So we got 30 minutes to talk to some fancy people. So let me figure out if who can we clout chase to who can we clout chase? We could get LJ in here. We could get LJ to clout chase. Who else can we get in here? We can get Tashu in here. We can get Kevin. Let's get Kevin in here.
Let's get Kevin here.
Yeah, Kevin. Let's drag Kevin. Kevin, we dragged you into the stream. Please speak if you'd like to be spoken to. He left. So Kevin did not want to be on the stream. Who else? Let me I can DM LJ. LJ is pretty cool. DMing people. Oh my god. Sorry for caps lock. Let's go to this really quick. Transition to this.
Hello. Oh, he left.
Who was that? Who
Kevin. I guess he
doesn't want to be on VC. Okay, and then okay. Cool. So Jerry and Sleepless have confirmed, so they will be getting their prizes. DJ, I know DJ, so he'll be good. Let's see what pods are still going on right now. So we have pod 3, pod 4, pod 5, pod 7, pod 8, pod 11, pod 12, pod 19. So players that are still in. I see Ian is still in. I see Scoots and Kalua are still in. Shauna is still playing. She's doing really well. Yeah, there's a lot of really high level players that are still in. Here, let's actually get.
Am I here?
Oh, hey, what do you?
Hey, sorry. Every single time you invited me, I saw a thing that was like join chat, and I was like, "Oh, that's the join chat." But I kept joining the tournament chat.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. So, Kevin, how is your record going? How you been so far? How you doing?
Hold on, I gotta mute you on stream. You're friggin' Infinite Atoms. I'm doing 1-1-1. I stole a game. I don't know how I did it. Grand Abolisher OP. Thanks, Kian.
But we had this big argument last night about how good it is.
Whoa. I'm not saying you were wrong. All I'm saying is I went and friggin' Abolisher and I got Force and I was like, bro, I'm fucked. But I tapped my Cradle and my Bloom Tender for like 700,000 mana. Somehow ended up with exactly 1 blue mana left over and I got the Swift reconfiguration combo. No one stopped it, so I'm feeling pretty good.
That's awesome.
Hope 2-1-1 gets me into top 16 after I boofed round 2.
2-1-1 is pretty good odds. Cutoff is 6 to 10 points. So, if you win out, there's a good chance you'll make it with a draw. So, yeah, there's still really good odds to make top 16. So yeah, we were just curious how it was going. We did watch your game 1. That was the draw. That
Yeah.
was that one was a little tough. Lots of stacks pieces, really hard to try
Played
to win
pretty
through.
well.
Dude, my hands were shaking like a friggin' leaf in the wind. I was sitting there like, okay, I can't cast twos. My abrupt decay doesn't do anything. My psych rift doesn't do anything. And I was like, I gotta get fucking what's a 1-mana removal. I'd already used swords. I was like, chain of vapor. Chain of vapor is a good card. I got friggin' even mind censored. I was like, I can't play this game.
Yeah, that one was rough. There's also some like really interesting play lines in that game, but like the writing was on the wall for the draw for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Thrustios was kind of dumb, but like I needed 2 spells. I realized I had goofed and I'd gotten consultation at one point. I think if I had tried to instep Tainted Pact earlier, I might have gotten there, but like I ended up tutoring before doing Thrastios activations,
Yeah.
and that's what screwed me.
Yeah, Dinky, that was in your game says you're welcome for the Avid Mind Sensor.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Good kisses. It was fun playing. I was just like, oh, boy, dude, I'm crushing this game like easy, like I win this, and I just couldn't close.
Yeah, it was hard with 3 Thorn effects too, and then making your Thassa's Oracle cost more. That was an interest. I've never seen that card before. That was so interesting.
Yeah.
It
And
was
if you went for the Tainted Pact line, it would have led you open to being blown out.
Correct, 100%. I didn't lock it ever. It's just like if I had 10 more minutes, I think drawing 30 cards a turn, kind of hard to beat.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That was just that was a very rough round 1. But your round, did you win round 3 and then you lost round 2? Is that how it went
Yeah,
down?
so round 2, I literally can't count to 4, apparently. Friggin' someone from the Cabal roasted my ass hard. Reasonably so, straight up, not even a friggin' cap. Like, I just got I went for sack my Ranger Captain into Thorkel Consultation.
Yeah.
But then, sacked Ranger Captain in response. So I was like, well, I'll consult on top of that. And like, okay, cool. I was like, oh, well, that worked. So my library is exiled. I'm going to play the funny fish. Dude straight up goes like, I have 4 mana with Kenrith, you're stupid. And I was like,
oh, that was Alex. That was Alex. Alex loves that. Makes you draw a card with Kenrith. Yeah, that's yeah, that happens. That happens a lot. I've seen many of my friends lose to that exact same thing. So don't feel too bad.
I fucked up because I was like, he has 3 treasures, and then when he activated, I was like, you have 4 treasures. And I died.
That's funny. Yeah, that's like that. Kenrith definitely surprises me in pods like that. But yeah, that'll happen. But you attempted a win, so like at least there's that, right?
And
So,
I was like 45 seconds from getting a draw, but player closed it.
yeah, no, that makes sense. Oh, cool. We just wanted to check in with you, see how you were doing, see how your record was, check in on one of the boys, and see how it's going.
Yeah, no worries. Appreciate you having me on. And grab some more cool people in here.
Yeah, we need more clout than you, so we're gonna have to kick you. No,
Whoa, bro, I have a legal Sadnos plan.
that is very true. But
Best luck in your casting.
yeah, thank you, Kevin. See ya.
Yeah.
All right, let me DM Kai and see if Kai wants to come in here.
Yeah, for sure. We'll get Kai open here. Ping pong. So we got 116 people in chat.
Yo.
Chat. What's up, everyone? How are you guys doing? What tournament thoughts so far? What's up? You guys liking the Easy Cloud? You guys
Easy
liking
Cloud.
the tournament so far? Has it been enjoyable? Have we been okay casting?
We're doing our best to give you guys a good stream, so we're a little new to this. Okay, Kai is currently a little busy right now, so cannot hop on the cast, which is completely understandable. We'll just check out. Maybe we'll check out a game or two that's going on. I feel bad I feel bad kind of hopping in mid games because I feel like we don't give the players a fair enough cast. But
I think it's so good just to hop in, see what's up.
Yeah, so let's see. Here, should we hop in pod 3 where that has accepted the player that? Well, let's see. There's Sick Robot here. There's Jacoby and LJ. Because LJ. Oh no, LJ's watching a game. There's Noob Zorus. Let's watch Noob's game, huh? Let's watch Noob's game because Noob plays some good decks. So we'll go to pod 8 text and we'll launch that game and really quick see what's happening. The hardest part is like just hopping from stream to stream. Did that? Uh-oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go.
So we got Krark. Krark
Ooh.
Thrasios.
Uh-oh, you're gonna see my face on stream again, probably.
We have Tashar Mono White. KCI combo. We have Kinnan, Riel.
Kian, I need you to leave. Did you leave?
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. Spectate to this game. Go to this. Go to spell table overlay. Transition. All right. So now we are going to watch this game. So
Great.
you got
I'm glad you guys are enjoying the tournament so far.
got Jay Dizzle on Tashar. We got Noob Zoris on Riel. Noob's been playing Riel for quite a bit. You got Hater on Kinnan Bonder Prodigy, and you've got Grin on ka0s. So this is gonna be interesting pot. Tashar.
He's cashing in at the casino.
We got Riel doing Riel things. Some stuff like that. Real quick, I'm just gonna warn these guys that we are streaming their game, so I'll be right back.
Then I think punchies. Are they good punchies?
Hey guys, just a heads up, you're on stream right now, so just be aware of that.
Okay, cool.
All right, thank you.
There's no good attacks really. We're just gonna go to just pass turn and.
Okay, so Noobs is passing turn right now, I believe, and it's going to Hater's turn on Kinnan. So, judging by this board state, looks like ka0s is in a commanding position. They have Thrasios, they have Krark, they have a Dockside and a Harmonic Prodigy. Teshar is doing Teshar things, but without Teshar currently. You have a Phyrexian Revoker and an Archivist out. Kinnan.
I wonder what the Revoker is naming. Probably Thrasios, right?
No, because Thrasios is out. Probably Riel, because Riel's not on the battlefield. Or Basalt Monolith, because Kinnan is out. There are a few options. Actually, I can just go find out. So there's that. Just for stream, what is Phyrexian Revoker naming?
Thrasios.
Okay.
No, Kinnan. Sorry, it's Kinnan. No, it's Kinnan.
Kinnan. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Phyrexian Revoker is naming Kinnan. So
seems good.
Yeah. So it looks like we're okay. So we're on Noobs' turn.
Casting Tashar.
Oh, okay. So Jay Dizzle casted Tashar and then passed. Noobs is hard casting Mindbreak Trap to exile the Tashar. Looks like that's resolving. Tashar's going back to the command zone. And there are no rule of laws or anything out, so I'd be interested to see what the Tashar player would play next. So, Kian, what do you think about the decks that you see at the table?
I haven't seen a Tashar deck, but I've been curious about how play lines and how it compares to current CDH. We know Krark Thrasios, Krark decks I think are pretty strong. I think Krakashima is the strongest personally. Kinnan is gonna do Kinnan things. Really accelerate and then look for that Basalt. Draw your deck through Thrasios and then Riel. I'm not really familiar, but it seems like is it control deck?
Yeah, so I played against Riel when I went to Punt City because that's what Noobs was playing. It's actually really cool. Whenever you discard one or more cards for the first time each turn, draw that many cards. So it's just about discard draw. And it's just like refilling your hand and filling a bunch of stuff and working off it that way. But yeah, look at this. The ka0s player has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 treasures out. I feel like if they get to untap, this is going to be bad for the rest of the table. But they only have 2 cards in hand, but still, ka0s is a bit much.
Jerry, you won a Double Masters draft pack.
Who is that?
Jerry Karma 12.
Oh, asking what was the prize? Yeah, it's an undrafted Double Masters draft pack. Yeah, Opal Wave. Riel gets to play some really spicy cards. Yeah, Riel plays really interesting cards, and Noobs is a really interesting brewer. So you can see right now Noobs dropping their own Dockside, which is doesn't spell good for the rest of the table, specifically the ka0s player, who it looks like they are cracking 4 of their treasures, going down to 2. Maybe doing a Thrasios activation.
Probably.
So just analyzing what's kind of going on. Looks
After
like
the giveaway, is there a place or just be hanging around in the stream? Just be hanging around in this Twitch chat, and then I think we'll be doing another spin after the next round, or
yeah, after the next round,
Yeah.
we'll do another spin after 4th round, and then we'll do the last 2 that we have after that. So Dockside is still on the stack here.
So Dockside for 6, I assume. 2 treasures. I can't see what's attached to this Sylvan Curiat did. Oh,
Tashar player using the grinding station to
Sacrificing
sack the
Blasting
Phyrexian Revoker.
Station.
Interesting, to sacrifice the Phyrexian Revoker. That really opens up Kinnan to a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Only 2 treasures?
After all that,
Two.
no, there's an enchantment in play on the Kinnan board, right? And then a grinding station and a soul ring.
Can you flip the Krark Thrasios POV?
Yeah, my apologies.
Oh, that's a Paradise Druid. So not a
So it looks like Riel is out
enchantment.
now. Ooh, Gilded Drake coming down from the Kinnan player. What is the Gilded Drake going to get? A Harmonic Prodigy? Interesting.
I mean, preventing Rael to trigger twice.
If a Billy, a Shaman, or another wizard you control,
triggers additional time. So maybe just taking that extra, the Rael triggers away from him.
maybe. I don't know though. Gilded Draking a Harmonic Prodigy. There's 2 also, and which one is better? The Riel Prodigy or the Krark Prodigy? Krark only having 3 cards in hand, maybe you could assume it's that one, but that's still pretty interesting. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, the Rael did have a Bazaar.
Oh yeah, good
with
point.
Rael in play, so
they can literally just loot their whole deck.
Opal says Bazaar about to draw a ton of cards. True, true.
Yeah. Bazaar is about to draw a ton of cards. Yeah, because Bazaar says you discard a card.
Draw 2, discard 3.
Yeah, draw 2, discard 3. So they will, with Harmonic Prodigy, they'll actually net cards, right? Because they'll get two Riel triggers. So they'll discard 3 cards and they'll draw 6, and then discard. Oh, but the Bazaar only works once.
Correct.
Yeah, because they don't have an untapper for lands.
But it would still be pretty good. So maybe
yeah.
getting that Prodigy was probably a good play.
Now that I see the line, yeah, absolutely. I'm not even playing Lamau. Oh, Super Mewtwo.
I just want to watch your streams.
Yeah, look at the amount of cards the Riel player has in hand now. That's ridiculous. I think Quark will. So we're past Quark turn, or the Doobie Groovy. We're past Noobs' turn on Riel. So I don't think that Riel can win at instant speed. So
It's still their turn.
what do you mean? The Kinnan player put in a Gilded Drake, or did they do it off a Kinnan
Right, off the
activation?
Kinnan activation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, what? What the heck? I was so confused.
Alright, so there's what is that card? Molten Vortex? Can't see it. Can you click on it?
Yeah, I did right now. It's not showing up.
Pretty sure that's Molten Vortex. Discard a land card, deal 2? Something? For 1 red?
Yeah, it's Molten Vortex. Discard a land card. Molten Vortex deals 2 damage to target creature or player.
Fierce Guardianship coming out from Clark.
Ooh, Clark trigger.
That's kind of bad.
Cyclonic Rift targeting the Prodigy.
Interesting.
Targeting the Krark.
Huh. I mean, he still has Thrasios, so if it gets bounced, he still has enough free cast. So he has to resolve his Krark triggers.
Evens.
2 Krark triggers on the stack.
Evens odds. So one, it'll bounce back to hand. And then it'll counter.
Bounce back.
So then there's still a Thrasios, so having a Fierce means you can't just cast into it anymore.
Yep. But I guess he got rid of the Krark. Kind of good. I guess. Paying 1 mana for a gamble.
Not necessarily, right? Because I would think you get rid of the Prodigy. Because if the Krark continuously bounces it to hand, I don't know, you can build up Storm Count. And then if you get rid of the Prodigy, then the next counterspell they have, if it's not a free one, like this Gamble, he can just Fierce the Gamble.
Yeah.
Because there's a Thrasios still, right? So like if you get rid of the Prodigy, there's no double trigger there. And then yeah, so I'm just curious to see. But I could be mistaken.
I mean, I still like getting rid of the Krark though. Because then he doesn't get another Fierce back to hand. He gets 1 more cast.
Higher MTG saying, wait, we can't see the dice roll because it's covered up by this white tray. I think that Suz imposter vote. Correct, yeah.
I think he rolled a 6 and then a 5.
No, but he's saying like he's picking up the dice and then like you see what the roll is. So we'll watch this closely, Higher, because if you're correct on some of these flips,
something that we mentioned.
Is that white thing on top of something? I have no idea, but he's got a pack of Lucky Strikes in the corner, which is cool. So
Old school. Force, pitching, Spellseeker.
okay, so get the Fierce out of hand. Now they're tapped out.
So Fierce is out of the hand. Now Gamble back on the stack.
Looks taped to the
Priority goes around.
Okay, and Noobs is gambling. Okay.
Noobs is gamble. What do you even get here?
Well, okay, so I don't know Riel well enough to be like, oh, you just get this spell. But I'm assuming there's a draw discard spell that is absolutely broken that can allow him to really filter through his deck. It looks like this guy's pointing to the Archivist trigger. Pretty sure time and round is up. Yep. If people can't see, should be a reroll. So if time and round is up, that means that this is Noob's turn. He's active player, so after this turn, it's a draw. So
does he just get breakthrough here?
I don't know. Someone's saying Underworld Breach, but it looks like he's looking for outs and not finding them.
Yeah, breakthrough is the 1 card. You draw 4, X and a blue, draw 4, and then pick X cards to keep and discard the rest.
And then you'll draw like another 6.
Yeah. Which I don't know if a wheel is what he needs.
I don't think you want to refresh everybody's hand, but yes, he did use the Riel trigger this turn. But
It triggers whenever
it triggers anytime. It's not once a turn, so he can trigger Riel as many times as he wants. Doobie. Oh no, it says for the first time each turn.
Oh, we're dumb.
Yeah,
We're
so
dum-dums.
we are
So
big dum
breach,
dums.
probably.
Yeah, you're right. You guys are all right.
We can't read.
Yeah, reading is hard. We've learned that today throughout the tournament. So yeah, I don't know what the line is here. I guess breach would be like the out, right? But
I don't think he has a free rock.
yeah, I was like, if it was as many times, yeah, that'd be a little broken.
That'd be double. That would be stupid.
That'd be like the best is it deck. There's like Riel, and then what's the one that Josh plays all the time? Manny used
Ruth.
a Ruth, yeah. Those two are very similar. Displacer Kitten, maybe. I
don't think he has enough mana for Kitten.
Looking at how he's gambling right now, I don't think there's an out. Because if you knew what you were getting here, like if you were for sure, like I can win the game with this, you normally would have it, right? But without that, like it seems like he's very unsure about what to get at this point. So it makes me nervous that there's not a lot of outs. But it's time and round, and like if he passes turn, he gets a draw. But getting here is going to be his goal. He doesn't have the mana. Yeah, he's got a colorless floating from the Soul Ring, I believe, and I'm not sure about the rest of the mana.
He has a treasure and then an island, so he has 3.
Too bad his opponents aren't telling him they can see his tutor. I mean, this is the last turn of the game, so he either wins or he doesn't. So I don't think it matters to him. We got a Brazilian cut going on. Pick a stack. Top stack goes to the top, or they roll.
Chain of Vapor, Opal's kind of right here. Chain of Vapor would be pretty gas. Bounce all his rocks and then finish.
Oh, Chain of Vapor does, yeah. Did he? Oh, I was gonna say, did he discard yet? So, how many cards do we have from noobs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Rolling a d6. Rolls a 5. Yeah. So, see higher. I don't think that Grin is intentionally rolling underneath that thing because he's rolling the dice just on, or they are rolling the dice just on their playmat.
Yeah, Dockside doesn't do anything.
Okay, what freaking card is this?
Bounce all the rocks first.
Careful study. Draw 2 cards and discard 2 from your hand. Looks like everybody's shuffling up. I'm assuming that this game went to a draw. That's such a what? That's such a confusing way to end the game. All right, let's go. I'm gonna hop in there and get some clarity real quick. All right.
Not for the third.
Okay, party people. Who wants to noobs? Can you explain to me what just happened there? Did you guys draw?
We drew, yeah. So
Okay.
I was a red short of being able to deploy a breach and then re-get my gamble back for the LED. So what I had to do was on the gamble, I was like, okay, well, I don't think there's anything that's going to do it, so I'm going to look for the only thing that could possibly have done it was careful study, is what I got, and naturally ripping into breach and LED.
Oh,
so,
funny. Yeah, that's like your only out.
That was my only out. So we just did that because we were going to draw either way. So yeah.
Cool. If you would you care hopping on the stream? If you hop in the tournament chat,
sure.
I can drag you down. Cool. Thank you. Okay, so we got a little bit of clarification there. Once I see him in the chat, which he is, I'll drag him down into here. Okay, what's up, noobs?
Hello, hello.
Yeah, so
What's up, dude?
everyone that's on the stream was able to hear what you just explained to me when I hopped in your chat, but we're just coming in here to kind of discuss that a little bit. So it seemed like you had a ton of mana and a ton of card advantage, but you obviously activated the Riel with the Harmonic Prodigy, right, to just draw as many cards as you could with the. So
the Gilded Drake stopped. So the Kinnan player had said, "Oh, I should have waited to Gilded to activate Kinnan, but when the Riel was in place, so I could take the Riel." Which was actually he did it at the right time because taking the Harmonic Prodigy before the Riel hits, then I can bizarre. So he did the right thing, and honestly, what messed me up was being color screwed. So I needed to see a bunch of cards with the Riel, and I wanted to get my Bolt Bend online as a potential counter magic. But yeah, just I was too tight on red to actually close it out. It was real close though.
So people in
It was
chat,
real good game. Real
Pe-
good game. There.
people in chat are wondering, like, did you not have
Chain of
a
Vapor.
bounce spell like a chain of vapor to
No,
bounce all
I
your
don't
mana
run
rocks?
Chain of Vapor because having Riel get bounced is a massive setback. Chain of Vapor would have done it though if I was on Chain of Vapor or a Snap or something like that. You know, maybe I should be putting in a Snap, but usually the red mana isn't that big of an issue. But I have been testing out this Magus of the Moon build. So you notice my last land there was an island, and previously in my real builds I'd been on like a more kind of perfect mana base.
Yeah.
And if that had been a 5-color source or a 2-color source, whatever, then I probably would have been able to get there. So you know.
Yeah, Mercs in chat.
Other times Magus has been really great. So
yeah, Mercs in
What was
chat.
what was your
Awesome.
line if you had like the blue and red source off the instead
If I had the red source required, I would have gone gamble for breach, assuming breach doesn't get discarded. Play the breach with that last remaining red. Gamble for LED, and then even if I discard the LED, I had enough cards in graveyard and in between my hand after discarding to LED that I could just LED re-gamble for a brain freeze, and then kind of just go from there.
Yeah, makes sense. Cool. We just wanted a little bit of clarification on how that went, what was going through your head, kind of what was going on. Everybody in chat was like, "Oh, he'll just get Chain of Vapor here and win the game," and like, yeah. So everybody was just like real curious about what the lines were, what your list contains, and stuff like
the
that.
one thing I did look at, which it would have worked had I had a one extra generic mana, was I do run God, it's something Turbulent Dreams, which is blue, discard X cards, bounce X target non-land permanents. So I could have reset my dockside and the actually, yeah. So I could have reset. I'd looked at. Oh no, maybe I could I have gone there. Did I miss that? No, I might have missed that because I think I could have gone tap the island, tap my treasure for blue, cast Turbulent Dreams, discard 3 cards, bounce Dockside, bounce Mox Amber, bounce Mana Crypt. So then the Mox Amber gives me a red to recast the Dockside, which then would give me 2 treasures for the double red, and I would have I think just enough to go for. No, actually, I'm a mana short. But anyway, it would have been still. I would have discarded a lot of my cards, not redrawing them with Riel, and then it would have been a lot worse odds on gamble. But I maybe still had a chance. So I did look at that, but I guess I might have missed a potential line there.
Yeah, Mercs kind of said it best. That was kind of a total noobs moment. So
yeah.
No, but that's but
yeah.
thank you for joining us. What's your record so far?
I am 1 win, 1 loss, 1 draw.
Okay, so you're fighting for top 16 next round as well.
Absolutely.
Kind of hoping to get there. Well, good. Well, thank you for hopping in chat. Thank you for talking to
for
us.
coming
And good luck on the next rounds, and hopefully you get there, noobs.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, so it looks like there's one pod still taking place here. I don't know if I can stream it. I know someone requested it to stream pod 14. It's got Jamaican dude in it and a few other people, but I don't know if because this is time and round already. So whoever's turn it is, it's their turn. But we can try to pull it up since you requested it. Let me see if I can get there in time. So paste. Let me see what I can get for this pod. So yeah, it looks like they're still playing. So let me switch the stream here. Gonna go to spell table overlay, going to transition into the spell table game. Looks like everybody is on. It looks like Proa is active player and attempting to win the game. So we will see how this goes down. You have Smalls on Muldrotha Gate. Whoa. Muldrotha Gravetide. That was a mouthful. Jamaican dude on Corvold.
Storm, I presume.
I would assume so. Proa has their commander set as Hope of Gearfur. Is it actually Hope of Gearfur? Oh my gosh, yeah, they said Hope. I need to see Hope. No way, dude, this is a colorless. What? Oh, what? That's my mind is blown now. So someone is attempting. Okay, it looks like a draw. Whoops.
Looks like a draw. Yep.
Yeah, let me hop into this Discord quick. 14. Hey, whoops. Hello?
All reanimation game plan.
Yeah. It was so sick too because if I found it, I had Karn to get back Scrap Trawler.
Hey, can I interrupt you guys for a sec?
What's up?
Sorry, I'm doing the stream. So did that game ended in a draw?
Ended in a draw.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then you're just confirming your commander is Hope of Gearfur?
It is Hope of Gearfur.
Awesome. What's your record right now, Proa?
1-1 I'm 1-1-1. Yeah.
1-1-1. Okay,
Yep.
so you're fighting for top 16 with a win.
Yeah.
Okay. If there's a chance, I'd like to get you in stream chat to talk about your deck because this is the first colorless list I've seen at a tournament.
Yeah, I would love to talk about it. It's a buddy of mine's list that I've been helping him with for a while now, and it's fun.
Yeah,
it's really fun.
It looks like if you got an opportunity, there's time right now before Pod 5 ends. So if you want to do that, just hop in the tournament chat and I'll drag you down.
Cool.
I posted the match results as a draw.
Whoa, okay. Some people need to fix their microphones because there's just a lot of loud stuff. So it ended in a draw, but we're gonna have Proa come on here and talk about their deck.
Hope.
It's probably KCI. What's happening here? It could be other folks. How did he do better than me? On Hope of Gearfur. Man must be a good player. I love this. That's some cool shit. Yeah, we're gonna have Proa come in here and talk about that list if I can find them because that's intense. All right, here's Proa right here. Drag him in. Yo yo yo.
You are the hope.
So chat.
I'm the Hope man.
Yeah, chat is buzzing right now because no one's seen Hope of Gearfur colorless deck. So why don't you talk to us about what it is?
Yeah, so essentially what this Hope deck is it's kind of like this it's this interesting stacks deck that is like looking to kind of like be a non-existent threat in the early mid game and like accrue like advantage from some of these like weird cards that you're playing and kind of like play minuscule things that aren't really individually worth dealing with until you can like either like swarm the board with random construct tokens, get there with you can swarm the board with random construct tokens or like some of your key like Eldrazi that you can just like swing in and kill people with. Or what is more likely happening is you're pivoting to a like either an infinite mana combo that you filter into your Walking Ballista, or like a storm-based combo to go off with your Aether Flux, using stuff like Cart Clan loops with Scrap Trawler, or either doing your God, what's the name of the card? My brain is failing. The Mystic Forge, yeah, or doing like Mystic Forge top stuff.
That's pretty cool. That's a fun, unique CDH deck.
Yeah, it's really cool. My buddy really wanted to make this deck work, and I didn't really believe in it either. And honestly, it's like not the best. But the thing is, you don't always need to be the best functionally when you're playing CDH, and a lot of times you can get away with like almost buying some pity and not like being worth dealing with initially. So you can like you're just like this nuisance that's kind of there, and eventually when people like haven't really messed with you, you can make all of your pieces like kind of work together, and then all of a sudden you can kind of get there. And the way that the deck is built, it's kind of built to have more game in the late game. So you're trying to play these pieces that don't necessarily like make you like a super threat in the early game, but like these cards that make the game awkward enough for all the players that it's going to go to that late game where you have the advantage. And I would say, like, just talking about colorless, colorless doesn't really have any strengths. Like, you don't get any extra card choices. Everything about it is just kind of like putting a disadvantage on your head. And there's only like 2 real advantages you get from that. Number one, you get the advantage of being like the rogue player. We've seen it so many times where just like people not knowing what you're doing leads to like you having such a great advantage. And number 2, you actually get to dedicate almost all of your lands to like interaction pieces, which means that a lot of your top decks are just great because you can have all these lands that do stuff, and so many of your cards have like a lot of relevant text on them, and it's quite interesting. I've really enjoyed playing this deck.
No, that seems amazing. Like I think we jumped in your game because it was one of the last games firing after time and round was called. So
Yeah.
we chopped in to see it. Someone in chat was like, "Hey, there's a hope deck. You guys should check it out." So we
Yeah.
checked it out, and I was like, "What is a hope deck?" Like, and then I saw, I was like, "Oh wait, it's hope."
Yeah. Unfortunately, I couldn't close it out, which is like one of the things that will happen when you play this deck. I think if I had a couple more turns, I could have, but you know that's just tournament magic. But it was fun nonetheless. I tried to get there with like memory jar and try to set up some like Quark Clan Ironworks plus like a bunch of I don't know. I was really just like looking to see where I could go from there. If I kept my scrap trawler out, I think I probably could have gotten there if it didn't get exiled from the what was it? What was it called? The fucking I don't know. The evoke elemental solitude.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I think I could have gotten there. But yeah, no. This deck I love it. All the pieces like work together, and it's fun. I've won more games than I should with it. I'll say that.
Yeah. No, it
Yeah.
seems awesome. Like, yeah, colorless. Like, colorless is definitely an underexplored CDH brewing space. So it's really cool to see a colorless deck and to see it succeeding. Right, a win, a draw, and a loss is still pretty good, especially in a 4-round tournament, and you're fighting for top 16. So we were impressed by it and thought it was really cool. So we wanted to just check in with you and see how it was going.
Yeah, thanks, man.
That was a pretty good explanation, man.
Yeah, you
Thanks.
seem to know the list pretty well. So
It's funny because I'm not the crazy man. I'm normally actually just like I am kind of a crazy person, but like my main is actually Blue Farm. That's what I play like 90% of the time. But today I realized that I don't have enough time to play in Final Four. Should I make it to Final Four? So I was like, yeah. So I was like, okay, well, I think I'm gonna play something a little more fun. And my buddy who initially brewed this deck, like years and years ago. I actually was playing with him last night, and I was like, "Dude, can I just like take your deck and play with this tomorrow?" And it's funny because I'm saying this, but like over the past 6 months or so, I like saw him go to one of the tournaments at my LGS, which we have like a pretty good scene. We get roughly like 30 people playing in like pretty big tournaments with I'd say about like $500 worth of prize pool each one, and we
awesome.
play every other week, and we get like 30 people. Yeah, it's really fucking nice. We're in SoCal. It's Finch and Sparrow. If anybody knows the place, you should come down. It's freaking great. But
shameless
I met
plug.
him there, and yeah, and I was intrigued, and I was like, let me fucking work on this with you, and yeah,
I was gonna say I was gonna get pretty seductive there. Let me work on you, buddy.
But it's interesting for sure. It has a lot of weaknesses, but it has a lot of strengths too, where
Yeah.
you wouldn't necessarily see them.
Well, I'll let you get into the tournament lobby because looks like ka0s and ka0s are wrapping up some stuff before round 4, so I'll let you get in there. But thank you so much for coming on and explaining your deck. That was amazing.
Yeah, for sure, dude. Take care. Oh, shout out. I'm making for everybody out there. You should check out my channel, Spite Plays. I'm putting out some stuff soon. So if you search Spite Plays CDH, you'll find me.
Yeah, Pro is well known in the community. So Make sure to check it out. So, all right, man. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you guys.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah, you as well. See ya.
Yeah.
Cool. That was awesome. I never
Yeah.
never seen a colorless deck before. So I was like, I gotta check this out. You know, that seems way too good. Let's go. Spy plays, baby. There you go, Bob. you ask and you shall receive, right? So Kian, how many people do we got in chat going on so far?
We got 111.
Awesome. This is amazing, guys. Keep it up with this amount of people in the chat, staying active, listening in. This is such a good tournament with such a good turnout, and we just want to, keep this hype train going. We got one more round of Swiss. Then we're gonna cut to top 16, and then from top 16, it's a cut to top 4. So winners pod built of everyone from the top 16 that won their game, and that'll determine the top 4. I can really quick run through some of the prizes because I know that we really haven't explained what the prizes we have for this tournament are. So for first place, you will get a heavily played Wheel of Fortune. For second place, you will get a full art doubling season. For third place, a null rod. And for fourth place, a humility. Then for top 8, fifth place, we'll get a Walking Dead secret lair. Sixth place, we'll get the full text lands secret lair. Seventh place, we'll get a Commander Collection Black. And eighth place, we'll get a revised Demonic Tutor. Then for top 16, ninth place gets a Smothering Tithe. 10th place gets a Worldly Tutor. 11th place gets a Stained Glass Teferi Time Raveler. 12th place will get a French Lotus Petal. 13th will get a Verdict Catacombs. 14th will get an Eldamri's Call. 15th will get a foil Thassa's Oracle. And 16th will get a Hermit Druid. And then we have a bunch of stuff that we're giving away, whether in Discord or on stream, including 2 Sadnaw's playmats signed by our channel, 2 Zendikar Rising precons, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 double masters, undrafted draft boosters, a